Pokemon trainers, and welcome to Pokemon Unite Asia Champions League 2026 for Southeast Asia League. My name is Pickles, and we're JJ Kun, and we're so hyped up to bring the action for today.
Oh yeah, for sure. It has been a while since we've been on the desk for Pokemon Unite, so I'm really excited to be here with you, PKUs. And honestly, I think all the audiences has had, been waiting. I've been waiting for a long time for any Pokemon Unite action again here in Asia. So how about you, PKUs? Are you excited?
Of course, I'm very excited with all the new Pokemons and a brand new, let's say, mechanic in Thea Sky Ruin. Since way back PUACL 2025, we were with Rayquaza. But it's a different story for today as we take a look at the roadmap of PUACL 2026. So for November, we do have Day 1 and Day 2. And right after that, we'll be taking a little bit of a break for December and go back to January for the remaining 4 days. Not to mention, JJ, we also have Winter Tournament open qualifiers for Southeast Asia team, and I do believe top team from APAC East and APAC West will get a slot for PUACL Grand Finals that will be on March in Japan.
Oh yeah, for sure. And for those who are unfortunately not going to be able to proceed, from the C League, then you can still go to the Winter Tournament as PKLs has mentioned. And those who are going to be winning will be going to Yokohama Buntai, which is the stage for the Pokemon Unite Asian Champions League 2026 finals on March 28 and 26. So the top 16 teams from around the world, it's not just the C League, but we have Indonesia, we have India, we have Japan, and we have some invited players as well from the Western regions to be playing here in this tournament.
Oh, that's actually true, and I do believe it has been already determined since LAIC has already been concluded. I do believe we'll get to see Force Gaming, CACM Esports, and Dignitas in Japan. But of course, taking a look at our brand new draft rules, so pretty much it's still the same, but the difference here is we get to ban 3 Pokemon each team.
True.
So a total of 6 Pokemon cannot be used in our draft for today, and of course, the upcoming tournaments.
It's this is one of the things that we have been looking forward to. We've been me as a player as well, and I know you as a player has been asking for this to have more bans, and so that we would have more variety of Pokemon in play on each tournament. But speaking of variety, though, here are the rules that we are going to be following. So obviously, 10-minute timer. 5-5 a tournament. Stadium is going to be Thea Sky Ruins. Still, we haven't changed that in 4 years now. Hell items, no limit on usage. Banned Pokemon. Unfortunately, we can't use Vaporeon and Dhelmise just yet. Maybe in the next few days of the tournament, but not in this weekend. And Boost Emblems is definitely not going to be allowed.
Yeah, so we're just going to deal with the base stats and everything, raw full power of our Pokemon trainers competing in this tournament. And of course, for our tournament format, we do have our group stage for the first 5 days. It's a circuit point system, so each day run as a single elimination bracket, and teams earn circuit points based on the result in each bracket. So our structure would be 20, 15, 12, 10, 8, 6, 4, and 3 respectively. And all teams are qualified to playoffs here, JJ. So points is really important to determine their seeding in the playoffs.
Now, this is something new for everyone because previously we've used round robin and group round robin, but this time everyone's going to be going up against 5 days, right? 5 days of single eliminations. And going to the playoffs, we'll be playing another different format, which is going to be King of the Hill. 7 and 8 place will be starting from there, from the seeding. Then they need to climb up until they reach up the champion, or at least the one waiting for them for the championship match. So this, as you have mentioned, this is going to be the problem now, right? Like if you're on the 7th or 8th placement of the seeding, then you have to battle 7-8 times for you to get into the rank 1, while the top seeded teams will just be waiting for you to climb up to fight for the championship match.
Yeah, that's going to be very tough as well. And because speaking of toughness, it all comes with a prize. And of course, our total prize pool for this year is 30,000 USD. That's 8,000 for our champion, 6,500 for the second, 5,500 for our third, and 3,500 for our fourth. And for our fifth and sixth, we got 2,000. Seventh would be 1,500. And for our eighth place, we'll be having $1,000.
Right, and again, this is just for the league. This is still not for the finals. So there's still a separate prize pool for the winter tournament, for the finals as well. But this is just for the Sea League. But speaking of which, though, this is going to be our tournament bracket for the group stage for this day, for day number 1 of the Sea League of Pokemon Unite Asia Champions League. So first one, we have FN Esports versus Full Sense. Next one, T1 versus Evil's FXL. Match 3, Rival Esports versus Myth. Match 4 is Team Nemesis, Onyx, and Rise. And then from there on out, we're going to be waiting for them to finish their first rounds before we move to the second round and going into the final round. But while we are going to be broadcasting every match in this elimination match format, the only match that we are not going to be playing on broadcast is the third place match.
Yeah, that's very unfortunate, but I'm really still excited on what's about to happen for today. We got full pack of matchups, and not just that, we have new organizations as well coming into this tournament, and new players who will be, pretty much well known into the scene. So a lot of discovery in terms of talents. Really excited for what's about to happen.
Oh yeah, I mean, for one, me personally, I'm looking forward to match 2 of the day. That's C1 versus Evos, and they might be of see, there we go, T1 right there. Yeah. They might be newcomers to the to Pokemon Unite, but T1 as an organization is not new in esports. And at the same time, Evos, sure, they might have a different roster before, but this time they are running the previously owned by Ultra Ego. So that is something to look forward to as well.
Yeah, definitely. When it all comes to talents and roster, Evos does have it already. But of course, we'll just have to set them aside for now. And of course, we still have a match before we witness theirs. So first match, it's going to be FN Esports versus Full Sense. Now, if you're going to remember here, JJ, FN Esports was, let's say, former champion of this league, but they somewhat had a huge change when it comes to their roster. And Full Sense, despite not having that a great of a run before, they are still a solid team who's coming in and definitely has refined their skills coming into this tournament.
Oh yeah, and speaking of FN Esports, here we have Sobak, always, Chobu, Minshu, and Hojun for FN Esports. As you have mentioned, they have been there's been quite a huge change in the roster, and definitely we'll be seeing how this synergizes in this tournament. And for Full Sense, we're going to have Mark Gods, Notisa, Sunsage, SCG, SGC, and Imhong, which, by the way, they are, I believe, the only team that has had that had the least amount of players that change. I think it's only Imhong, right?
Yeah. And I mean, aside from Onyx Rice, right? Because Onyx is still a very solid team for the past couple of years. But still, we cannot deny Full Sense coming in really solid so far with their roster. I know the connection and their chemistry is really solid coming into this tournament. So I'm pretty excited for our first matchup. And definitely, it's what we expect that we were talking about a while ago, JJ. Mega Lucario banned right off the bat.
Here we go. Let's see. The band's okay. Mega Lucario. We're not going to be able to see any of that aura jab. The Zacian, the Darkrai, the Suicune, and of course, I know you like that.
Yeah,
I know you like that reference. I know you like that reference.
Mega Brave, right?
Yeah, Mega Brave. No Mega Braves in this matches thus far, at least for game number 1 of FN Esports in Full Sense. So I know you like that so much.
I loved it, man. Come on, no denies.
Oh, the Mega Charizard X, though. Finally gonna be able to see this, the first new Mega, in our game, and it's actually quite reasonable as well, because there's virtually almost no real reason for you to run the vanilla versions of these Pokemon, Lucario and that of Charizard, because these are just essentially overpowered, well, not overpowered, but stronger versions rather of the base Pokemon, Charizard and Lucario. That's why it gets banned.
Yeah, unless you're going to be running the Fire Blast Flamethrower Charizard, at least for today. But in the future, we get Mega Charizard Y. So that's a better option as well in the regular Charizard. So if we're going to be taking a look at the current state of the game, right? Like all-rounders has been overpowering the Thea Sky Ruins once again. It's very crystal clear. 4 out of 6 bans, and we get to see 3 all-rounders already in the field.
And speaking of that, though, the 3 all-rounders is gonna be met up with, of course, our what do you call this? Miraidon. Miraidon here, the Umbreon, the Espeon, and of course we have the Comfy as well, which only means that FN Esports here wants to get some funnels in and out, maybe towards Zubat with the Mega Charges X. What do you think?
Yeah, I think that will be the case as well, especially that they do have an Umbreon here. So Umbreon could possibly go for the main look in order to, let's say, seal down Mega Charizard, because it's a very aggressive Pokemon with the Fire Punch and Flare Blitz. So as much as possible, they want to protect the Pokemon with the likes of Espeon in order to, you know, do its job in the back line. And of course, SCG, SGC would definitely take care of the others.
Yeah, this is going to be a problem for us again. SCG's name is it doesn't really roll over the tongue smoothly. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I do believe we've been experiencing this multiple times before with Leonard as well in the ACL finals way back last year. So, we got to deal with it. You know what I'm saying? But overall, draft-wise, looking now, JJ, I feel like Full Sense is really looking strong here, but I'm quite worried about the Mega Charizard X at the side of FN Esports, especially they have that Snorlax in the battlefield as well.
Man, it's quite reminiscent of being able to see Snorlax once again, we haven't really seen a lot of Snorlax in I'd say quite recent, I guess games, whether in ladder or tournaments, because there are definitely some Pokemon that are much more viable in those cases, but still, FN Esports have something up their sleeves.
Yeah, I do believe that's the same case as well. But I'm really quite curious here. What will be the game setup as well for FN Esports, knowing that they have 2 supporters in line, which is Comfy and Latias, 1 defender. So they would pretty much rely more in Miraidon and Charizard X. So I wonder how this would boil down later on, because if Full Sense does get the crunch time later on, or if they do get the upper hand in the late game, then I'm a bit worried about FN Esports.
Oh, well, that is if Full Sense would be able to get that. Now, FN Esports, as you can see as well, they have the Pokemon they've chosen for the roster are quite well-rounded, I'd say, in comparison to Full Sense, where they need to get the early game, get the early sacks, and from there steamroll over. But FN Esports, even if they can't get the early game, they would still be, they still have a huge chance of getting back up into that of the late game, in comparison to Full Sense, where early game is really essential. Now, FN Esports, what they're trying to do right now is just make sure that Full Sense doesn't get that early game, as you can see right now on the top path.
Yeah, top path, going for the tackle here by always in order to get wild Pokemons as early as possible. They're trying to build up the gap right now, JJ, so this is a good sign for FN Esports, especially they need Zubat to be fully online right now, but going aggressive. It's Full Sense, but Water Urshifu has to go back immediately. Foul play, not going to be quite effective. So it's just a poking game for now. They need more damage to wipe out every single Pokemon in the field.
Look at the the Latias as well, just trying to get in. Just doing some pokes here with the Dragon Balls, and they were able to do it quite amazingly as well, Chobo. But unfortunately, because of that huge casualties coming from that of FN Esports, Full Sense was just able to put in their sacks up top. So FN Esports has a lot right now. Well, so early, just 2-minute mark, but they still would need to stop them from getting even more.
Yeah, Regidrago would appear in about a second. So this is somewhat of what I would love to see if they want to prioritize scoring, especially Full Sense already is already 1 step ahead, right? So they want to keep on stacking as much as possible, and I do believe that's the reason why multiple members of them are grouping up here at the central area.
Oh, there you go. Full Sense was able to get in Regidrago from that off the central area. Now Full Sense also tried to put in some scores. Beautiful, especially with the help of the Regidrago buff as well, allowing them to score in quite quicker. But here you go. FN Esports wants to push in up top, but they are currently outnumbered right now. Look at that.
Wow.
Someone trying to get away. No Mega Evolution going to be coming up right now. There's going to be 2 for none into the side of Full Sense and pick that 3. Chobo trying to get away, but calling an ambulance right now. It's not going to be enough. Chobo was able to get away, but still not going to be enough though, as they are currently outnumbered. But they were still able to get away. Chobo still have HP though. They are still getting, captured here. There we go. Chobo finally taken down off stream as Reggie Ice spawns down bottom as SCG. Yeah, there you go. SCG was able to get Reggie Eyes for Full Sense.
Yeah, Full Sense. I mean, they're starting really strong here, and they do know the capacity of what FN Esports could do at the moment. Since if you don't have any Seismic Slam, you cannot Mega Evolve into a Mega Charizard X, and those won't come into effect the top loss. So definitely does know how to take advantage of what's happening right now. But Subak is already at level 9. It's a complete different story right now for Full Sense once they go head-to-head with him.
There you go. Full Sense was able to take away the Regieleki coming from that of FN Esports. They're going to be able to take down 3 as well in the process. Full Sense now pushing the Regieleki up top. Now, I was really surprised when I see the Snorlax not running block and what do you call this?
Heavy Slam.
Heavy Slam, and instead goes in for Yawn and Flail, putting this not as a tank, but rather more of an attacker, all-rounder rather, than that of a defender in this case. But look at this though, Full Sense trying to get in the resources of FN Esports right now at the central area.
Yeah, and I think that's one of the reasons why they ran 2 supporters here, is it for them to make Snorlax their all-rounder, but all around,
play
with me, gonna seal everyone down, and Moonlight Prance was pop up as well by I'm Hong, but again, Full Sense will just have to back away a little bit after getting a knockout.
Oh, wow. Full Sense, this is what I'm talking about, right? Like, Full Sense getting in the early game will definitely control the game. But FN Esports, being that of most all-rounders here, would still be able to have a lot of chance to catch up by the late game. But the question is, would Full Sense allow them to do so? Looking at the XPs right now and the levels, there's still, the highest one right now is at level 10. That is the Miraidon. But into Full Sense, they already have a level 12, a level 11. And another level 12, and it is the supporters that are at level 9, which is totally fine as well, because all you need to do is support those attackers for Full Sense.
Yeah, that's going to be a huge problem for them, knowing that there's a lot of Pokemon that could chase down the Mega Charizard X and the Miraidon at the side of FN Esports. That's why they're trying to put a lot of pressure here towards the bomb path, but another knockout comes in at the side of FN Esports, but it's a quick trade in terms of goal zone.
That is a huge trade going into the side of Full Sense. It doesn't matter if one of them is a casualty. They were able to destroy the first to score goal down bottom, which allows them more breathing room, where FN Esports still has not destroyed any score goals into the side of Full Sense.
Yep, and that's another 45 in the bank for Full Sense as well. And I love this as well. They're not letting FN Esports take the Regieleki as quick as possible. Here comes the challenge for Full Sense. They're trying to march in deeper, but not quite enough, as Chobo has been doing a lot of pokes recently in order to challenge them. But here it comes. 3 members, 4 members now for Full Sense is coming in. And what a Unite move coming in from the Espeon in order to buy enough time for them.
Always
running away, and there's just no Pokemon left to deal damage at the hands of FN Esports.
I mean, it's only 4 scores as well. 4 Ian coins. Was that really worth the risk of taking down, or at least going into the enemy side? I don't think so. But at the same time, at least they're gonna be ready for the next for the major objectives at 2-minute mark. Getting in their Unite moves just before then.
Yeah, that's very important, especially if FN Esports wants to get ahead of that last 2 minutes. They need Groudon as much as possible, but it's just looking very tough for them. I don't see anything or any Pokemon that has a potential that's actually quick in stealing, aside from the Miraidon. And definitely that Mimikyu at the side of Full Sense could just chase down that away with Play With Me.
Oh, that is true. And look at the work of Full Sense into that Reggie Steal. It's almost like what, less than 3 seconds work into that Reggie Steal. And man, they are phenomenal right now as to control this game. But there goes the block. And the it's a block and flare rather into the side of FNC Esports. But this is the first time we've seen a block pop out actually in this game. But as we are seeing that right now, they are preparing to take over the positioning against that of Full Sense. But this is it.
Seismic Slam already popped. Mega Charizard is already in, but we're not seeing yet the Frozen Knight moves here. The Guardians are already out here in order to support every single members. And Full Sense just have too many sustain. But I think the same goes as well for FN Esports. They're trying to engage even more.
No.
Subak
The
is still up. Always trying to be the front line. Subak still has a lot of support with the coffee. And Full Sense is going to collapse bit by bit. Sunzay taken down as well. No, this is the only one left. And FN Esports is back in action.
That is what I'm talking about earlier, right? They can still come back at the very end. But here you go, Hong trying to get in. Are they going to be able to get in with the egg? But no, they are not. FN Esports secures the ground on. But here's the question. Would they be able to put in down scores in time? That is the question. In time.
That's going to be very difficult, especially if Full Sense can wipe out FN Esports. They would take away the ground on buff, but look at the sneak at the bottom path. That's 100, Mike, to tell you, JJ. And they must maximize everything here. That's 100, 500 to 346. This is going to be very difficult for FN Esports. Look at the front line from Full Sense. They need more reinforcements.
It's still not enough.
33 seconds. They need more, JJ. They're climbing all the way to the top path, but could that be enough? Seismic Slap by Super
103,
but they don't have enough AO's energy. 593, that's 100. Very difficult for that to catch up.
Oh, but they are still doing it. So as the Mimikyu tries to remove and put in more gap, 605 to 528 at the moment. Mark God ass. And man, those are those two Pokemon that made them and ensure that they do win the match. FN Esports, they were very close into, flipping the game against that of Full Sense, but Full Sense just there, Nautiza and Mark God S making sure that their gap stays a gap.
Man, overwritten the story. Just sneaky peeky Pokemon going down bottom in order to get that guaranteed goals, because they know for sure that FN Esports would score more goals as they possibly can. And knowing that they lost that team fight to Groudon a while ago, they were just, we have more AO's energies, we have something left, let's just score it down bottom, because for sure it's going to be a 5-man push in our base.
Oh man, it's they were able to quickly adjust, knowing the fact that FN Esports, let me go first over this, right? Like FN Esports knew that Full Sense was taking over everything, right? So they made sure that their position is something that would work well for them by the time that the Groudon comes up. From there on out, they were able to take down Full Sense, and from there, Full Sense knew that let's take let's accept our fate. They're gonna be able to get into Groudon. Let's do our best from here on out. In comparison to if this were a Rayquaza, still a Rayquaza, I think it would have been a different story. I think FN Esports would have taken this game.
Yeah, for sure.
With the difference of the buff that Groudon gives, man, it just allowed Full Sense to still come back. But, it's not to dismiss, FN Esports. They did adjust magnificently.
Yeah, it's a huge adjustment as well, especially they were able to identify what's the strength in terms of their draft, right? They know they have a lot of capabilities in terms of region. So what they did is Comfy sticks with the Megazord, which is really quite effective. Subak was really felt in the last couple of minutes in the game, just being able to take out multiple knockouts in a single team fight. He has been the key factor there. Miraidon and Latias, was just trying to give huge amount of pokes. And Snorlax, despite being an all-rounder, still did its job as a defender, giving a bit of a blocks out there, and Flail dealing out some damage as well in the front line of Full Sense.
Oh yeah, and here you go. That is our game number 1. Ladies and gentlemen, it is going to be, ladies and gentlemen, all traders alike. I almost forgot my tagline. Ladies and gentlemen, all traders alike, that is game number 1 going to Full Sense.
And then we're going to be having more games here. We still have game number 2, as this is a best of 3 series despite being a single elimination. And this is going to be very tough, for the teams out there, since if you definitely lose this first round, it will be really difficult for your team to, get multiple points ahead of time, because this is a point system in a single elimination bracket per day. So, as long as you keep moving forward, it's going to be great. But if you fall down immediately, just imagine how many points you would be losing. So I do believe that it is around half already in the points that you will be losing, since once you're in 5th, you will only secure 8 points compared to 20 points if you're first. So that's going to be huge for your team.
And at the same time, right, it's like this is a single eliminations match. So if Full Sense once again wins this match, then FN Esports will have to, wait for the next day, which is, by the way, tomorrow.
Yeah.
Before they can play again. You know what I mean?
Yeah, and that's going to be, it somehow gives you an advantage for the next day, but at the same time, but the momentum that your team is having, like, you're going to be thinking of it, we're down by this number of points, because they do have to close up the games as much as possible, because there's no qualification matches that was actually shown in the bracket, right? So definitely you have to score more as much as possible if you're trying to look at the point differential.
And here you go. We have now, look at that, FN Esports surprisingly is the one that bans Mega Charizard X. Or at least, they just don't want to give Full Sense to Mega Charizard X. But as we say that, yes, the Mega Charizard X is out, but Mega Lucario is in.
This is a different story. Mega Lucario is really tough as well when it Mega evolves. And not just that, JJ. It's not like a Mega Charizard wherein you have a fixed moveset. With Mega Lucario, you can still manipulate it the way you use a regular Lucario. You can go extreme speed. True. You can go power up punch. That's the biggest thing that we have to look forward into a Mega Lucario. So it's a complete different story. Or rather, it's not how do you call this? It's move number 2 is Meteor Mash. It does have Meteor Mash as well.
I thought you were going to say the second move is Mega Brave.
No. It's not even Aura Jam. Come on, man. Not even
my bad, bro.
All right. It's a muscle memory that somehow me and JJ does have. When we hear the word Lucario. I know for sure. Like,
anyway, moving on.
Right? You definitely know what we mean.
Anyway, going into this, man, I'm not gonna be able to move on from that. Okay, so Full Sense and FN Esports now has Mega Lucario with the Crystal. We have the Mimikyu still. We have the the Fable still going to be a staple, and I mean for the wordplay. But Suicune is now in as well. Previously banned from game number 1. And into FN Esports, they have the Espeon, the Comfey, the Umbreon. Oh, we have the Buzzword as well. And of course, AG Slash, which is interesting.
Yeah, and might to tell you, like, AG Slash has been a signature pick way back class ACL for the Korean teams, right? Especially that we're trying to utilize it before as a defender with a wide guard. But I do believe it would be a different case, at least for this game, knowing that the lineup is looking crystal clear here. It's very traditional for FN Esports, but Full Sense, on the other hand, they don't have an attacker. If you're going to take a look at it, 3 all-rounders, yes, Suicune might act as an attacker, but I see Suicune
there's Lucario as well, dude.
Yeah, but the range attacker, right? You know what I mean? The attacker.
Oh no, yeah.
It's three all rounders, but I do get the idea. Yes, Suicune could fill in the role, but I see Suicune as somewhat of a supporter that deals a lot of damage because of the freezes that he can give in the field.
Okay, look, man, they won game one. They won game one.
We don't doubt them. Come on, we don't doubt them.
You know, so they probably have something up their sleeves. You know what I mean? Like, hey, man, they're doing this because they can. And hey, look, if they can force into issue against that of FN Esports, then I don't think there should be any problem. Especially when their game strategy from game number one was literally to get into the early game, and I think that's what they're going to be doing this time around, especially the Mega Lucario as well.
Yeah, so we'll see what happens. So Mega Lucario, its static kit in Mega Evolving is going to be close combat and power up punch.
Oh yeah?
Yeah, it has a static kit as well. So we'll see how that works in this field because it does provide a huge amount of area of effect in terms of dealing damages later on, especially with Mega Evolves. So
that's true.
We'll see Mark S. We don't doubt him, man. He's been doing a huge role in the game number one.
And here you go. We're still at the first minute, which is actually quite interesting because, like, previously we think like the first minute mark is usually one of the slowest times in the game, but this time we look at the timer and it's like, hey, it's been like a minute already. But hey, going back though, Subak, Chobo out, and Subak as well is out, and Hojun out as well. That's 3 for none immediately. Always down. Full sense. Very quickly takes in the early game up top.
Yeah, very adaptable.
That's the same game plan. Yeah, same game plan as earlier.
Yeah, this is what we expect. Especially they had the great momentum in game number one. So Full Sense is just trying to keep that kind of momentum that they had. But FN Esports is looking pretty much aggressive compared to game one here because know they have a great lineup in terms of aggressive. That they have a Buzzwole, they have a Comfy, so they could abuse that as much as possible, knowing that Full Sense is still under leveled.
Yeah, and we also have Trick Room as well from that of the Mimikyu, which would definitely be a huge factor in the in the clashes later on, given how big the AOE of that move as well. There you go, as I've been saying, almost taking down 3 with them, but here you go. FN Esports with Age Slash gonna be able to take down 2. No, that is the Umbreon, taking down 1, but still gonna be able to finally destroy the first 2 score goal. This is the first time. I mean, it's only been 2 games, but they are the first ones to take down as a score goal.
And pretty excited what's about to happen on the next one. Full Sense starting things very strong at FN Esports. They were a bit quicker in bouncing back into this game. So if you're going to be taking a look at the point department, they're trying to even things down. They don't want to be behind as much as they were before in game one because they don't want the same thing to happen. They want to extend into game number 3. So just focus on objectives. They taking Regieleki at top path, and they want to dominate that path as much as possible because it is very wide open compared to bottom.
Oh, and at the same time, right? Like it's the path where Mega Lucario is, and for them to be able to take over and control the top path means they would be able to easily take over the bottom path as well, as we can see that they are doing right now. Chobo trying to buy some time for the reinforcements to come, and only Mega Lucario is up top. And look at this right now. It is going to be Play With Me taking out that Guzzlord, and here you go. Another KO. We are almost seeing it. Oh my goodness. Subak getting outnumbered, gonna be taken out in Hojo as well. After the funnel of the Age Slash, Full Sense was able to finally answer back against that of FN Esports. And look at this right now. Oh, Sidekick Slayer is going to be able to not do anything but push their opponents away, taking down the Umbreon as well. Full Sense had the lead in that clash.
Man, there's just no way for you to get away up against Full Sense in that team fight. Just imagine the Mimikyu has a trick room, can immediately go up against you with those dashes. And same thing with the Follow Me being used by the Clefable. There's just no room for you to hide already, especially when I'm Hong is just doing the Rock Tomb as well. Very difficult to go out when you're up against Full Sense in this form.
Oh yeah, and you know, this is something that we were talking about earlier. In the game in general, it has buffed slow movement, AOE, whatever you want to call it, right? Like it's even slow smoke, which we have been playing earlier, and we've seen Sludge Bomb as well. Anything that slows you down is such a huge thing to have in your team at this point of the game. But look at that. As we are saying that FN Esports was able to take down 3 into the side of Full Sense, and man, despite having the lead in clashes, Full Sense still has the lead in points.
Yeah, in points, but that is a much needed buff here for FN Esports. Registeel secured for the attack buff. This is what they need. FN Esports will try to look forward for another team fight and eventually later on take more goals and take more advantage up against Full Sense.
And here you go, FN Esports. You know, this might be the chance that they're looking for, to go up against Full Sense, and maybe we'll be able to get in game number 3 as well.
Yeah, definitely they want that game 3. But
still too early to tell, though. You know,
Full Sense is still giving me a huge amount of scare. We haven't seen the full potential of the Mega Lucario yet, especially when that wide close combat goes online later on with a Mega Evolve. So there's still a lot of potential that we have to consider here, but look at the chase down for Subak. Very aggressive for them to do a -1 up against Full Sense, but it might be -2 from here on now. I'm Hong is trapped by the trap of FN Esports, and they will take Raging Drago to score more.
Oh, there you go. And this is reminiscent of what happened game number 1. FN Esports controlling the early game into the mid game, but then Full Sense securing that Groudon. Oh, look at that. Mega Lucario now going to be able to take down 2, not 1, but 2 of the evolutions rather. And now they might be able to score in, get some sacks in. It's going to be 2 KO, and here we go. Another one going to be taken out. There we go, the close combat, but the Smackdown is going to be able to take down the Mega Lucario. Here comes Guzzlord as well. I'm Hong. You're not going to go anywhere. You're too heavy with that rock at your back. But look at this right now. Subak, want to go back, Subak goes back. It's funny,
yeah.
Laugh, yeah.
I do
It's funny.
I do get what you mean. Come on. All right. And we go going back, right? So, FN Esports.
Getting the rest.
It still does register in my mind. Come on, JJ, come on, forgive me. But yeah, FN Esports doing a great job in utilizing their their tankiness, knowing that they have a bunch of all-rounders and that config does really sustain them. So everyone is doing their job pretty well, but Full Sense on the other hand, Mark Goddess is going to be carrying a huge amount of load later on in this final stretch. They need those freezes from the Suicune.
Oh, here you go. Bright Future is not going to be here. But there you go. Oh, my goodness. FN Esports is going to be 2 down. Full Sense right now. Don't make the 4, make the 5. That's a team wipe. Full Sense. That's what I'm talking about earlier. This has happened. Game number 1. FN Esports was, the one that had to leave with Full Sense right now. They do not want it. Full Sense disseminated FN Esports. And from there on out, they learned from game number 1, going to game number 2, securing that very quickly as well. Quick work by Full Sense. And now they just need to score in. FN Esports, even if they can get 50 points each, the question is, would they be able to still score that in? I don't think so.
Man, FN Esports still has 1 minute. They need to force a team fight to steal away the buffs off the ground. They secured one. Subak charging in very deep up against the premises of Full Sense. But can they be able to tear down the defense? I'm not quite sure yet. Marcada forcing his way all the way to the goal zone into the base of FN Esports. There comes the trade, but not quite enough for FN Esports to catch up with 33 seconds remaining.
Oh, there we go. Very Flurry Friends Forever. It's going to be used, but is that going to be doing anything? Well, it did make Subak, survive a little bit more, but they don't have the points as Full Sense just tries to defend this right now. And even, honestly, you know what? They don't even need to defend, because even if FN Esports gets this in, it still wouldn't be enough to catch up with the points.
And with that, Full Sense takes this one 2-0 up against the former champions FN Esports. This is a huge statement for FN Esports, starting things off very strong. And mind to tell you, JJ, the moment that Psychic Solaire happened, it felt like FN Esports was in control. But
It did, right? I mean, especially when almost everyone was caught up by the Psychic Solaire, but then Full Sense, I'd say they were expecting it. Especially, well, hey, we have an Espeon for an opponent, so we are definitely going to be seeing an AOE, channeling move here, Unite move, and we should be ready when it happens. And from there on out, they use that against FN Esports to wipe them out.
Absolutely true. And I cannot imagine and digest that a while ago, since as far as I saw, if I saw that correctly, Endless Ice Spikes by the Suicune was used at a very early time. So just imagine they don't have anything to use already. Maybe the Rubble Rouser, I want to see the replay later on. Maybe Rubble Rouser did the job, but Moonlight was providing a lot of heals for the side of Full Sense, making them survive that huge AoE attack by the Psychic Solaire.
Oh man, but we are currently looking at the replays right now. Let's see what has happened right now. Full Sense. I am getting trouble saying their names because both of them are Fs.
Right?
Full Sense, FNEs. It's not FS Esports. It's Full Sense and FN Esports. There you go. Let's see what had happened in this game. FN Esports definitely had a great run in the early game. Full Sense, however, was struggling just a little bit. But the moment that Market Ass was able to, get their spikes, everything else just fell into place. Especially that this is what they did earlier as well. Was just to wait. Wait until the last moment, and a Full Sense. There you go. Disseminated it. Close combat, and another one taking them all out. There you go.
Oh yeah, we have to see this. So there goes the,
there you go.
There goes the Unite move of the Suicune, right? It's very early. No, actually, it was Sun Zig in the back line who was not caught up by the Psychic Solaire. So there was enough backup for Full Sense in order for them to do a counterattack. So, because if someone gets caught off by the water type move, it could be Whirlpool or Surf. If you follow with Icy Wind or Ice Beam, you're frozen. You're frozen.
And the thing is, I love the fact that they were able to round them all up in the middle, where they are just essentially sandwiching everything, especially with that of the close combat as well, almost hitting everyone with how big of the range is of the Mega Lucario.
Yeah, that's actually true. And mind to tell you, I think one of the factors why FN Esports had a huge downfall in that last team fight was because there was no attacker in the backline. Everyone has to close in because they have Buzzwole, they have Aegislash, Umbreon, and a Comfy was just intact with the Buzzwole or Aegislash. And when Espeon goes into the team fight, uses Psychic Solaire, there's not enough backline, and everyone just gets caught up in the trap of Full Sense.
Man, I'd say the composition of FN esports it really is, I'd say more of a funnel.
Yeah.
They don't have a lot of tankiness in their team, but they can definitely put in the damage as we have seen earlier. But from there on out, it is really just full sense that made sure that they can take them on despite the prowess of the attack of the composition of that of the FN esports. But speaking of compositions, we need to compose ourselves. You need to compose yourselves as well, watching amazing matches of Pokemon Unite. And don't you go away, because we'll be back for more action only here at Pokemon Unite Asia Champions League. We'll be right back. The final stretch.
Hello there, traders, and welcome back to Pokemon Unite Asia Champions League 2026. Big Heels and JJ Kirwan still here, ready to bring the action. Sorry.
JJ Kirwan?
JJ
Yo,
Kirwan,
man.
Yo, oh, come on. I'm sorry. Did I
Yo,
mess that
man.
one up? Come on. Anyway, we're going to game number 2 here. Probably your favorite game of the day, JJ.
Oh, no, yeah, for sure. It's, sorry. All right.
Yeah.
So it's T1 and Evo's FXL. And again, for those who don't know, here you go. This is FXL.
Yeah.
They were previously Ultra Ego, but now is acquired by a new team, which of course is Evo FXL, and T1. T1, as we have mentioned earlier, is an organization that doesn't really doesn't get just anyone onto the roster because, well, they are really known in the esports ecosystem, and for sure they are really strong. T1, though, we have some players that have played previously in the ACL as well, such as Mule. So definitely we can see some familiar faces and familiar names as well for T1.
Yeah, and I do believe majority of them came from Team EX, probably the one who hailed their region way back in the World Championship qualifiers, and represented their region as well in the Worlds recently in August, right? So a lot of expectations still boils down, especially they were acquired already by T1, so they could be called House of Champions, for some reason. T1 was really called that one, but this is what makes it interesting. They're going up against Evos, and formerly known as Alter Ego. They climbed all the way to the top of ACL way back 2025, and that's no joke. Especially, they do have Slash, one of their biggest addition into their roster.
Yeah, and this is one of the imports of this tournament. Slash is considered one of the best players, really, of the entire world, and being part of this is not a man. There's not really a term for it, really. Like it just makes them one of the competitors of this tournament.
Man, this is just, I'm really curious. Like, here's the thing, like, T1 is known for being a strong organization, but Evo's FXL is really strong already. We cannot deny that. They go head to head. They were in the championships of last ACL. So it's really tough for us to say who's going to be, who has the upper hand in this game. I'm just quite curious. What's new? Like, what's new with Evos? What's something new with T1, especially that they're coming in pretty solid already? And we do not know very much about the identity, right? When it comes to T1.
Man, let's I want to see how they're going to be going up against here, especially that one of the, what do you call this, Ikura is not here anymore in this in this team. I think that's Slash. That's right? Like, it's Ikura that Slash has changed. So this is going to be quite a different kind of synergy that we're going to be seeing for Evo's FXL. But still, as we have mentioned, Slash is dominating the Western region as well. So they might have went here to not only have proven themselves to have conquered the Western region, but also the Eastern region of the world. As we can see right now, we have Suicune and the Blastoise. And of course, we have the Mega Charizard X again. Of course, it's one of the Pokemon of all time right now. Not only in this game, but also in a different game. Everybody's been chasing for the Mega Charizard X. Miraidon and the Latias as well. Man, you keep laughing at my jokes, dude. Like,
No, I mean, if you're gonna be taking a look at you
love it.
Yeah, we love it. There's no denying that, man. Come on, but yeah, going back, I think this is the, let's say, much more of a logic that I keep on seeing, not just in ACL, but during the LAIC. If Mega Lucario is banned, definitely you go Megazord, and if Megazord is not available, you go Mega Lucario. So, it's the other way around, because knowing that they are such a great physical attackers in the game that could that could deal a huge amount of damage. So there's no denying that you definitely have to use it. But quite surprised here, there's no coffee here, but we get to see a healing toolkit from T1, which is Komi with the Eldegoss.
Man, I just wanted to say as well, like Slash is if you didn't know, if for those who doesn't know as well, holds a dual citizen, so is actually representing Taiwan as well, because they are an American Taiwanese. So that's probably one of the reasons why they are joining this team as well. To well, I mean, as I mentioned, they've already conquered the West, and now they are back to conquer the East. So you know, it's being that kind of a player gives you that opportunity.
Man. And for sure, like, this is no joke, right? We're talking about Slash, probably one of the best players in the world, entering a new different region. So probably the synergy would change as well for Evos. But the big question is that would that synergy change? Would that be for the better, or would it make them a different team that any team could go up against and completely read them like a book?
I mean, man, Evo's FXL is definitely one of the strongest in our region, and they've proved it time and time again.
Yeah.
But T1, there is a lot to showcase here coming from that of T1. But you know, if they can win against that of Evo's FXL, then that means that is just a huge statement to show everyone that, hey, we might be mostly not known here compared to Evo's FXL, but we are still T1.
Yeah, T1, you know, it just goes to show that they're just an organization, just like what I've said, House of Champions. But Evo's FXL, or way back then during their days, they were champions as well in Asia, and majority of them are still competing in this game. So probably a champion versus a champion is what we're seeing right now, JJ.
Oh, for sure. And here you go. It's still, you know, still just the first minute mark of the game. Still nothing's happening. You know, nothing, you know, if they get some KOs, it's still not going to be detrimental. So, you know, you still have to wait until that of the mid game to be able to really get things going, to see which champion is going to be winning and proceeding to the next stage of the tournament for today.
Man, I mean, this is not an explosive factor in the game, but the way that Slash commands in the game in terms of timers enable for them to get the wild Pokemon is pretty much on sync, perfectly timed, and they were cleaning up it as much as they can. So Evos is doing a great job so far in terms of the lane facing at the first 2 minutes of the game.
But with that being said, though, Evo's FXL is going to be able to take down the Latias into the side of T1. You know, T1 getting into 2 score points, sure, not a lot, not just yet. Evo's FXL still, as you have mentioned, I agree with you as well. They have the control of the game as of right now. And here you go, Slash. Well, Drago gonna get slashed down by Evo's FXL.
Yeah, and Xingdi did go for the stomp, so does need a lot of space later on. In order for that damage to be felt, he needs to go in as much as possible, and Xingdi doing it all by himself. There's 3 members from T1 trying to
Z-Ray out the back!
My goodness, the side-beam does it all for them. Huge amount of knockouts for Evos.
You know, that's what I'm talking about, right? Like, Shengdi is one of those players that just goes in and has this 100, well, not 100%, but 101% trust with his teammates. And for sure, we saw what that synergy, that playing with these teammates for a while now, for years, have shown the progress of them playing together. This is Evo's FXL, And it's just emphasized here by Slash as well. Z-Ray at the back right now, backing up Shengdi as they are now currently trying to take in this Regieleki. Shengdi as well, helping out. Here you go, getting in the stump, getting into Regieleki to proceed towards first tier Skogul down bottom.
And there's a lot of pressure towards the side of T1. Yes, they do get the objective at top, but what's coming next in for them? The score pressure is still boiling down at bottom, and definitely Evos can get a lot of spacing. That's why Mule and the others are trying to put a lot of pressure at the forest. Psychic Solaire able to buy some time, but Megazord is already online, and Espeon has to back away, but Wish will keep him up and going into the team fight. Look at the rapid spin.
Mule gets down.
For them to sustain the fight. The Gold Zone taken out here.
Evil's FXL, in theory, they did a very great move. They took them to Regieleki, immediately regrouped. Essentially just making the Regieleki a bit of a, what do you call this? Just to, get their attentions, buy them some time. But unfortunately, T1 saw right through them and just attacked them. And look, Mega Charizard X was able to deal an immense amount of damage, almost taking down a lot, maybe 4 of that of Evil's FXL. Unfortunately for them, they were only able to take down 2, but still, that is still a lot.
Yeah, multiple group ups are being felt here all the way down to mid. And it's Evil's FXL being the aggressors as they take down 1 here. No Latias already at the side of T1. And they keep on pushing forward. That eject button, but the Hydro Typhoon will not be enough for them to maximize it out. And Blaziken does deal a lot of damage with a Fire Punch and a Focus Blast. And everyone from Evil's FXL is running away immediately. Blaze Kick not going to be quite enough for them to take down another KO. And it is T1 applying the pressure. Defense with the rapid spin, not going to be quite enough, but able to buy a lot of time. Psychic Solaire. But here goes the Queen Sentinel as well, coming in from Shingdi, trying to defend things down. They haven't touched yet. They haven't touched the Gold Zone. Eagles FXL defending everything, but still they got wiped out.
And this Serio almost getting in the score Serum as well, but never mind. The Miraidon puts in down 19 up
defense.
Top. Ipe, they're gonna be able to put down the 40 still. Evil's FXL, they weren't able to defend this that quickly. Unfortunate for them. And here you go right now, 111 to 12. We might have been saying a lot about Evil's FXL, but again, T1's not gonna be getting this roster if they are not champions. And they are definitely showing us that, hey, we can take down the prince, the royalties of Southeast Asia. Sure, we're here to take that crown away from them. And look at that right now. 111 to 35 is the score as they are making sure Evil's FXL is not going to be able to move from the first Skogul. They are pushing them. They are forcing in the issue against Evil's FXL.
Goodness.
And look at that. Suiga's going to be taking out. That's going to be 4 down. Bright Future Meteor Storm, rather, going to be able to take down a lot. And look at that Espeon forcing down the Unite move. Psychic Solaire just to survive. Z-Ray almost taking down most, if not all, of the charged beam.
Not looking good here for Evil's FXL. They're just trying to prolong the fights. They're just trying to survive every single opportunity that they do have, because T1 is applying so much pressure because of the buff that they had with the Registeel, being able to make sure they maximize it until it runs out.
Man, T1 is in complete control of the game right now. Evil's FXL doesn't seem to have any answers as of the moment, and this is one of the things that we were talking about earlier in terms of like the synergy, like how is Slash going to be able obviously they have been this is an invitation, right? Like they have been practicing, but still with Ikura being into that of the team, they have been playing for like years, and this is the first year that Slash has been playing with that of Evil's FXL. So definitely there still needs to be some changes. But here you go. As we say that right now, T1 still answering back against Evil's FXL, and they cannot get in with with the Miraidon, you know, we have with the Miraidon rather, just making sure that they are in check.
Uh-oh, slash, a B2D, Fire Punch goes in, Seismic Slam, get caught up, Mega Charizard, Mega Evolve, Queen's Ascendant in order to suppress Meowth immediately all the way to the front line, but right, Future Meteor Storm is already dealing a lot of damage, 3 members down for Evil's FXL, and there's just no spacing for Evil's to steal away Groudon.
Man, Kami is the MVP of this match, if I would to say so myself. It's not the Mega Charizard. You know, the Mega Charizard, yes, was able to deal in so much damage, but keeping everyone in check. Kami, with the Miraidon, made sure that Evil's FXL cannot advance forward. Beautiful stuff.
Yeah, it's such a wonderful stuff, but Evil's FXL is not quite done yet. They're trying to defend, they're trying to tear down the shields that T1 does have. One single team fight is all they need in order to steal away the buffs. But the question is, can they march forward? Slash, putting a lot of pressure, but where is the follow-up that Evils does have?
Man, here you go, another charge beam coming from Kami. No, make the 2! Slash and Shingdi, the core of the team, is now down. And look at that. Another one. Oh my goodness. Wipeout once again from T1. And from there now, 30 seconds left in the game. Evil's FXL is going back to the Pokemon Center and recovering until the next game.
Yes, and this is T1 that we have been talking about. Completely unknown to many people, but they are introducing themselves. What a game we've seen, and it's just game number 1 here, JJ. There's still a lot more to come, not just today, but of course in the coming days of the tournament. And that's just phenomenal teamwork we've seen. I mean, yes, Evil's FXL, they do have a solid chemistry. They were, you know, very aligned when it comes to their goal, but the adjustment is what we were looking for a while ago. They weren't able to adjust just because T1 was trying to corner them in a single point, wherein they were forced to defend. That was the only thing that Evils did during the second half.
You know, they weren't even they weren't even just defending, you know. It isn't just defending that they were doing. It's really, they are trying to get in, but every time they see an opening, T1 just shuts it down. It's like the upside down. The gates with the upside down, if you've been watching that, the gates with the upside down right now has been closing and is being always closed by T1, and that's quite phenomenal work from them.
Yes, and this is a scary team that we are looking at, because Evil's probably, in terms of rankings from last year, probably they're the best team that this region has, aside from FNE Sports, who became a champion of Sealy. But man, T1 coming in, pretty new in the region, but it goes to show that they could be the kings. I mean, for sure, if they took over day number 1, they're gonna be scary in the following days of ACL.
Oh yeah, for sure. And man, it's with this kind of performance, if they can, as I agree with you, if they can keep this up until the end, there's no doubt that they may just be able to take down the first seed going to the playoffs.
Yeah, and you know, mind to tell you that there's going to be 3 teams who would be qualified here for ACL finals in Japan. So head start in the first 5 days, you just need to get the first and second seed for the guaranteed slot. But that's not quite easy, especially when there's a newcomer team like T1 who has been, you know, doing a lot of things, or getting a win up against a team like Evos. It's going to be a difficult role for all the teams competing here in the tournament.
Oh, for sure. But you know what I'm thinking right now that the Evos needs to do? They definitely need to ban the Miraidon.
Yeah.
That is, you know, again, the Charizard, the Mega Charizard is a problem. That's for sure. The Mega Charizard is a problem. The the Latias is a problem as well. Of course, the Eldegoss, the one supporting them, you know, 50-50.
Yeah.
I'd say. But the Miraidon that's keeping them in check is the biggest threat for EVO's FXL, because with that, they couldn't get in at all.
Yeah, I mean, the Latias was providing a lot of space as well with Miss Ball. So definitely, you know, giving a lot of space that Variety could just, you know, sit at the back line, do some charge beams out there, Bright Future, Meteor Storm. So the Frog Line is pretty looking good for T1 despite not having a dedicated defender. So I think, yes, they could take away Miraidon if they can, you know, just get close in, or maybe have a speedster at least that could actually take them down quickly, because T1 was a little bit squishy a while ago during game 1.
That's true. That's true. I mean, I don't know, man. Like, the spacing of Kami is just phenomenal. It's
Absolutely.
just majestic. Kami is always making sure that they are at the farthest possible location while doing charge beam, making sure that they cannot get in. And even if they do get into that of T1's team, everyone else is just going to welcome them in.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, I do absolutely understand that. But I think maybe if Evos would try to stick with their game plan, I think it would be great if they have a Mimikyu with a Trick Room. I think that's a factor in order for them to catch up immediately on those backlines that T1 would be having in the near future as well in this game. So that's a possibility, but you know, you gotta respect that Miraidon. You gotta respect Komi as well. So I think if they won't ban it, they would probably have someone or a Pokemon that could actually, you know, that is good at suppressing one person or the other. They had that one a while ago, which was Shingdi with Serena, but
Miraidon is open.
But
I'm sorry, dude. Go ahead.
Yeah, but here's the thing: they banned Latias as well. So, is there a Pokemon in your mind that can offer a spacing? Just like what I've said before, Shingdi, or rather a Mimikyu could be an option in order to seal down that Miraidon. And I think Shingdi does hear that at some point in his brain that maybe we need someone or another Pokemon who can catch up very deep, but at the same time, you know, do the -1 up against them.
Man, it's let's see. I'm not entirely sure, you know, going up here. You know, the thing is, there's a lot of variables at the moment, going with T1 and Evo's FSL here, and even if they don't use the Miraidon, which I don't think they're going to be using, mainly because, well, we've already used it in game number 1. They would think that Evo's FXL would be able to counter it, or at least have an answer, which, as you have mentioned, hey, look, we have the Mimikyu now, which can essentially use Shadow Sneak to get in on the Miraidon, and of course we have the head and running Dodrio as well. That is the answer that into the T1's Miraidon. But now, knowing the fact that this is going to happen, T1 has adjusted their composition. As we can see right now, we have the Charizard still, the Zacian, now with that of the Alolan Raichu, and of course the Slowbro as well. But you know, we still have the Eldegoss up as well.
Eldegoss, Slowbro. I'm thinking, like, I think the target here would probably be the Dodrio. They want to take care as much as possible in that Raichu, right? Since Raichu, I mean, I'm not quite sure what would be the build yet, but if you're going to take a look at the lineup of Evo's FXL, probably Electro Ball would be great to offer a lot of AoE damage, because they know that this Slowbro could actually provide the spacing that the Raichu needs for T1.
Well, at least we know for a fact that Evo's FXL, what they're going to be doing for this turn, at least for this game rather, is to be able to get as much score as possible, going in for the objective play rather than team fight, because we've already seen what happened in game number 1. T1 forcing in the issue, making sure that they always fight, just shuts down Evo's FXL. Now Evo's FXL, knowing this, changed up their play style. We have Z-Ray once again back to their signature Mew. We can definitely see some change here, but other than that, they need to be able to answer with the scores of their own.
Yeah, we need to have to, right? But yeah, game 2. It's just day 1, JJ. A lot of things are already happening. I'm not quite sure why, but it is interesting. We get to see potentials already. And
yeah, I mean, this is what we're talking about.
Yeah,
right? Like,
right?
this is the thing that we were talking about earlier. The possibly the most exciting match of the day, especially when T1, and if T1 wins again, then Evo's FXL will have to wait until tomorrow to play again. Again, this is a single eliminations. In comparison to last year where we were playing a round robin, this is no longer the case. It is a single elimination until the end.
Absolutely true. This is going to be very tough. Mule already setting up the pace here. But Evo's FXL, again, very wonderful in the timing. 94 has to back away because of Pisterio doing a lot of damage. I love the timing still from Evo's FXL. We cannot deny that. They are very good in terms of the timers in their early game, but they have to sustain it as much as possible in the late game. Comey out here, left alone. Electro Ball by the Mew to take it down.
Man, that is what we're talking about. Z-Ray with their phenomenal phenomenal Mew as well. It's just going to be a lot against that of T1. But again, this is a team game. It's not just a one player against all. So T1 can still have a lot of answers back into Evos from there. Now, look at that. The Shadow Sneak, what we were talking about earlier, going to be able to definitely help them out into this game, but no, not quite enough, as C1's taking down 3 into the side of Evo's FXL, putting down 30 as well. And there you go, 36-0 at 7:40 minute mark.
Yeah, perfectly timed fire punch in top path by Mule. So that was a very wonderful time for them to come into clutch and being able to score some goals out there. But on the other hand, bottom path is boiling down any minute soon. They want the buff as much as possible. Scoring capabilities being given to Team 1. And you just gotta love the XP. One more level, Mega Charizard is already online.
Oh, yeah. Here you go. The scary part of having a Mega... Oh, there we go. There we go. As we have been saying. Level 9 right now, that is a Charizard. One Seismic Slam is all it takes for them to be able to get in that Mega Charizard X. And here you go. Seismic Slam. Oh, there's a Flare Blitz into the Seismic Slam. There you go, ladies and gents. But Evo's FXL is going to be the one taking down the Regieleki, and the Blastoise is now out as well. With that being said, though, Evo's FXL is not going to be able to push the Regieleki into the score goal as T1 repels it away, and they're going to be able to take down the Reggie-Eyes as well up top, leaving that Zacian alone.
Yeah, still a good team fight here for T1, being able to push back the Regieleki despite not getting it on their favor, because they somehow still rewarded with the XP that they need, so they just have to chill for now, but no chill whatsoever in top half. Pisterio doing a lot of damage up against them. 77 Chin backing away for his life, but still, EP is just trying to provide a lot of sustain here. Mule with a backup immediately, 3 versus 2. We're looking a bit too challenging, and Z-Ray has to back away. Almost got knocked out by the Charizard.
Oh man, here you go. T1, despite having a bit of a difficulty in the early game, it's controlling the game. They have now found their rhythm in game number 2 to control this. And look at this, Play With Me is going to be popped up as well. Mystical Mirage as well to help down their teammates. But that is just 1 out of 4. T1 still is the one controlling the match right now. Also has access to Seismic Slam once again. Shangdi going to be able to get away. No, Flame Blitz into the Seismic Slam. Going to be able to finally finish Shangdi, and there you have it. The answer back of T1.
94, a bit too focused as well with the Alolan Raichu, not noticing that they, or rather their team, needs a bit of a backup a while ago on what's happening up front. But right now, Slash with a Hydro Typhoon being able to get the knockout as well for their team. So that's a knockout on the attacker. But the reinforcement keeps on coming here for T1. Regieleki started immediately here, but I think T1 will just have to repel this away against him.
Oh yeah, and here you go, Regieleki. They are trying to push this in, but T1 has now responded, leaving the Zacian up top once again to take down the Reggie right there, where 4 is still up left. Evo's FXL able to, recognize this, has now slowly went up, but there you go. They're going to be able to take down the Reggie up top as well. I believe that is the Regiseal. And here you go. We're going to be able to see another team fight here. T1 forcing the issue. Mule just waiting for the right timing. There you go. Flare Blitz once again taking down the Blastoise. Seismic Slam once again taking down 2. And here you have it. Mule is still not over. That's going to be 3 down. Zacian's going to be able to take down 1 as well for T1. 193 to 77. They are showing us that they do not need Kami's Miraidon, and they only need themselves. And of course, Mule's perfect timing to get in allows them to just dominate Evo's FXL.
Yeah, and he's actually going very deep into the team fights in order for his team to have an ample space to score down and destroy the tier 1 goals at bottom half, which is actually phenomenal. You don't see that very much of often in all-rounders. You get to see those in defenders, but all-rounder, that is quite phenomenal here for Mule.
Pisterio gonna be able to take down the Mimikyu as well alone. And look at the position of T1. They are already beyond half of the map, just making sure that Evo's FXL is not going to be able to push through. The moment that they step in a little bit ahead, T1's going to answer them back. Not even the Dodrio is going to be able, not even able to put in down some scores. They're always getting stopped here by T1. And look at this, 240 mark right now. Regieleki, they might just have to give it away. Yes, they did give it away, but still, is that gonna be enough? Not quite yet. They're going to be able to, repel this Regieleki away and still have enough time to position themselves into that of the Groudon. Regieleki right now is getting taken down by Pisterio, so that they would have a bit of an advantage going into the Groudon.
Yeah, HP boosted here for T1. A chance for them to sustain themselves even better here at the last team fight. Probably last team fight, but I'm not quite sure yet what's going to be the game plan of Evo's FXL. But so far, front line is looking good here for T1. Are they trying to go in for the flip here?
Yo, the Groudon isn't even down at the ground and still was able to put in some damage. But as we are saying that, Pisterio is going to put in a bit of packs towards that Groudon. And look at the rocks coming in from that other Groudon. Mule goes in once again. Seismic Slam into the Mega Evolution. Hydro Typhoon is going to be the name of the game here. Putting down 2 into Evo's FXL. Mimikyu is down low, and Slash being the only one left with the Blastoise. Are they going to be able to get this? They're not. T1 has shut them down once again into game number 2. 254 to 77 is the score right now with a minute mark left. But this is looking a bit well, not a bit, but it's such a huge lead right now by T1 against that of Evo's FXL. And man, this is scary. The statement of T1 to the world, to the C League, that says we are T1 and we are not playing around.
Not playing around. Evo's FXL trying to take the bait that T1 has set up already. Multiple scores falling down all the way at top half. And this is going to be full defense for T1. They're not giving an inch despite this is almost a guaranteed win for them. Mule charging in with the power punches. Seismic Slam to Mega Evolve once again. And they're going to wipe out the Evo's FXL at the last 20
there
seconds.
There you go. The fire punch again. Dude, dude, this is not just dominance. This is about destruction. T1,
Man.
it's not just a different game. It's not just any esports. Even Pokemon Unite, they are getting into. They are dominating. And this is just day number 1.
Man, and that is just the first game that we saw with T1. Probably they would go up against Full Sense later on. But man, this is T1, such a strong team.
That's true.
They were able to take down Evo's FXL, not just by, a simple way of winning, or not a difficult way of winning, but 2-0. And even dump a lot of lead, 932 to 77. That's no joke.
I mean, look at Kami as well, 73k. Pisteru at 60 and 78k as well. Coming from that of Mule is not a joke. They have done more in game number 1, but even in game number 2, despite not reaching more than 100k with Kami, they are still dominating. They still dominated the game, nonetheless.
Absolutely true. Pure dominance by T1. I love the chemistry, I love the timing, and each individual skills of every Pokemon trainer the T1 has. Phenomenal. But we gotta give the MVP to Komi for this series at least. The spacing, the positioning, and the way he uses his moves is phenomenal here, JJ.
That's true. I mean, that's what I've been talking about since game number 1, right? Like, they know their spacing, they know their positions, they know when to strike as well. They strike when things hits hardest against their opponents, and from there and out, they just made a lot of effort into that of their own team, and made sure that everyone else can just finish the job, making it easy work for everyone else.
I also noticed that Mule was aiming for the Seismic Slam or the Mega Evolution the moment that his opponent's HP drops to maybe at around 25%, right? Where it is guaranteed KO at least. And from that point on, he tanks everything. He provides a huge chunk of spacing for his teammates. That's why Komi and the Eldegoss was able to do things down the way they wanted it to. EP just healing all the way down. Raichu, Komi, Electro Ball, Psychics, whatever he wants to do. Definitely fine. No need to worry because of the front lines that T1 has.
No, that's I also noticed that as well. Mule here wants to make sure that when they use their Seismic Slam, their Unite move, to Mega Evolve, that is going to be the last possible moment when someone is gonna get knocked out, just because of the fact that at least they're gonna be able to take advantage of the full length of the Mega Evolution while staying in the Mega Evolution, while gonna be able to take down at least one from the team of the opposing team. So that is quite a very phenomenal play coming in from Mule as well of the Mega Charizard X.
Yes, absolutely true. But for Evo's FXL, they would have to take their exit for day number 1. Not quite the debut that the fans were looking forward to in order for them to see Slash all the way in Asia. But for sure, they will come back stronger tomorrow.
And man, it's just... Man, it's an elegant game, It's an elegant game for T1 that's... I was... Actually, okay, look, I'll be honest. I was looking forward to, like, more or less an equal kind of gameplay.
Yeah, 2-1, right? 2-1, equal, very head-to-head.
Okay, maybe not a 2-1, but at least, but at least it's a head-to-head kind of match. But, like, that wasn't a head-to-head match. It was, like, the gap is just too big.
Absolutely, the gap was too big, but of course we do have to take a little bit of a gap here as we're going to be heading in towards a break, and right after that it's going to be game number 3, Rival Esports up against Made in Thailand. So don't go away, Pickles and JJ Kun still here, and we'll be right back in PUACL 2026 C-League. there, ladies and gentlemen, Pokemon trainers watching from home. Welcome back to Pokemon Unite Asia Champions League 2026 for Southeast Asia. Pickles here and JJ Kun still ready to bring the action, heading towards game number 3. It's going to be Myth up against Myth is made in Thailand, right? Correct me if I'm wrong. And they're going up against rival esports, formerly known as PaperX. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Because that is the sub player, you know, for the scene. So Rival Esports, again, is PaperX Esports, Young HC, Yamu, Bochi, and Ice, you know, and Rhyme. We're gonna be able to see Rhyme, maybe later, maybe just a bit, but that is the sub player. Now, made in Thailand, we know these players as well. We know these, you know, they played before. Yeah. They are rainy, very sad. Mojo. But for the rest, I believe they are new into the roster. We have Mega TB, Gladia, Zeke, and Milo P.
Yeah, and I do believe that majority of made in Thailand. I'm not quite sure, but they came from. It's not Buriram, but some of them came from Buriram, right? Yeah. Like a rainy day, very sad.
Very sad, yeah.
I've seen Terra Watabe for a quite couple of times in other tournaments, but you know, very familiar names indeed. They might sound new to others, but very familiar faces, at least at my favor, right? I do see them multiple times, maybe scrims before when I was handling a team way back then in Pokemon Unite, Kirhawks Esports, but you know, it's a different story right now. They are made in Thailand, and definitely a lot of things have changed because I've seen it before, way back, probably before World Championships, World Championships qualifiers here in the Philippines. So that's like how many months already? That was April, so probably around 6 or 7 months. So that's a huge gap on what this team has already achieved behind the scenes.
Yeah, and speaking of achieving behind the scenes, Rival Esports is actually we have the team names swapped up. So it is Rival Esports on the right side, and Made in Thailand, or Myth, is on the one on the left side. They're gonna be batting in the Zacian, the Mimikyu, the Hoopa, the Blastoise, and the Darkrai, which has, you know, been doing a lot as well in quite recent Pokemon games. But we can see that the Mega Lucario and the Mega Charizard is open still once again. You know what I mean? Like we're definitely gonna be seeing either one of those or both, actually. So you know, hopefully not on the same team though. Hopefully not on the same team. You know what I mean? At least give one to the other. You know what I mean?
Yeah, right.
Oh, there you go.
Yeah, there we go.
There you go. All right. Okay, now.
Very consistent, right? Whoever goes first pick definitely would go Charizard or Mega Lucario, right?
Yeah, and here we go. Ice and Yang, please don't dare get the Mega Charizard. Actually do. So that Made in Taiwan won't be able to get that. You know what I mean? But Rhyme,
yeah, I understand, right?
Rhyme though, now going in for the Miraidon, which we've seen the potential. Well, you know, we've seen Miraidon get played a lot before, but not to the level of Kami, you know, on previous tournaments. So hopefully, you know, Rhyme can play that point character, point Pokemon again, point player, to make sure everyone stays in check for, you know, Made in Thailand. But speaking of which, though, they're going to be gunning in for their defenders, and of course, supporter. That is going to be the Blissey and the Umbreon. Oh wow! Here we go.
Lock it in.
Hey, look. At least we're not going to be seeing those two Mega Pokemon at the same team. You know what I mean?
Yeah. I do agree, and come on, lock it in, yeah. Come on, lock it in. Night Mew Yang? Wait. Whenever I see Night Mew, it's Night Mew Foxy that I remember.
No, it's Yang this time, dude.
It's Yang, yeah.
It's
right.
Yang.
It's Yang,
yeah.
not Foxy. No, it's Yang. But yeah, Mega Charizard, Urshifu, probably a Water type.
I kind of miss Nightfew Moxie though. Like now that you mentioned, you know what I mean?
He's
Nightfew
an
Moxie,
OG, man. Come on.
Wherever you are at, that right now, Foxy, hey, give a shout out to you.
Oh, come on. We definitely love that guy, that's for sure. And he's been quite well competing into the scene. Maybe he would be back once again into winter tournament just like last year. We never know. But let's go back into the game, going back to the draft. Rainy here with the Blaziken. So a pretty solid lineup in general in main in Thailand. This is one of the things that we saw before in ACL 2025. It's much more of the former lineup, just addition Mega Lucario into their team. But in general, Rival Esports, if they could pull off the same performance that Team 1 did with Night Mew Yang and Rhyme, I do believe they do have a great advantage here.
Composition alone, okay? Composition alone, I think I would have to give it to Rival Esports. Not to Made in Thailand, mainly because of the fact that Made in Thailand is like, FN Esports. They have the damage, but the question is, do they have the sustainability? You know what I mean? They have the evolutions, they have the Mega Lucario, they also have the Blaziken. Sure, again, they have the damage, they have the egg bombs as well coming from that of the Blissey, but Rival Esports has me right on Mega Charizard X. We have the Water Bear. Oh wait, no, actually no, it's not a Water Bear, it's the Dark Bear. We also have Snorlax, and of course, as a form of support, that is the Latias, which has been doing a lot of rounds right now for our current meta. So I have to give it, with in terms of sustainability and damage together, I'll have to give it to Rival Esports.
Yeah, I think I do agree as well, but I'm not quite sure. Like something is with Made in Thailand. Yes, I think if it's not an egg bomb, maybe if it's a helping hand, and there's no much. It's not much of crowd control, so maybe it's
exactly right.
Soft boy, right? So right. I maybe if it was a Cliff Fable, I think it could have been better, right?
Oh, never mind though. Made in Thailand is doing the rounds early in the game. That's the thing though. That is the objective here. One of the win cons of Made in Thailand is that they need to control the early game. They need to get some XPs. They need to take the lead, in the early game so that they can steamroll over until the late game. But the thing is, for Rival Esports, they have the leeway. They have the leeway to do things up. Oh, it's okay. Never mind. I'd like to correct myself. It's not yet the they have to be determined by the the move that's gonna be selected by that of the Kabfu, and this time it's not the Dark Bear, but instead the Water Bear gonna be in play.
Yeah, and I do believe that Water Bear has been actually played a lot recently because Dark Bear does deal a lot of damage with the Unseen Fist, right? But with the Water Bear, you could do a lot of combos with it, right? So I think that's one of the checkmate reasons why they're using the Water Bear for now.
Yes.
But they have Mega Charizard at least, that could fill in the spot of a Dark Bear.
Oh yeah, for sure. And as I mentioned, they have the back lane attackers that is right on. They have the front liners. The Bruiser that is the Water Bear. Oh, sorry, I only said the Dark Bear earlier because of the the thumbnail into the Pokemon Select. But going back, the Bruisers, of course, we have the Water Bear and of course the Charizard as well. So they can check down Made in Thailand. They can check them out very quickly if they can get the lead. But as we are speaking right now, Rival Esports, despite having a lot of points right now, the 31 lead is still not a lot, especially that we are still hitting the 7-minute mark. Made in Thailand has been winning most of the team fights that they pick off against that of Rival. So I would have to say they still had the lead.
Yeah, absolutely. And this is somewhat of the play style of Rival Esports way back then, last season. They're a slow starter, but they scale a lot in terms of XP department. Just take a look at that. They're not that much of a behind in terms with Made in Thailand, despite Myth taking down, a chunk of wild Pokemon, I guess you could say that one. But this is Rival Esports. They're a very patient team. I do not see them getting behind at the first half of this game at least.
Man, let's see though how Ladia is going to be able to help down Rhyme right now. There we go.
Pure defense. That's just pure defense. Here comes the combo. 24-25 hit combo here by the Water Bear. And it is Rival Esports charging in even more. That's 3 KOs in a row. Can they make it 4? And yes, they do.
Very sad story.
Man, quick flip.
Dude, very sad indeed what happened to Myth. And this is what we're talking about earlier, or at least this is what we were talking about earlier, right? Like, sure, they might not have the control in the early game, they might not have the XPs, but they are a very patient team. Based on their game style and play styles and, you know, their competitive history. And at the same time, as I mentioned, it's only Myth. It's only made in Thailand that needs to control the early game so that they can get advantage instead of Rival Esports. But Rival Esports, they have the leeway into taking things slow. And look at what happened. Rival Esports, the moment they get their spikes at level 9, they just went in and took down Myth.
It is going to be very tough right now for Myth. They're trying to get a Regieleki. Oh, Sidekick Solaire popped in.
Doesn't matter, dude. Doesn't matter.
Right? But, you know, there was a trade-off in terms of knockout, but there's just too many members falling in. At the hands of Made in Thailand, it's 3 members down. And it is Rhyme continuing to apply the pressure up against them. Gladia trying to be the front line, but Ice blocks the pass up against them. Made in Thailand cannot budge in at the shield of Rival Esports.
Man, look at that right now. Regieleki wasn't able to get in. Ice going down the space. And still, you know, Rhyme is helping them out, you know, pushing them away. Hey, look, you are overstepping your boundaries, half of the map. Maybe it's time to go back a little bit. You know, as Rival Esports is the one now pushing in, gets the block, goes into the wall. They are going to get knocked up. Beautiful block coming in from that of Ice, just pushing them into the wall. Make sure they cannot escape. And look at the jump coming in from Ice, too. Like, if I got jumped on by Snorlax like that, man, I'm going to go back to the Pokemon Center immediately.
Pokemon Center, go right back. That's 50 points in the bank for Rival Esports. And they already have a great spacing, at least a top pass. And they can actually guarantee at least a top path objective every time it spawns. And Registeel, yeah, just like what I've said, secured immediately. Rage Ray goes 3 seconds. There's just a lot of opportunity, a lot of spacing for Rival Esports to dominate this one.
Oh, yeah, for sure. And look at this right now, though. Zeke trying to get into pick also, but it's not going to be enough. You know, the close combat wasn't able to hit Ice just yet. But look at that. Another jump into the block. They're just playing around the Mega Charge, the Mega Lucario.
Man, 50 points once again. Rival Esports, they're just pushing Made in Thailand all the way into their base. What is happening?
Did you see that, dude? The HP of the Blaziken, it went from a Blaziken to a chicken barbecue.
It's just Torchic out there, man.
Dude, man, if Mega Charizard would make me a barbecue, man, that would be delicious. You know what I mean? Like, all those flames, the Flare Blitz, man, Flare Blitz my barbecue right now.
And he's gonna punch in, you know, those chickens, right? And so it is already
punch those chickens.
There we go.
Finger licking. You know what I mean?
Yeah. I'm getting kind of hungry right now.
I am too. I am too.
Let's get some chicken later at dinner, shall we?
Yeah. Actually, we can. You know what I mean?
I know what you mean.
Anyway, going back to the game. Going back to the game right now. 256-247. Rival Esports to Myth. And Rival Esports does not only have the lead in points, but also in XP, but perhaps also in positioning. Myth is kind of spread out right now in the central area, but Rival Esports is now pushing in, baiting down Myth. There we go. Oh my goodness. Beautiful power-up punch just to get the unstoppable status. Not going to get a block here. But is that going to be enough, though? Here comes a charge beam coming from Rhyme. Here you go. Or please. that Unite move is not gonna be enough. Midnight Press, Bullet Press is gonna be popped up as well. And look at that, Bright Future Meteor Storm gonna be able to deal a lot of damage. It's gonna be 2 KO coming in from that of the Water Bear, and that's gonna be 3 down into the side of Myth as Rival Esports solos down the ground on securing it for themselves. 256, they're just going to make the gap bigger than it already is against Made Anti. Look at that positioning for the charge beam. Beautiful play from Rival Esports.
There's just no one in Made in Thailand to catch up to that. But Raiden very far from behind, just using Charge Beam, Bright Future Meteor Storm. They need someone to take care of Rhyme.
Oh man, they need. That has been like the same problem, right? The same problem of Evos against that of T1. Someone needs to get Miraidon in check, because if not, that's, well, we saw what happened, and that's going to keep on happening if nobody bans or, you know, steals away the Miraidon.
It's very tough.
They need to Team Rocket the Miraidon later, you know what I mean?
Yeah. Man, there's just no space or opportunity
Bliss assistance.
right now.
But Bliss assistance doesn't really matter.
Yeah, right?
Rainy. Well, oh man, there goes the barbecue. Man,
Are they going for the 1,000? Are they going for the 1,000? 926. Not gonna be quite enough. 15 seconds. They don't have that much AO's energy, but they only need 46 to wrap up the 1,000. 18 more. Can they do it? Shoot again. That's 1,000, I believe. First 4-digit score probably in ACL 2026 Southeast Asia. This is Rival Esports, trainers.
Is it gonna be 1,000? Oh, it is 1,000. Sorry, I was not. It's not that I was not saying nothing, but I was waiting for the score. You know, it's 1,024, and look at this right now: 308 into Yamo, 5 KOs, but HT at 10, dude. I'm inclined to see the battle data right now. 98k for Rhyme. It's not even. See, look, we've seen a lot of KOs coming from HT and Yamu, but it is Rhyme that dealt most damage at 98k. But we also have to commend, of course, we have very excited putting out a 61 HP recovery. Making sure that, you know, everyone else stays alive, especially with the Bliss assistance. But unfortunately, even at 68k, it's not a lot, dude. It's well, it's not that it's not a lot, but it's rather not enough to sustain everyone.
Absolutely true. Maybe it could have been a different story if, let's say, if the draft was Clefable instead of a Blissey, and maybe replace the Blaziken into a Pokemon like Mimikyu or a Serena, maybe, you know, that could actually just caught up with the Miraidon, which is Rhyme. So I think that's the biggest problem, because Yang is just putting up a space, right? That's a huge space that Yang is providing for the team. And then right after that, it's just Rhyme in the back line, just enjoying, just doing the Charge Beam, Bright Future Meteor Storm. It's just way too difficult to engage up against that combo.
Oh man, look at that. The positioning of Rhyme is just amazing. And this has been a problem since the last game. Again, if anyone's going to be playing against the Miraidon, someone really needs to get in. And with this kind of composition, nobody can get in. You know, like, definitely not the Lucario. The thing is, if the Lucario marks down the Miraidon, who else is gonna be marking down the you know, the Urshifu, the Charizard, right? So someone needs to be able to mark down the Miraidon. So from there on out, you know, we can see that it is Rival Esports putting down the first 4-digit game in this tournament.
Yeah, it's just day one, full of wow plays that we are seeing here, JJ. Quite excited for the next coming games, but that's not yet the end of the journey here, because we still have game number 2 of this series. Maybe there's a bounce back that would happen, but Rival Esports does have a great momentum heading towards game number 2 up against
Yes. No, yeah, I mean, with that kind of gameplay, I think they would be, and even if I were in the team, I would be very stoked. I would be very pumped, and I would be coming in game number 2 confident. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I mean, and that confidence really boosts a lot of morale and enhances your chemistry with your team. Especially that, you know, if something is working, definitely you believe that it would work on the next coming game. I don't see any issue right now with the lineup and the composition of what Rival Esports is trying to do. Maybe it would stay the same, but quite concerned here is for Myth. There has to be a change, right? There has to be someone who takes care of Ryan later on.
It's not just Rhyme, you know, it's also the Pokemon that they have. You know, they have the Charizard, they have the Miraidon, they also have the Water Bear. You know, the combination of these Pokemon in one team. Dude, I'm telling you, they if they had the Mega Lucario as well, that would have been nuts. And it would have, I don't know, man. I don't want to imagine. I don't want to see a team having those 2 Pokemon together. Mega Charizard and Lucario.
Are we gonna get to see the bands of Miraidon and, I don't know, probably Mega Lucario or Mega Charizard? Big
Station is now banned too.
Oh yeah. I mean, we saw the efficiency of Zacian in terms of dealing damage a while ago, right? So, very understandable why it's banned.
Blastoise? Huh. Interesting bans. They are not going for target bans.
Yeah, there's no mega bans as of the moment, and they only have
even
1 ban each.
And this is the game where I think this is the first game that we are not going to be seeing a side switch.
Oh yeah, no side switch, right? But what a Mimikyu ban?
Lucario still. Wow.
Possibly Rival Esports would have to go on the same composition if Mimikyu is banned.
I don't know.
I see the potential.
Like,
I see the potential.
I'm not entirely on board. If I'll be asked, I'm not entirely on board with the ban list right now because, as we can see, there was no target. Whoa! Wow!
Look who's cooking!
Hold up! Wait a minute!
Oh,
Something ain't right! Yo! Why? Why would anybody do this? Mega... I was just telling everyone, I don't want to see no Mega Charizard and Lucario on the same team. And we just got it!
But the biggest question here is who's going to be the star of the team, right? That's the biggest question. Everyone cannot be a star in the team. Everyone cannot be, you know, do whatever he wants to. So
that's true.
And pretty much Mega Lucario and Mega Charizard X offers the same kit, offers the same playstyle. So
that's true.
I do get it. Maybe you have a backup, but in general, you have a front line, you have a great supporter, you have great, maybe you have great pokes if Mew is used at the highest level of difficulty. But
yeah,
this is making me wonder what would be your the execution, right?
I don't know, man. And as I was saying earlier, right? And this is what I was going to say earlier. I am not a big fan of what Myth did here. They are not target banning. That's number one. They weren't target banning Rival Esports. Yeah. Number two, they are forcing down the what do you call this? The Lucario, which did not work for them earlier. Especially that they didn't even have like what, 1 KO, I believe.
Yeah.
It was zero. It was only 1 KO, no scores at all, and. Man, I'm not really on board with this kind of decision. But hey, maybe they know something that we don't. That's why they're running in the Mega Charizard X as well. But as I mentioned, first point, no target ban, and the biggest threat into the side of Myth, the side of Made in Thailand, is Miraidon. It's not the Charizard. It's not Yang. It's the Miraidon that's keeping them in check. Just like what T1 did to Evos.
Yeah, and not just that, Latias as well was a major factor to set up the distance for the Miraidon. So makes me wonder. And with the newest addition into their lineup, which is Leafeon, that could easily take down a Mew in the team fight later on. So quick, so agile of a Pokemon. And when the Mew is already missing in the lineup, it's just full of the lineup is just full of bulky Pokemons or all-rounders in general, and probably that Miraida could shred it down. And they're not the Pokemon who are really agile enough to chase down a Miraida in the back line.
A moment of silence right now for for whoever's gonna get taken down by Rhyme here. I am definitely sorry. No target ban is. Man, that is a controversial decision, I'd say.
I'm
Wait, sorry. I just
really-
realized too. HT is the one running the Leafeon. This is a huge problem. This is one of the favorite picks of HT as well.
Yeah. And Leafeon really hits hard, but quickly denied by Myth. That's a great head start for them. Yang a bit of a trouble here, but could actually make it out alive here. But defense keeps on going here for Rival Esports. Not going to be fortunate enough for them to keep it going, but it's just it's just a minute and 30 that we are seeing. This is not yet the full potential of Rival Esports. And look at those charge beams. So much itch up against Myth.
Oh man. At the very least though, okay, never mind. I was just about to say like, hey, Myth is getting a little bit of buying some time a little bit for themselves. But as I say that, Rival Esports was able to take down one to Myth, but at least they were able to answer back. But there you go. That's gonna be the Lanius down as well. Myth is gonna be able to do another one here. But look at this, Ice and Rhyme doing the backlane damage here for Rival Esports, making sure everyone is in check. Myth, man, they might say like a Myth here, but at least they were able to take down the Reggie Draco. That's something.
Yeah, could boost up their scoring capabilities, but Rival Esports is stacking into their goal zone, so a pretty solid defense in bottom path, and I do believe that they are waiting as well for the 7-minute mark, aside from the 7:20 here as well. So this is a good sign for Rival Esports to deny the purpose of getting that Reggie Draco, aside from the XP that Myth had.
Oh yeah, here you go. Close combat. And into the power-up punch as well. We have still get to see the potential of Zeke's Mega Lucario, even coming from game number 1. Because game number 2, man, there's the Buzzwole keeping it in check as well. And HT securing the Reggie Alecki. And now waiting for the Reggie up top as well. That is going to be the Reggie Alecki Yemu. Not going to be enough though. But I think they're just going to be giving it away. There you go. Reggie Alecki going to be taken down by Myth. But despite the fact, Rival is ready to take on the Reggie Alecki. But look at that. That's going to be the Fire Punch rather. Going to be able to take down the Latias. Mystic Mirage. Mystical Mirage is going to be popped up as well. That's going to be HT taking down Zeke. That's 1-for-1 trade right now. Rainy is trying to get away though. Not going to be able to do a lot of damage. Not with the Mega Charizard.
Oh, Rhyme is in the top spot here. Luckily that Myth wasn't keeping him in check in the tall grasses. But it felt like Myth tried to force a team fight in top path, which is not the ideal scenario that could have happened, since they were able to take down a KO between the Latias. No one was there to create the distance, but whenever you're going up against someone and they are in their respective goal zone, it would be difficult for you to take them down because of the regen that it tries to give on your HP.
And man, let's see though. Again, Myth has double megas here. Man, what was composition-wise? They have the advantage. Dude, we cannot dismiss the fact they have the advantage here.
Yeah, right.
Composition-wise, right? Like, and Rival Esports, that's the thing, right? Like, Rival Esports does have the synergy, does have the experience more than that of Myth. So that is still an advantage coming from Rival Esports. And now at the 107-23. We are showing the difference between these two as well, despite having both mega Pokemon. And look at that. Lucario is going to be taken out along with the Eldegoss as well. And the Mega Charizard, instead of going in, instead of forcing in the issue with the Mega Charizard, instead goes away. Sure, understandable. There's no one with me. But you have the Eldegoss. You have everyone else that could respond to you going in as the Mega Charizard. Unfortunately, what's happening is the Mega Evolution is being used to escape.
This is not what we expect with this kind of lineup, right? I mean, yes, sure. I think Myth is trying to play this one very safe as much as possible, knowing that their Charizard is the front liner in terms of level in every single Pokemon in the Sky Ruins, but it does take a lot more time. There's just 2 minutes left for the final stretch, and Rival Esports overall still are controlling the game, so they need a movement here. They need to get buffs as much as possible to force down
That's
Rival
true.
Esports, take away them from their comfort zone.
Oh man, it's I'm just waiting right now, you know. I'm just waiting for whatever might happen into Myths here, but definitely they would have an advantage. Look at that, Paranom's gonna be popped up. That's gonna be Miraidon finally taken down, but into the expense of the Mega Charizard.
And not just that, they weren't able to convert a lot of goals into that one. HT with the respawn, being able to take down the second Mega of Myth. But right now, Gladia is trying to block the path of Rival Esports. But never mind, because Rival Esports will push it down to their limits. And that's just multiple KOs, one by one, in favor of Rival Esports once again.
And here we go. Mega Charizard X is gonna be popped up once. Oh man, I'm not. Why at 3-minute mark though? You know what I mean?
Yeah, because you have to prepare for the final stretch as much as possible,
That's true.
especially when you're behind like this.
And it only means that Charizard this time around would need to use all the resources that Myth has just to be able to get that what do you call this, that
Unite, right?
that Unite move, that Mega Evolution, ready for the ready for the final stretch. And from there on out, how else is Myth going to be able to catch up to Rival Esports if the Charizard alone is going to take down the resources? You know what I mean? With only 9 seconds left, with only 3 Pokemon with Unite moves, possibly the Charizard in just a bit, but it's gonna be delayed nonetheless. Never mind, there's 4. Charizard still doesn't have the Mega Evolution capability, whereas Rival Esports sure does have 3. No, make that 4, but all they really need is, the Miraidon, the Emerald 2-step, and of course we have Buzzwole as well with a Ultra Soul Swarm, but they all have their Unite moves right now ready for everyone, really. But still, Rival Esports does have the positional advantage against that of Myth going into the Groudon.
Yeah, and it does. They're taking a lot of time, actually. 30 seconds already elapsed here. And Gladia missed the perfect opportunity for the heavy slam, but a Seismic slam!
Go down without the Mega Evolution!
Rival Esports, and right now, for both
One
teams,
for one.
each one is falling down. Right future meteor serve all the way to the back line!
Myth gets the
But
Groudon!
Myth gets the Groudon! But 2 members are still up for Rival Esports, but one by one, Myth is trying to chase them down. It's only Rhyme that's left alone, but Rady
The
with
damage
deny!
of Rady! Team wipe! Look, man, there's still a minute left. 263 is going to be the score here. No, make that 363 into the side of Myth. And all they need to do now is just defend. Man, everyone is at least, right? They were able to change things up. They were able to adjust a little bit, against that of Rival Esports. They were able to take them all out. And unfortunately for Myth, Mega Lucario wasn't popped up. But here's the thing. At the very least, Mega Lucario is still up and ready to be popped up in case they need to defend.
Yes, and this defense is very important for them. As you can see, the sneaky goal is marching forward towards the bottom path, and no one is at the bottom path here on the side of Myth. But this is not quite enough yet for them to take the win.
That's true.
10
Never mind,
seconds
though.
left.
Never
10
mind, though.
seconds left. Oh my goodness. Can
Are they
make
going to be
the
able to score in?
defense? They're doing the
If they
defense.
cannot score in,
They're
look at
doing
this.
it.
They're going to be able to
3
score in.
seconds. They
Oh
can
my
do it.
goodness, what the score is? +6. Oh, that's not going to be enough, though.
Not gonna
Mega
be-
Charizard was able to... Oh, another 100. 166. is the scores that the Myth was able to put in. Unfortunately for Rival Esports, that's not going to be enough for them to catch up. There you have it, 529 to 393 rather, and that's going to be the first game number 3 of today. And man, ladies and gentlemen, all trainers alike, Zeke still was not able to take in anything at all. And despite having the double megas, it is Mega TB with the Mew that has dealt a lot of damage at 61k, and Rhyme still is the biggest damage dealer for the side of Rival Esports. My goodness. Myth was able to get an answer against that of Rival Esports, but to the extent of having 2 of the Mega Evolutions. Again, fair game. They got both of it. They're playing by the rules of the game. They were able to get it. So, all is fair. Myth was able to get in 1 game against that of Rival Esports. But, Rival Esports is definitely going to be answering back against that of Myth.
Oh yeah, I do agree. And it was almost an escape win as well for Rival Esports, but good coordination as well coming in from Myth, that they were able to push the limits in top path, because yeah, there might be two Pokemon, dunking those points from multiple sides at the side of Rival Esports, but there's just five man pushing, there's 3 men defending. Definitely you see who has the upper hand in terms of quantity, but yeah, Myth might have got the victory here, and you gotta respect that. But I'm not quite sure yet what is going to be the main purpose of the Mega Lucario. Yes, we saw the impact of the Mega Charizard X, but the Mega Lucario in damage department, it was not really felt that well.
That's true.
So maybe they had to tweak it a little bit somehow, I guess. But we'll see.
Maybe they can drop the Mega Lucario and stick with the Mega Charizard instead.
Right.
Because again, game number 1, game number 2, it didn't really do a lot for the game. It had 0 KO. It had very low damage dealt against that of Team Rivals Esports. I don't see any reason, at least for me, personally speaking, to keep it. Why not change it? Why, stick with the Mega Charizard and replace Mega Lucario with a different Pokemon. Maybe perhaps go for a double defender, supporting that of the Mega Charizard. You already have a backlane attacker that is, of course, the Mew. Maybe go for a double supporter as well, making sure that Charizard and of course the Snorlax would be able to survive even longer. Allowing for your team to be able to get in and deal much more damage.
Yeah, I do agree on your pointers, because I do have the same opinion as well on the Mega Lucario that Myth does have, because you don't want to waste a slot, or maybe the Mega Lucario in general. You don't want to waste that as a filler spot, right? Because again, low damage output. It hasn't been doing a lot of crowd control, I'd say, for their team. So
dude, it's not even a filler spot, because they have, for the last 2 games, they've chosen it priority.
Yeah, right. It's a prio, but we're not seeing the numbers. The value of it is not crystal clear as of the moment. I do not see the value, just like what you said a while ago. So maybe a different one supporter, maybe at least.
Miraidon is still not banned, dude. Miraidon is still out in the open, and Myth, please don't choose Mega Lucario. Please do not. Okay.
Maybe at least for game 3, we'll see it. We'll see. Mega Charizard already gotten by Rival Esports, so no double megas. So just imagine this, JJ. Mew and Charizard X was the main damage dealer, at least for Myth in the previous game. Now they took away the Charizard X, so
we're going back to game number 1, dude. We're going back to game number 1.
Yeah.
And the thing is, Rival Esports has Rhyme on the right on. Yemu, oh wait, no, actually, I think this is Bocchi. I think this is Pochi. Pochi, onto the Mega Charizard X. And honestly, at this point on, I think it doesn't really. Obviously, it matters, but I don't think it matters that much. Whatever else Ice, Yang, and HC is going to be choosing, because that whatever they're going to be choosing is just going to be supporting, the Mega Charizard and the Miraidon. Now, the ball is in the court of Myth, of made in Thailand, because obviously they already picked Lucario again for whatever Arceus reason, but it's like they need to have an answer against the Miraidon and the Mega Charizard X, and now they're going in for the Talonflame. What's the
maybe it's their method to take away the Miraidon in the backline, I guess.
Put in some scores, I guess. Brave Bird.
No,
or Fly.
I think it has to be Fly, right? Especially if you want to get close to the Miraidon. It has to be Fly.
It has to be.
If that's the game plan, at least.
Oh, okay, look, man. Even if they do go for Fly, just to be able to take down Miraidon is too far back that even if they do go down, see, here's the thing. It also has eject button. What do you call this? Rhyme, right?
Yeah.
Even if it does go down, there's going to be two problems that they need to face. Number one, what's going to be the final blow against that of the Miraidon? Number two, since Rhyme is so far back in the team fight, it's just going to be welcomed by everyone else in rival esports. And the thing is, Talonflame is very squishy.
Yeah. A lot of ups and downs here by Myth, and it feels like they have a lot of gaps they need to fill in, at least for this series, right? But this is game number 3. They have to be much more careful in their execution, since they would drop out at least for game number 1 if they lose this. So it's really tight spot. Draft wise, we'll have to give it to rival esports, but we need to see more value on the Mega Lucario in order for this to work out in their favor.
Now, man, the thing is, I understand that Mega Lucario is very detrimental for any, even Lucario alone in the early years of Pokemon Unite is very detrimental for lane control, but not this way. You know what I mean?
Absolutely. I do agree. But we'll see. Maybe there's a change of execution, a change of game plan here, perhaps in Thailand, since it's game number 3. But I'm really concerned about this Mamoswine pick. It's a different form of Snorlax that, maybe is a slow starter, but hits hard in the late game.
Oh yeah, and here you go, Ice. Man, there's still a lot of, especially as I mentioned, the Mamoswine as well, Icicle Crash, maybe Ice Fang as well, just to get some repositioning as well. Allowing rival esports to deal a lot of damage, as we can say, as we have been saying, just right there, Rhyme gonna be able to take down the Serena as well. Still on Serena though, but still. HC with the Water Bear as well, putting in, trying to take in most of the Pokemon, getting into XP, getting into points away from Myth, ensuring that they don't get anything at all. Now, look at this. Rainy tried to get in some... Oh, never mind. Actually wasn't able to get a hit. That whiffed.
Yeah, very unfortunate on that acrobatics, not hitting the way they wanted it to. That's why they could flip things around with HT. But quick response for Myth. But there is a conversion in terms of goals, so still a great win there for rival esports. And, rewarded somewhat with a knockout. Not going to be quite enough. Ice is still up. There's no last hit for Myth. It was almost an XP for them, but quickly denied because of Yang.
All right, and here you go. 33-6. And look at that. Man, immediately going to be able to take down the Ranger Draco as well, putting in some score goals. Rainy having 30 right now with a Fleshlander, but still not, still not being able to get him some scores. Not with rival esports. Rhyme keeping them in check. Still at 30.
Yes. Very tough position for Myth. 720 is what they're waiting for, but there's too many members out here. Rhyme already positioned, but a charge beam, and that's a lot of damage that's being felt. Myth falling in one by one. Ice with the Ice Fang as the second KO falls down, and that's multiple scores once again for Rival Esports. They're in total control of the game.
They don't. Again, they don't even need that much of XP at the moment. But all they need to do is push Myth away, get him some objectives, and wait for the late game to happen. 2-minute mark, final stretch, and final take out the game from Myth. And here you go. Rainy right now trying to put in some scores once again, and they're gonna be able to secure the Reggie Lecky as well. Rival Esports though. Making sure that this Reggie Lecky doesn't go in, and there you have it. Ice was able to put down that Talonflame back to the Pokemon Center.
Yeah, I mean, they could easily repel that one down, especially the amount of spacing that the Water Bear could actually offer. So there's no denying that Rival Esports pretty confident with that one. But on the other hand, defense is looking quite good still. Water Bear at top, multiple members at bottom. There's just no room for Myth for them to score as of the moment. But the rotation is looking quite good here for Myth. They might be able to pinch down the Mamoswine if they do.
Yeah, and look at this right now. Rival Esports making sure that they are putting down a wall against that of Myth right now. Make sure that they are not going to be able to get in as much resources as they can. But with that being said, though, we're now hitting the mid game at the 5-minute mark in just a bit, with Rival Esports still in the lead.
Rival Esports, Yang caught up in trouble. Rainy gets the last hit for the knockout. But there's just too many front lines here on the side of Rival Esports. Ice is still ready to high horsepower. And Ryan is ready on the back line with a charge beam. Ice Fang can leave someone up. But there goes the Seismic Slam as well for the follow. Mega Charizard X is already online. 2 members falling down from mid. Make that 1-3. And the forward will fall down. Rainy is pinched down there. And there goes the team wipe. My goodness, Rival Esports too strong. Yimu comes in, Yang with the support. Everything is perfectly synced.
Definitely perfect sync right now, as we can see as well. Here you go. Rival Esports, after securing that defense down bottom, was immediately able to convert into that of the top path, going and securing the Regirock down bottom, leaving the Water Bear as well. And now they're going to be able to put in some sneaky beaky down bottom, getting in 40 points as well. Charizard Yimu going to be able to take down the support of Myth. That's going to put them down back to where they are working, the Pokemon Center. And here comes 40 points down coming in from Zeke. That is the Mega Charizard against that of the Water Bear. It's going to be a 1-on-1 though. 3 seconds before the mid response back up. And here you go. Rival Esports trying to get in some Regieleki as well, while 1-on-1 is still happening down bottom with the Mega Charizard, Mega Lucario actually, getting popped up.
Okay, Rainy, oh my goodness, perfectly timed Seismic Slam, but there goes the Flame Sweep in order to repel Yimu away and fly back. But this is a great opportunity for them to secure the Regieleki. It's looking wide open for Rival Esports.
Oh yeah, and here you go, HC right now with the Water Bear trying to take down the Lucario, and they're going to be able to do so as well. Ladies and gentlemen, and all changed alike, Rival Esports still controlling the map right now at 114 to 253. Man, it's just a phenomenal display of performance here coming in from that of Rival Esports, as they make sure that Myth is not going to be able... they're just literally just shutting down Zeke right now.
Yeah, absolutely. And Myth having a tough time to bounce back in terms of, team fights. Rival Esports being to set up the play always ahead of time because of the Mamoswine that they do have. And if not, there's always a supporting character, which is the Eldegoss, providing a lot of healings in their team. Even though the Water Bear HT is just roaming around, as long as they have that Eldegoss intact, it's just way too difficult for Myth to shred down those HP.
That is true. And here you go. HC right now shredding the Registeel as Myth tries to push down, up top. But still, Rival Esports was able to see that from a mile away, making sure that they are not going to be successful. And here you go, just 15 more seconds before the ground comes up.
Did you saw that the mist ball doesn't have any damage inflicted on ice?
Oh yeah.
What a tough defender they have to deal with. And they're positioned very well. Even with Yemu, they don't want to give the spacing to Myth immediately. Lucario finally mega evolved. Seismic Slam already popped up. Flames Whip will miss a big opportunity for them to sweep down everyone else.
Oh wow,
and one
two
is
down.
Fall down. But there's no Mega Charizard online already for Ryan.
No Mega Lucario either.
But look at the Bright Future Meteor Storm. Ryan is just doing everything he wants to. He is the one chasing down the members of Myth, and not even his teammates.
And look at that though, Groudon right now is in the palm of the hands of Rival Esports as the Lucario, the Talonflame tries to go in and out. And look at this, Rival Esports acknowledges the fact that they are still in the lead and just wants to make use of the Groudon as a bait against that of Myth. And look at that right now, HC gonna be able to take down the Latias as well. 253 to 114 is going to be the name of the game here. Yang here, just making sure everyone gets healed up. Right side of the team has a huge lead, and there you have it. Confirmation into Rival Esports that they have the lead. They do not need to take anything as of the moment. They just need to control the map, make sure that Myth doesn't get the Groudon, or at least use it as a bait. And here you have it. They are taking in the bait. Mega Lucario is popped up right now. Groudon, though, is going to be taken down by Myth. See, that's the thing. It doesn't matter right now because all Rival Esports needs to do is just score in once again. Look at that, 507. Even if everyone else into the Myth scores in, it's still not going to be enough.
Seismic Slam.
There you have it. 507 to 398. With only 15 seconds left, they wouldn't have enough points to catch up unless this Talonflame can go in, but even then, it's just 100 points, still not 507.
Perfectly calculated in terms of time and AO's energy. Myth, they thought they had a chance, but Rival Esports calculated them and read like a book.
Oh yeah, I mean, again, they have already acknowledged the fact that, okay, hey, look, man, we're at the lead. We don't need to rush this. We just need to use this as the bait. And they did just that. And from there on out, they just need to play it out very nicely, very defensively. Wow. What? That was enough? 1 point. What? Even everyone didn't know. Everyone didn't know. See, we nobody knew, dude. We didn't see the last moment, the last calculation. It's not Rival Esports that won. It's made in Thailand. It's Myth with 1 point of the lead.
Oh my god.
We are terribly sorry for flashing, the incorrect graphic, but what? It was enough?
I thought
it wasn't enough, dude.
Yeah, because all I saw was 100 and the lead was more than 100, right?
Right?
So there was someone who snuck in a goal before the overcap.
The upset.
And that's going to be big, dude, because this
Who was the last one, though? See, look at that. Someone did a score. Everyone else is scoring as well. As we can see here, everyone else is scoring with the orange that's Rival Esports. The one in the purple didn't do a lot. That's why when we saw, it's only 10 seconds left. It's it's looking like Rival Esports' game. But then someone just had to score in. The last one is that a Charizard? I don't think. Oh no, this is for Rival Esports. Myth. Oh man, we need to go back to the thing.
Yeah, we need to replay because what we saw in the graphic was a hundo, right? It was a hundo, but
it was just a hundo. We didn't see anything else.
Yeah,
right. Aside from the hundo, so man, there
has to be something before or after the hundo. There has to be something that happened that we didn't saw who snuck in the goal? So
Look, man, I take back everything I said about the Lucario. I take back everything I said about the Lucario.
We take it back.
Apparently, they know something that we don't.
Yeah.
They know something that we don't. Man, and that made them win.
Maybe it's
My
not about
goodness.
the damage. Maybe it's not about the damage, right?
It's not about the damage. It's about putting down scores, which is the game. Which is how you play the game. Just get enough points. Doesn't matter if you win team fights. If you get in more points than your opponents, then you win. And they have 508.
All right, let's wait. Let's wait for it. All right. This was the last team fight that Rival Esports gave up. Not gave up totally, but the next team fight they gave it up. They took Myth took the bait. But the bait overall managed to do an upset victory for them. All right, this is it.
And the thing is, right, like, the thing is, the Talonflame was also looking for a way to score in, and we didn't see the Talonflame able to score with 50 points as well, because they were, see, this is the last one, right?
Wait. Who scored? Who scored first?
Oh, we have 5 points and 4 points. Serena and the Lucario. Serena and the Lucario had 5 and 4 respectively, but was the Talonflame able to put in 100? Well, maybe that was where the 100 is. That was where the 100 is. But like 396 plus 100. That's 496 plus 10
plus 4.
That would be more than that. Who's? Oh, you know what? It doesn't matter. They had 508 points.
They won.
They won. Yeah, it doesn't matter anymore. You know what I mean? Like maybe our calculation's a little bit off right now, but like it doesn't matter. They won the game.
Man, and that's actually a huge victory and a big upset for Rival Esports again. This is a single elimination tournament for every day, and they're just down at top 5 to 8 already. So that's a huge loss of points for them.
Man, and what can I say? Absolute cinema.
Cinema, indeed. And we get to see more cinema later on, JJ, because right after that, it's Team Nemesis versus Onyx Rise. We'll be right back here in PUACL 2026.
ladies and gentlemen, and all trainers alike, welcome back to the Pokemon Unite Asia Champions League 2026 C League. Once again, we are your casters. My name is JJ, and with me is PKUls. And this match is quite meaningful to the both of us for no particular reason at all. For no particular reason at all. So, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it's Team Nemesis up against Onyx Rise. Pretty much one of the solid teams that we get to see in our region for over the course of, you know, since the birth of Pokemon Unite. Well, for context, Onyx Rise is the only team who came in solid from last year up to this year. They haven't even budged their lineup.
Oh,
with
yeah.
Luna, Axew, Eeyore, Zoe, and Cell.
Again, it's one of those, you know, teams that has a synergy from forever, you know, since day zero. And here you go, Team Nemesis as well. We have Sankwan, Drem, Rubix, Lance, and Kai, which, again, I cannot express it enough to tell everyone who's going up against Team Nemesis, formerly known as Talon, to please do not give Kai the Hoopa. Thank you very much. You're welcome.
You're welcome. Thank you for
You're
the tip.
welcome.
You're welcome. You're welcome. I understand why. But, you know, I think let's have something in return. Do not give Axew the Venusaur.
That's true.
That's something in return, right?
That's true. That's
Do not
true.
give him the Venusaur. It's going to be a different story.
Yeah, I mean, I kind of miss Eeyore as well. You know, I kind of miss talking to Eeyore as well. Eeyore's a really great guy to talk to. He's a very chill guy. The entire team is very chill as well. They are all good, and it's just anything else outside of Unite is just phenomenal. And man, speaking of outside of Unite, we're going to be taking these Pokemon outside of the game right now. That's going to be the you know, the Clefable, the Miraidon, the Mamoswine, the Suicune, the Darkrai, and the Buzzwole. It seems like. Yeah, Buzzwole is going to be, oh yeah, there we go. Miraidon, we've seen the prowess of Miraidon for the past 2 games, and we don't want to see that no longer. But AXQ right now hovering into the Charizard, not the Mega Charizard, it seems. Never mind. They're going to be going in for the, you know, they're just teasing it just a little bit, and now going in for the Mimikyu. And now, because the Charizard was not taken by Onyx Rise, it is now up to Team Nemesis to take down the Mega Charizard X.
All right, so still open is going to be the Mega Lucario, but I don't see quite a point yet that Mega Lucario is going to be chosen by Onyx simply because they do have the Mimikyu already.
There you go. Oh my goodness. That
You called it.
Look, man, I just told everyone, do not give Kai the Hoopa. Do not give Kai the Hoopa. Because this means something else beyond this world. You know what I mean? Give him the Hoopa, and it's like giving Thanos the Infinity Stones.
Yeah, that's for sure. This is going to be, you know,
Oh
Kai
no,
has to be the
Lance!
center of
Lance!
attraction.
For those who doesn't know, Lance
That's his main.
that's his main since day zero. Day zero.
That's his main.
And now, it's not just Lucario, it's a Mega Lucario. Oh my goodness. Lance, still, you know, Lance wasn't the name of Lance before, and now going into the professional Pokemon Unite, change their name to Lance, still using Lucario. Day zero of Pokemon Unite up until now, especially now that it has been Mega Lucario. Oh man, I totally forgot. I was tunnel visioning Kai, but then I forgot, hey, we have Lance, and we have Mega Lucario, and it's open.
Man. All right, Dram is actually one of their, I wouldn't say newest addition, but one of the adjustments that Team Nemesis actually did have. This is actually 4 out of 5 who competed in, not just in Worlds, but also in the ACL last year. So this is a pretty solid team in terms of chemistry. There's nothing much new because they played way back in Talon before as well with Tram. So that's nothing new, at least by the books. But Onyx Rise is the one who has a much more solid chemistry, in my opinion.
That's true. That's true.
Because they were together for around 3-4 years in Unite. Ever since day zero, day one, I do believe.
2020, 2020
Yeah.
is when Unite came in, and they were the team that was, well, together
Dominating
since
it.
day zero until we got, until we eventually got the Pokemon Championships, Pokemon Unite Championship Series, the PUCS, which they have been playing since, well,
Since then.
since before. Yeah, they were Rise since. And now they're still Rise. Even under a different organization, they still made sure to keep Rise in their name.
I mean, it does make sense, right? You have to respect that since they have proved themselves not just in Asia, not just in Southeast Asia, but also in the world because of their third place. I think that was Worlds 2023, if I'm not mistaken. That was their biggest run. 2023 or 2024? I'm not quite sure, but it's around that course of years. So gotta respect their achievements as well and the way how they play. But yeah, game number 1 of Team Nemesis and Onyx Christ. This is the last matchup for round 1.
Yes. Actually, yeah. Sorry, my
right.
brain loaded a bit. I was like, yo, hold up. Because I was still thinking that this is round, because for the past few years of ACL, the qualifiers has always been round robin, and it's only this year that we have changed it into a single eliminations, 5 different single elimination pocket single eliminations, all throughout. So, it's something ish. Kind of, but Team Nemesis again. Team Nemesis versus Onyx Rise right now is going to be to play the game. Not much else is happening, So waiting for the first mark, the 8-minute mark to see the Reggie Draco. Whoever's going to be taking that is going to be able to have a bit of a quicker scoring score. But nobody else is tipping the scales right now for both teams.
Yeah, just have to stay patient, especially that both teams does take a lot of time for them to scale up those damages as well, since you need to Mega Charizard online as much as possible. Mew takes a lot of time as well, but same thing goes for Onyx Rise, which is the Blastoise. Maybe the Alolan Raichu could deal a little bit of damage in the early game, but you need to complete toolkit, or rather the complete moveset, in order for you to engage team fights. And probably this 8-minute mark would be probably the first big team fight, I guess, especially they're very patient in terms of scoring.
Huh, wow. Both of them actually are being patient right now. It's not to say that nobody is leading. I think it's more of the fact that these two teams have been fighting off against each other, going against scrims, screaming against each other for how many years now, as we've mentioned, almost 5 years now. And I think this just shows how much both teams respect each other.
Oh, wow. Perfectly meteor mashed in order to send that goal away back, and perfect time from Sync 1 as well to respond into the team fight. But the hyperspace hole has been popped off for the respawn once again for Team Nemesis, but it's not looking quite good in for their team, and Onyx Christ is trying to wipe every single members of Team Nemesis out. Huge team fight for Onyx Rise, almost a complete wipe up against Team Nemesis.
Oh yeah, here you go. 103-13. Onyx Rise right now is up the lead, but here you go. Hyperspace Hole just put in the elevator, make sure everyone can catch up. Onyx Rise is going to be the first one as well to take the first score goal into that of the game. Now, Onyx Rise rising up to lead, gets a telekinesis, pulls it in. Rubik's Luna, but not gonna be enough though. No follow-up coming in from either teams. But look at that, 40 points coming from that of the Mimikyu up top.
Yeah, this is somewhat of a game that you cannot really predict what's gonna happen next. Especially, it's very chill. But look at that, Seismic Slam already activated here by Sync 1. The Mega Evolution pops in pretty quite early, but there's not enough reinforcements, at least, for Team Nemesis to follow up that Seismic Slam. Not being able for them to make up or pull off multiple knockouts, at least.
This is actually quite beautiful to see. Onyx Rise, they've already prepared for the fact that hey, there might be a team that would have both Mega Charizard and both Mega and Mega Lucario, and despite the fact they have prepared for it. Like they look at the score right now, 213 to 43, and look at the XPs as well. Everyone else is at level 10, level 9, and it's only the Eldegoss at level 8. But Nemesis into the side has been, despite having level 9s as well, they are getting shut down here by Onyx Rise in terms of team fights.
Yeah, and it's not just the shutdown. The amount of XP that Onyx Rise is able to get at least once everything has settled down is maximized into their potential. Yes, we haven't seen any level 11 yet for Team Nemesis, but I do feel like it's well distributed somehow in Onyx Rise. Just imagine, they do have level 11s and level 10s, but the supporters are not that far away because you expect they're, let's say, 2 levels to 3 levels behind, but they're slowly catching up in the XP department.
Here you go. That is Lucario going to be able to, Lance going to be able to take down the Blastoise as well, but that just only is the start here for Team Nemesis because they still need to rise up for them to be able to catch up. Look at this though. Oh, there you go.
Points.
Getting into Reggie Ice.
40 points and bottom path for Onyx Rise as well. Team Nemesis needs to do a clean team fight here in order to do a flip in terms of the scoring potential. But look at that clutch KO in order to suppress that hyperspace hold from Sync 1. A phenomenal execution and timing here for Onyx Rise.
Here you go. Onyx Rise still in the lead. Nonetheless, going to be able to take down, a lot into the side of Team Nemesis, as you mentioned. But, man, they are in need of a bit of a XP here. Well, actually, no, I don't think they need XP as much as one would say. Mainly because of the fact that, they are almost on par in terms of XP, in terms of level. But they need to be able to position themselves better going up against Onyx Rise. So maybe even perhaps take them on, pick them off one by one instead of taking them all out. Because Onyx Rise is definitely zoning them out right now. Here comes the Mega Lucario popping in again, but unfortunately not going to be any follow-up from that of Team Nemesis. And look at this right now, Hydro Typhoon is going to be popped up as well, going to be able to take down the Mega Lucario. No, make that 4, not just the Mega Lucario, no, actually no, a team wipe. The positioning of Onyx Rise of so making sure that they go in, baiting down Team Nemesis to go in inside of a team of their base is just beautiful.
Yeah,
the way that they are controlling Team Nemesis,
And not just that, the timing of the Hydro Typhoon is well on point every time they pop it in order for them to have guaranteed KOs because they do not set it up as quick as possible. They wait for the HP of Nemesis to go down maybe around 70% or even lesser. So the moment that they pop the Hydro Typhoon, it's almost guaranteed KO for them. They don't need to move that much already.
There you go.
Uh-oh.
Still, Rapid Spin and Hydro Pump is going to be the play of the game here. And it's been doing a lot as well, making sure that they, can go in, gets a hindrance resistance as well. And of course, from there on out, gets a Hydro Typhoon to allow everyone else to, finish the job. And look at this right now. Let's see how they're going to be able to push down anyone,
That's a lot of electro balls to zone away Team Nemesis, but the slow beam actually connected here. Hydro Typhoon pop off in order to knock out Lance out of the picture, and Play With Me was pop off as well in order to take down one member of Team Nemesis, and it is just Rubix and Dramp that's all left. And at the center of attraction is going to be the Groudon falling in the hands of Onyx Rise. Dramp being zoned away, no opportunity for him to steal it away.
There you go.
My goodness.
Onyx Rise. Onyx Rise is rising up once again. Despite the fact that Kai has the despite having the Hoopa, it didn't really matter for Onyx Rise because they have been ready I'll say for quite a long time right now, preparing for this specific moment. I think the Mega Charizard, they're already expecting it to any teams.
Mhm.
But the Mega Lucario and the Hoopa, obviously Kai best pick, Lance best pick as well. They are definitely going to be playing it up as well. If it's not banned, if it's not taken away by Onyx Rise, and from there on out, this just goes to show that hey, even if they can, any other team plays the meta Pokemon composition, the meta Pokemon together, it doesn't really mean that they have the instant win. And look at this right now. Onyx Rise at 592 to 112, 174 is still not going to be enough though to catch up to Onyx Rise with only 15 seconds left.
Yeah, not gonna be enough. That's a huge chunk of points that Team Nemesis has to catch up into. And Onyx Rise gets their first game of the season up against Team Nemesis, and one win away for them to catch up, or rather be the last team in that round 2 of our single elimination bracket for day number 1.
Here you have it. 824 to 234 is going to be the score of the game here. Onyx Rise versus Team Nemesis. And man, there isn't really a lot to say here other than the fact that Onyx Rise definitely had that game controlled, And look at this, AXQ with the Alolan Raichu having 110 damage. Definitely this is one of the better handling, I'd say, of the Mega Lucario coming from that. Lands 50k. Sync 1 unfortunately at 31k. Drev had more with 41k. Still, Rise has complete control of the entire map this game number 1. Team Nemesis though is they need to do a lot of adjustments right now.
True. Because Onyx Rise has been playing as a team, right? And a very solid teamwork into their framework. And Team Nemesis, yes, they're a solid team in terms of teamwork a while ago, but just like what you said, there has to be an adjustment. I would not say in the composition. The composition looks nice, but there's something that they need to do. Maybe the Hoopa could be changed. I feel like it's being read like a book already by Onyx Rise, because they've seen it multiple times in the region. They've gone head to head with Nemesis ever since they were Talon before, and they
not even before Talon, dude. Even before Talon days,
right? Would you want to say old guys?
Oh yeah, old guys,
right.
Old guys, Talon. Even before old guys, they have been, again, day 0 since first season of Unite. They have been streaming together. You know what I mean, so.
Yeah, and Hoopa has been over the course of Unite for over years already, so for sure they know the toolkit of Kai. So maybe a Hoopa change would somehow set the tempo, but we're not yet sure if what Nemesis has to offer in the table. Maybe they have something new that they didn't manage to bring it out a while ago in game 1.
I wouldn't say it's really just about the Hoopa, but rather how much they. Well, I don't know, but like, it's a complete shutdown, is what I would say.
Yeah, they're just being suppressed, right?
They've been suppressed going into the game, and man, they need to change something very heavily, or else it's looking pretty bleak for them, and it might be able to get in game number 2, going into Onyx Rise very quickly. So.
Yeah, we'll see about that later on in game number 2, because for sure, Team Nemesis, after that blowout victory of Onyx, for sure they are thinking there has to be a change. What's lacking within the team? For sure they know it better, because they were on the toes of playing the game. And Onyx, having a great run, they just have to maintain their composure. And I wouldn't say there has to be a change with their lineup, because the Latias and the Mimikyu was doing pretty well. Same thing with AXQ, setting up those electro balls to somewhat, again, suppress the capabilities of Nemesis, putting up a distance up against them.
Oh yeah, and again, this is the draft that we're gonna be seeing whether or not we see this changes that we're talking about against that of Team Onyx Rise coming in from that of Team Nemesis. We might be able to see the same set of bans, but definitely, I don't know, like again, Mega Lucario, Mega Charizard, Hoopa, they are really strong on their own, but not when you're shut down, not when you can't do nothing. You know what I mean? So
True. But in terms of draft right now, Onyx is banning a lot of defender and supporters. So I completely understand that. I think they respect Kai as a whole in terms of a supporter, right? And not just that, it's a well-distributed draft. I have to correct that. It's a well-distributed draft and bans that they're trying to provide. So there's defender, supporter, and an attacker. So they want to, let's say, narrow down the options of Nemesis. I mean, for sure, they have the knowledge. What are the options of Nemesis?
Oh yeah, for sure. I totally agree with you. And now, going into game number 2, it seems as if Onyx is going to be staying to that of the left side. Starting off with the Blastoise. Now, Rubik's and Sync 1. Sync 1 has... Was it? Yeah, it was Sync 1 that was able to use the Water Bear as well, right? No, yeah. Lance going down instead of the Lucario goes in with the Serena. Oh, here we go. Latias as well.
Maybe a Miraidon? It's banned. So
it's banned, dude.
Maybe an Inteleon from Dream? I think that's one of his signature picks, personal opinion. But the thing is, there's no guarantee hits for an Inteleon, and Zoe takes away the Hoopa against Team Nemesis. Are we gonna see the duel?
At the same time, Onyx also has stolen away the Hoopa from Kai, which actually is understandable as well. That is quite a good, composition as well. Because again, despite not being able to do a lot, Kai with Hoopa in the hands of Kai is still a dangerous Hoopa nonetheless. And now, as we have mentioned, we are going to be seeing the duo here, the Eon duo. That is the Latias, along with Mr. Mime of Kai. I think we're going to be seeing here not the power swap, but rather what do you call this? The barrier. And at the same time, like Onyx here, not changing the Alolan Raichu, I think is a very good decision. And of course, a Blaster as well, because that has done phenomenal job in the first game. And at the same time, ASU with so much damage at being a point Pokemon, at being a point player. Making sure that they know the position, they know how far they should be from the team fight, in the team fight, and from there on out, just pick their battles.
And Alcremie joins the fray here for Team Nemesis, which will somehow serve as an attacker, I'd say, because that is the traditional toolkit of a Alcremie. So, with the Fluffy Cream Supreme as well, it adds a chunk of healings as well, since the the healing scales on the SP attack, right? So they have to stack those healings as much as possible, as early as possible, in order for them to have a great sustain, knowing that their lineup really relies on the chunkiness of this Mr. Mime, who would be really hard to deal with later on, especially if you have Showtime. So it has to take effect as much as possible, this Alcremie.
Yeah, man. It's Showtime is going to deal a lot of crowd control into the set of Onyx Rise. The question is that enough for them to actually pull down some damage, knowing the fact that Onyx Rise here still has the Blastoise. They also do have the Hoopa as well, and of course we have Luna into that of the Snorlax. And even then, it's very agile, that of the Leafeon and of course the Pikachu. The question is, would they be able to put it down quite quickly? And at the same time, would Team Nemesis be able to respond immediately after popping off Kai's Showtime? There you go.
KO once again for Onyx. This is too early for a KO, knowing that Axe-Q might evolve already into a Raichu, and that would give Nemesis a difficult time for them to sustain the fights later on.
Here we go. Onyx Rice still dominating the early game. Was able to put in some scores. Nemesis wasn't able to put them out. Light screens could be popped up as well.
Yeah, I think that's a good call as well for Nemesis to secure the birds at the bottom path in order for them to distribute the XP pretty well. Same thing with the birds in mid. So they're slowly catching up despite losing a lot of mini team fight, I guess. But eventually they'll catch up soon if they narrow down the options. But the Hoopa, Zoe doing a lot of things for their team to refresh the HP.
There you go, 2 for 1 trade. No, actually 3 for 1 trade into the side of Onyx Rise right now. And as I mentioned, this is what Kai is, or at least was going to be doing previously in game number 1, just to make sure that everyone refreshes their HPs, going back to the base and then going back into the team fight. But unfortunately, Onyx Rise saw that, saw the future, guessed the future sight, and made sure that doesn't happen. And here you have it, Onyx Rise right now, still in the lead, early game right now. Nemesis still doesn't have a lot of answer against that of Rise.
Yeah, and here's the thing. If Onyx managed to control the first half of the game, Team Nemesis would have to rely more on the last 2 minutes of the game. They just have to scale and maybe steal a couple of knockouts if they could. But look at that beautiful heavy slam.
Emerald 2 steps.
Yes, the combo is just too good for Onyx Rise.
There
and
you go, 3 KO.
That's almost a wipe, man. That's phenomenal team fight and timing from Onyx Rise. They make sure that those items, those eject and Emerald 2-step would be favorable for them to get the sure KOs.
And at the same time, it's quite fascinating to see as well that, man, Rise, this is not the same Rise that we've seen before. They have definitely risen up. They've definitely, evolved their gameplay. They've leveled up against everyone else, and Nemesis right now, man, I can't say the same at the moment. Not with this kind of performance.
Completely overwhelmed and dominated. That's true.
2-step again.
KO for Cell.
Rubik's.
He's trying to make it 4 up against Kai. Air Lace goes down. Not gonna be quite enough.
Beautiful eject button, but then it's not gonna be a lot. Eject button, sure, able to survive, but then what?
You're right. I mean, sure, you're not giving away the XPs, but the amount of pressure and composure that Onyx Rise could get out of it is just way too big. That could give a huge impact into the game. They have Reggie Drago already. For sure, they'll be eyeing on the top half goal zone in the next minute of this game.
And as you have mentioned, the one of the only ways for them to have as a win con is to secure the Groudon. But the thing is, Groudon is not Rayquaza. Yeah. If it were the Rayquaza, sure, maybe huge chance. But Groudon doesn't give the same buff as a Rayquaza, and even if you do get the Groudon, you still need to, fight off against your opponents, put down your scores. But that's only going to be possible if you can take them out, which, by the way, has not been happening yet, because the opposite is what is happening. Rise right now going to be able to take down Kai again, and look at this, Dream, and there you go, 2 KO coming in from that of the Blastoise, and here have it, Onyx Rise is going to be able to secure the Regieleki up top via Cell, and down bottom we got another Reggie. I believe that is the Reggie Steel that is up based on the Cry.
Yeah, and that is going to be an attack buff, whoever gets it, and that will be detrimental for Nemesis if Onyx Rise manage to secure it, and I do believe they will, because they have a great position already up against it. So Nemesis would have to burn the buff once again.
And there you have it. Onyx Rise has had all of the advantages that they have against Team Nemesis. Currently, the score at 4-minute 10 seconds mark is 222-211, and the XP, Onyx Rise still in the lead, 10, 12, 11, 10, 13, whereas Nemesis at 9, 9, 10, 11, 10. There you go, showtime, and this is what I'm talking about. After Showtime, what's the follow-up? That's what I was talking about at the start of the game. Sure, they might be able to have a bit of a team, they might be able to have a bit of a crowd control, a bit of a stun, knock off a bit. But then what's the follow-up? There was no follow-up. That's the thing.
I think they were missing a huge damage dealer blower in their team. I think that is what's lacking. There's no complete follow-up, just like what you've said. After the showtime, there's no huge damage. There's no huge chunk of damage that they could get. Unlike to Onyx Rise, they do have a Leafeon that could do the Emerald two-step once Nemesis gets caught up by the Heavy Slam or even the Hydro Typhoon that the Blastoise has.
Right? And now, this is still looking pretty bleak into the side of Nemesis. Again, the lead is currently too much that even if they do get the Groudon, Rise can just give it away and just score for themselves. Now, the question is, would they be able to, lessen the gap against that of Rise before the Groudon comes up? And I believe that is what they're trying to do as well. Securing this Regieleki up top to give them a little bit of a leeway, a bit of a breathing room before the Groudon comes up.
Yeah, and you have to force Onyx Rise to defend that once you get it, right? So you have a better spacing on the Groudon. So Nemesis is trying to aim for that, but at the same time, Onyx Rise is trying to manipulate the team fight, Heavy Slam all the way to the back line in order for them to get
Power nap
out of it.
This is going to be the
power nap. As Rubex, the Akromai just uses the Fluffy Cream Supreme in order for them to prolong the team fight, but everything is just scattered here for Team Nemesis. And Onyx Rise keeps on chasing them, and there goes the Unite move rather of Zoe. The Rings and Bound.
Rings and Bounds getting popped up so that everyone gets refreshed and goes back to the Groudon. Unfortunately, AX2 is going to be taken down, but that's okay because now they have the lead in terms of the Groudon going to be able to secure this as well. There you have it. Securing the Groudon at 354 points. And of course, with the Rings and Bound, going to be able to refresh in some HPs as well. And now they just have to score this in. Wait for the right timing. Unfortunately, they're not going to be able to catch up into that of Regieleki at the score goal. But still, at 354 to 78, and now they're going to get a bit of a confirmation as well that they would have a better lead. There you have it. And all they need to do now is defend as the Snorlax here gets the sneaky beaky. 100 points. There you go. And then go back. And there's also... There's another one. That is the Leafeon. Another Hundo Sneaky Beaky. And there you have it. 554 to 126. But again, still 40 seconds left. But is that going to be enough, though, for them to catch up? Not enough points, though. 50-50 is what you need to catch up. But unfortunately, you only have not even 40. But there you have it. Gets the Yawn into the Heavy Slam, into the Power Nap, just to defend. 680 to 260 at 30 seconds.
And this is not looking great for Team Nemesis. They don't have enough time for them to catch up, and they're being taken down one by one once again by Onyx Rise, Rings and Bound in order to seal the deal to push back Team Nemesis. 30 seconds is all they have, but they do not have enough energy to score it down.
Rubik's taken down. That's going to be a team wipe as Rise still gets in more points to widen the gap that they already have. Rise is going to be winning this one match.
And with that, we have completed the round number 1 of this single elimination bracket, with Onyx Rise being the last team to advance to round 2, going up against Made in Thailand later on.
And there you have it, ladies and gents. Rise taking down two games against that of Team Nemesis, and man, it's quite hard to watch because it's really, there's no words for it, but it is a landslide. We cannot sugarcoat the fact that happened from Team Nemesis. But then again, as you have mentioned, this only means that they would have more time to prepare for tomorrow, because then Rise and the other teams that has won still needs to play for today.
Yeah, and Team Nemesis, I do believe they would be playing up against Full Sense for tomorrow. So Full Sense, on the other hand, is still, going on through into this tournament, at least since they won against FND Esports a while ago. So for sure, it will be a tiring day for them. While on the other hand, Nemesis could study already what's going on with Full Sense. But the fact remains that the momentum is not looking quite good for the teams, not just Nemesis, but for the teams who lost round number 1 immediately in day 1.
Oh yeah, for sure. Again, the points is there's a
Very
lot.
important.
Very important indeed, and well, not placing first here definitely puts you in a very bad spot at the moment. Even if this is just day number 1, not getting a lot of points. Again, you're going to be getting 20 points, right? You're going to be getting 20 points if you're on the first place, but you have a lot to catch up if you if you're not going to be getting first at this point. And at the same time, right? At the same time, it's, how do I say this? You still need to be able to defeat those teams.
Yeah.
Like T1, we have Evos as well. Man, they are top contenders. Onyx is there as well, for you to be able to get those points up and running. So that is going to be quite a huge wall to climb.
Yeah, absolutely. And even though you're a guaranteed contender to the playoffs, that's king of the hill. You need to climb up at the highest or at the peak of the mountain in order for you to secure your slot in ACL finals. That's a huge challenge. And if you're not going to be getting the top 2 spots as early as possible from days 1 to 5, you'll be having a tough time to get it in the playoffs as well.
Man, yeah, that is for sure. But then again, it's again, everyone who's playing here still has a lot of time, and still gonna be able to play on the the playoffs. But speaking of the playoffs, we're still not there yet. We still have 5 more days to play on. But before we head into the next game, we're gonna be taking a short break, so don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. Hey guys, ladies and gentlemen, and all trainers alike, I'm still here, your caster. My name is JJ, and with me is PUACL. We're still going to be here for the Pokemon Unite Asia Champions League 2026 C League, and that has just been the fourth match of the day. We still have 3 more matches to go through the entire day before we go say and goodbye for this day. But again, we are now heading to round number 2, where we are only going to be seeing that of the winners of round number 1. Unfortunately, we have to say goodbye to those who have already to those who have already lost for round number 1, and then whoever's going to be losing in this game, this round. So we only have 2 matches for round number 2, right? Whoever's going to be losing here will be playing for the Battle for Third for the day. Unfortunately, we're not going to be seeing that. We're not going to be streaming that. But instead, after the 2 matches, the round number 2, we're immediately going to be proceeding to the grand finals of day number 1.
Yep. And speaking of our match number 5, we're going to be having T1 once again back in action. Pistero, Mule, Saram, EP, and Komi, probably the MVP of the previous series that we witnessed a while ago. So pretty much excited on what's about to unfold. And they're going to be going up against Full Sense, who actually beat the brothers of T1.
Oh yeah, and then Full Sense right now, I think despite their performance against that of Event Esports earlier, I think I'll be bold here, and I think T1 has this. I think the gap of T1 against that of Full Sense is quite high.
I think I agree on what you're trying to point out. After watching the game of T1 in their first round, it's crystal clear, right? They know what they're doing. They are somewhat of a different team compared to the other teams competing here in the tournament. So that's a huge gap for sure. And if Full Sense doesn't expect that kind of playstyle, that kind of impact that T1 could give in the tournament, it's going to be difficult for them to catch up.
No, yeah, we might be able to see in this game, if Full Sense won't be able to answer or at least go toe-to-toe against that of T1, most likely we are going to be seeing the same thing that happened from Rise to Nemesis happen in this match.
Probably the same case would happen, but Mega Charizard X is back, and this time it's going to be on the side of T1. But on the other hand,
is not banned, dude.
Yeah, Rhydon not banned as well. So probably Komi will try to take it later on, but Hong gets it for Full Sense, takes it away. A good call indeed.
Yeah, you don't want that into the hands of Mule, because we saw what Mule can do with the Miraidon, and just making sure that if they take it away from that of T1 is already a huge advantage for Full Sense. But the question is, how would they follow up on this? Like, what's the next step? Sure, you might have the Mega Lucario now for path control, lane control, but then what's next? That is the big question that Full Sense needs to answer right now against that of T1.
And actually, a good call as well. A good call as well for T1 here, JJ, because they locked in a supporters at first because they were waiting for the defenders of Full Sense. So as much as possible, they don't want to be suppressed by the frontliners of Full Sense. And actually a good call on choosing Raichu, regardless of the moveset, if it's Electro Ball or Stored Power. It somewhat creates a distance it could sidestep away from these threats, such as maybe Urshifu or a foul play Umbreon later on. So it's a good call for Komi to take that Pokemon into their favor. And somewhat they need Mule, Mega Charizard X to be the front line here together with Pisterio.
Yeah, man. At least, they have an answer against Mule. Sorry, not Mule. It wasn't Mule that was using the
Miraidon.
The Miraidon. It was Komi. Anyway, going back to what I was saying, at least they have an answer against that of the Blaziken into the form of the Water Bear. If they do so choose the Water Bear instead of the Dark Bear, at least they can still go in, especially up against the special attackers of T1. The question now is the execution part. If they can execute this properly, I think Full Sense would be able to shut down a bit of what seems to be a huge threat for them going against out of T1. But T1, we've seen how they played earlier. Man, they leave very little opening against when they're up against anyone really.
Yeah, I'm just excited on how these teams would compete to each other, knowing that probably this is the first time that Full Sense and T1 would meet in the stage, simply because they're from different sides of APAC, right? APAC, East, and West, so they're not on the same toe. So definitely this is the first time that they're going up against each other.
For sure, and here we go. Let's find out though how Full Sense is going to fare up against T1, as T1 right now is T1's T1, and honestly, T1, it's still there, There's still nothing yet.
Yeah.
There's still nothing happening. It's just the first minute of the game. There's not much else to say. Aside from the fact that, Full Sense here is making sure that they get in all the resources, even the central birds going into the side of SGC. Yeah, at least, they are able to, get the head start. That's something,
Yeah, that's something. Especially dumping those points on all-rounders is pretty much important, because more likely they do have the power weight to scale up their damage later on. So pretty good call on Full Sense. But on the other hand, T1 is somewhat of a patient team here. SGC trying to disrupt the formation, I guess. But Full Sense, on the other hand, is just ready for them to respond anytime soon. T1 is a bit behind so far.
Yep, no, for sure. I totally agree. They don't have the XPs yet. At least Full Sense is taking advantage of their lead in the early game. Now Market S ignoring everyone, putting down the score with only 5. It's gonna be secured down. There you go. Mean look, just to put them away, not be allowing to survive, get away a little bit, and give themselves a little bit of breathing room. But now Mule, now at level 7, just 2 more, and they're gonna be ready to pop up that Mega Evolution. And now we are 30 minutes down. 30 seconds left. 30 seconds down before the first set of objectives down and top.
My God.
And here you have it. Kami still trying to push away opponents.
That's a lot of damage after the Electro Ball being piled up in the tall grass. And right now, it's going to be very difficult for them to advance at the side of Full Sense, knowing that Komi is such of a huge threat after leaving those Electro Balls at tall grass. So it's very hard for them to check the bushes right now, since they need to force things down. And if Full Sense doesn't have enough information, it will be detrimental for them to engage into team fights, especially if they don't have the charge beam of the Maridon.
That's true, but then, they have it. That's the thing. They do have it. And what T1 doesn't have is a Blaziken.
Sure. They don't have, I mean, they do have it right now, but...
Well, just now, you know what I mean?
Just now. Question is, can they maximize this? Especially they do have it already. Seismic Slam, Mega Evolution not yet being popped up. They know pretty well that they are at the premises of Full Sense.
Mega Lucario is up. Here it goes. Seismic Slam into the Mega Lucario. But unfortunately, it has very low HP right now. Eldegoss needs to be able to put in some HPs back into that of the Charizard. But unfortunately, the Charizard is not pushing in. And it is the Blaziken that buys them some time. Whereas, T1 is going back up. Well, the Charizard actually just went out of the team fight and played like a Talonflame.
Yeah, I mean, I think I do understand, because Charizard is the leading level Pokemon in T1, right? And if you get knocked out immediately, Full Sense will be rewarded by a chunk of XP.
That's true.
For sure, I think T1 was just trying to avoid that factor and, play it out very safe, because for some reason, they're very careful In terms of team fights, you don't want to lose casualties as much as possible, and they only force team fights whenever they are not within the premises of full sense.
That's true. I mean, you have to play it safely as well. Going into this match, there goes a 24. 133 to 214 right now. They haven't played safe, but the question is until what extent of being playing safe could you play on? And look at this right now. Miraidon Hong gonna be able to take down the Akami.
Yeah, and I do love what you've said. Up until when will they play safe? Up until when will they keep this pacing, right? Because at some point they need to force a team fight in order to get the upper hand, in order to get that chunk of XP that Full Sense does have. So something has to happen. They are at a disadvantage so far in terms of team fights, so they need to step up. They need to pick it up as much as possible. Hydro Typhoon is gonna miss. Very unfortunate for Full Sense. Reinforcement already available for T1. They managed to took out the Mega Lucario in hand, and others from Full Sense are backing away as much as possible.
There
Cody,
we
on the
go.
other hand, takes down the Blastoise in play, and Hong is just backing away. Pisteria, on the other hand, managed to do a segue at least, letting that Miraida be up and going. But again, a KO up against the Urshifu grants a chunk of XP for T1.
Yeah, T1 finally having a little bit of a renaissance right now, as they are now rising up, trying to get back to what they lost from the early game up into the mid game. It's only now that they are waking up right now, getting into Ridge Draco as well, to get in a little bit of a score here, but still preparing themselves for the inevitable team fight in just a minute and a half.
Yeah, and a half. But it's still quite, how do they say this? It's still not clear who's going to be getting the objective later on. I mean, yes, T1 is catching up, but Full Sense does have a lot of potential as well in order for them to bounce back into this play, in order for them to come up stronger into a team fight, as we're going to be taking a pause for now. I do believe we do have some technical difficulties later on, so we'll have to wait later on for our officials to declare what has been the reason behind this pause by the admins.
Yeah, and it's kind of interesting as well that we're getting a pause right as a team fight
Breaks through, right?
Yeah, as it started, not only in the central area but also at the bottom path, right? There's a lot happening right now, which is going to be quite how to say this. Well, it's going to be quite detrimental for the team at the negative end.
Yeah.
Where in this case, we see here, what do you call this? What's this? The Mega Lucario, right? Is going to be rounded up here by 3 people from 3 trainers coming from that of T1. Right now, we are just we have just got word that we are experiencing a bit of a technical difficulties with the players, but we're just waiting for them to come back once again, and from there on out, we can continue immediately. But then again, Lucario is still getting hit.
Yeah, and it's not looking good for Lucario, right? That's a guaranteed KO already once the game resumed. But for the bottom path, they somewhat disengage immediately, so that's great for Full Sense not being able to give a huge amount of KOs at the side of Team 1. And it's much of an equal matchup that we're seeing so far in terms of XP department. But still, Full Sense, we cannot deny, they have the kit, they have the moves to completely wipe out T1. But T1, Komi, if his Electro Balls are complete and set it up already on those tall grasses in Groudon, it would be very hard for Full Sense to advance in the team fight.
Yeah, but that's the thing though. Like T1 is it's now catching up. Also has the highest level Pokemon in the game right now. That is a Charizard, and there you have it. Going to be able to secure that Reggie Ice as well. Here you go. Mean look into that of the Blaziken, the Chicken Barbecue, but it's not going to be enough though. Here we have it going down, positioning themselves into that of the Groudon this time around. T1 needs to take this one. for them to be able to catch up against Full Sense, and of course, just as a bonus, take down Full Sense as well. But here you go. What is going to be the play of the game here for both of the teams? Sunsage right now getting in a little bit of damage into the rapid spin as well. Here, go.
Oh, there goes the Unite move coming in from the Eldegoss to support his teammate Brad Future Meteor Storm all the way to the backline of Full Sense. It's just making damage here, and the Mega Charizard X has been taken down, but Pisterio is taking down multiple members of Full Sense. And right now they're just eyeing on the ground on eyes of the prize. Mega Lucario is still available, but they don't have the Unite move already. That close combat
there you go, Team Wipe
to take it down. Team Wipe, and the Groudon is looking at the hands of T1, but it's not over yet. They need to convert this into a score. 4 members down. That's a hundo going in. It's enough, but not enough to the extent they can chill already.
That's what I'm talking about. You know, T1 is just waiting for the last moment so that they can put in and take on the Groudon. And as I mentioned, as a reward, as a bonus for them, was taking down Full Sense, and they were able to, they were able to fight themselves for the time ago today to breathe in. But here you go, 40 more seconds left. Full Sense doesn't even need 50 points, and look at the Urshifu down bottom. SCG trying to get a sneaky beaky, but we have to remember T1 still has the Groudon buff. So let's find out what's gonna happen here. They have gotten the confirmation that everyone else is up top now. Here you have it. Look, Mega Lucario going to be put down here. Thundercloud Crash again as well. Going to be able to take down 2. No, make that 4 right now. And just like that, with all the buffs right now, even if another hundo comes down, the Urshifu is still not going to be enough to catch up, as T1 has been able to wipe out the rest of Full Sense, putting down all of their hundos as well. And just like that, T1 was able to recover from the early game to the mid game into that of the late game against that of Full Sense, marking their first win of this match.
And I understand why T1 is pretty much confident in engaging into team fights, especially when they are at the base of Full Sense. It's simply because they have the Thundercloud Crash, they have Pole Puff. It's just their Eldegoss, EPE. They trust it. That they can sustain it when it comes to team fights. So no need to worry about SCG, SGC trying to snuck in some goals at bottom path, because they know they have Groudon buff, they have someone to sustain them, they have a reliable front line, which is Mew. Definitely everything is favorable. Everything was favorable for them in the last team fight.
For sure. And here you have it, man, the everything just worked out well, fine for T1 as well. Full Sense, I have to commend them for being able to control the match, especially with the Miraidon, how they were handling the Miraidon. Of course, we cannot dismiss the fact that the Urshifu, SCG, SGC has been doing quite the work as well for them, along with the Mega Lucario, which, by the way, this, I believe, is the Markgod, rather, has been showing us the, I'd say, the potential of the Mega Lucario as well, being used in a lot of team fights, surviving a lot of team fights as well, putting down damage, which we haven't really seen from any Mega Lucario earlier today. So now, Full Sense would still need to be able to play up against T1 into that of the Groudon, because this is the part where they lost against T1. It's not about them being able to control the rest of the game, but rather how T1 was able to control the Groudon, which, look at this, how they are pushing away Full Sense, how they were able to make sure that they don't go inside of the Groudon, and from there on out, take them out as they are getting spreaded out. They are getting, they are dispersed, and take them out one by one, secure the Groudon, and then secure the win for themselves. That was quite calculated play coming from that of T1. And honestly, if there's anything that I would say that needs to be changed, is that they need to be more prepared for the not Rayquaza rather, but the Groudon. Maybe go for a different angle, but that's the only thing that made the difference. Really, it's the Groudon fight. Everything else is phenomenal for Full Sense in that game.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think Mysteria as well from T1 did a huge role after that Mega Charizard X was taken down by their team. Just knowing that he charges in with Focus Blast. Focus Blast does provide a little bit of a slow once he got hit by it. So that's a pretty good call for Pisterio to push back the offense of Full Sense in order for them to have more breathing room and secure the objective even more for their team.
Oh yeah, and here you go. Without further ado, we are immediately going into game number 2, which, by the way, this time around, it is going to be Full Sense playing the first pick, whereas T1 is on the second pick,
I think it does make a difference, especially if Full Sense wants to prioritize that Mega Charizard. I think that's the game plan for now, since they're going to be banning away that Mega Lucario, since as much as possible, you don't want to see them at the same time on the field, whether it's on the same team or not. So I do believe that number 1 could be Latias, that's already banned away by T1, and number 2, that's going to be the Mega Charizard X. That's going to be the prioritization here for Full Sense.
That's true. But then... Oh, okay. Miraidon is still up in the open, so it could be anyone's, because priority pick, there's only going to be one Pokemon for Full Sense, where T1, well, you don't want to give it to Call Me. There you go. As you have mentioned, Charizard X going into the side of Full Sense, but T1 now has access to the Zacian and the Mimikyu. Still, the Miraidon is up in the open.
Yeah, but the question is, would they go for it since Mimikyu is already online for Team 1? I think T1 saw it coming already, since if Miraidon is not going to be picked by Full Sense, they take it, I think.
There you go.
They still took it, Full Sense. Sunzig locks it in, and the major threat is going to be EPE, or the Mimikyu is ever going to pilot it for T1. Yep. Because the Trick Room is the highest possible. I wouldn't say Trick Room. Shadow Sneak could be a factor as well. Depends on how they pilot it.
And as I mentioned, right, as we have mentioned earlier, even if that's not the case, there's still the Shadow Sneak, which would then allow the Mimikyu to just go into that of the Miraidon, which essentially not a complete counter, but a counter nonetheless. For the Miraidon, which then goes to show how much they are prepared just in case they don't have the Miraidon into their team, just like Rise is earlier. But now they're going to be locking in that Buzzwole and of course the Eldegoss as well. The last one here though for the T1 is going to be a supporter that is going to be Clefable, allowing them to survive more instead of the team fights. I do like this just because of the fact that they do have the damage from the back lane. That is, they do have the back lane damage. That is the Call Me, and then we also have a Bruiser that is the Zacian, and of course we have the just go in and go out and finish a job kind of Pokemon that is the Mimikyu, whereas Mamoswine here still needs some recoveries as well for it to survive, tank out some damage, allowing the others to finish the job. Now, for Full Sense, it's a different story. Eldegoss is just there to make sure they last as long as possible, but even without the Eldegoss, they would still be able to survive. They are still chunky enough to deal damage and take damage even without it.
Absolutely true, and I feel like Slow Grow is, how do you call this? I think the Slow Beam is not enough for you to lessen the threat of Team 1. Yes, you can suppress Zacian, you can suppress Mimikyu, but the other way around, there's going to be one Pokemon available for them to be the Bruiser, right? So I'm not quite sure what's going to be the action plan unless they pop Slow Beam and Ultra Swollen Slam at the same time. So that will be great for them, but what are the odds that you could perfectly time that one? I'm not doubting Full Sense. They've been working together for multiple times already. They've been together as a team for over the course of these years, but with the likes of Team 1, with their caliber, can they have the perfect timing in order for them to wipe out Team 1 in a team fight by using those Unite moves that they have available?
Yeah, and this is the game that we're gonna find out whether or not they're gonna be able to, answer back instead of T1, or T1 proceeds to the grand finals. You know what I mean? But then again, this is despite that, even if the full sense, honestly, whoever loses this, they're still going to be able to play one more game for today, because again, they still need to play the battle for third game. So not everything is for naught just yet, even if they do, or anyone loses this round.
And the game has been commencing already for 30 seconds. Game number 2 for our match 5. T1, one win away for them to get the final slot for day 1. And for sure, they want 20 points already for themselves. This is just showtime for them. But full sense, they were able to do more. You're able to go head-to-head up against T1. Just need to slip in up against on this game, but Pisterio doing a lot of damage against Mark Goddess.
There you go. T1. This is what we've seen with T1 on game number 2s. After game number 1, it's the observation game. Make sure how, look to how they are going to be able to, get ahead for game number 2. They just observe, they just look of openings against their opponents, and from there now they just go for a roll, and that's what's happening right now for T1 right now. And look at them, they are getting a little bit more arrogant here, just going into the central area of full sense, despite the fact that they might be able to get taken down. And look at that right now, Moonlight's getting popped up. Fable is still alive, everyone else is still alive. Pisterio is ending the dream for full sense right now.
Yeah, and I think that the moment Pisterio actually appeared at the map of full sense, even though he didn't do anything that much, the mere fact that there's pressure up against full sense kind of make them hesitated to commit into the team fight, making Team 1 get the KOs instead of them.
The thing is, the Clefable and the Mimikyu were only there as a bait. And whether or not they do take the bait, and whether or not they are able to take down the Clefable and the Mimikyu, Pisterio is still going to be there to finish the job.
Right.
And that's what's happening again here. Mule, unfortunately, going to be taken down by Pisterio. Here we go. Coming in, 3-4, 3-2. And look at this. Follow me. Unfortunately, not going to do anything, but it doesn't matter. Here goes the Moonlight, allowing Pisterio to survive. And look at this right now. Noriza not going to be able to take the Citrus. Never mind. Was able to get in Citrus Berry, but here comes the Moonlight once again, recovering some HP. That's what I was talking about. The Mimikyu and the Zacian were only there as a bait for Pisterio to finish the job. But still, even if they are getting used there as a utility, they would still be able to do some damage, despite the fact.
This is scary. T1 is so agile with the Trick Room and the Zacian available for their team. And not just that, the Raichu will also be an agile attacker. So it's really hard to catch them off guard. But with a Seismic Slam, yes, it is short, but the amount of time that you have to get close to your opponent, definitely you would be punished already by the hits being done by the Raichu at the back line.
Yes, sirree, and man, that's what we were talking about earlier. Like T1, observing game number 1, and now look at full sense, still not a single score in sight.
And not just a single score in sight, they are having a hard time. They are wondering, what can we do in this kind of tough situations? Yes, they do get some XPs, but they are taking each other's resources, which is not a good thing because they don't know who to prioritize from now on.
And at the same time, the biggest threat right now is Zacian, for sure.
Yeah.
They need to be able to target the Zacian, but the thing is, even if they do target the Zacian, as you mentioned, there's still Kami. There's still the Mimikyu. So, it's one thing to target the Zacian, but to mark everyone else. There we go. The Ice Fang, the quick Ice Fang eject button. You cannot be too worried, dude.
Surround.
There we go. 2 KO.
That's a huge impact. in order to start things off. And look at that. Just how many times did Saram bought for their team with an Ice Fang? And even though they're at the goal zone of Full Sense, it seems like they're the ones controlling the team fight again and again.
There you have it. Sun's Age gonna be taken out. There you have it. Mule just pushes them away, putting down some scores. That's 9, leaving 6, so they can overcap 4 later. And now 440 is gonna be the play of the game here. The time rather, and they still control the match.
This is a whole different level of T1, a whole different game from game 1. Too early to speak, but this is a complete head start for Team 1 up until the second half. 4 minutes still left in the game, but it's going to be very difficult for Full Sense for them to come back up until this point because the XP department is looking very far away compared to Full Sense.
Yes, sir. And here you have it. 43, well, 73 right now to 296. Being able to secure the Reggie Draco, allowing them to get a bit of a buff as well. It doesn't really matter for T1 as of the moment because even if they can get a bit of a score here, they still have the control in terms of the team fights, which is really the most important thing right now for T1. Being able to control the team fight means that they can control everything else. And look at that. Despite going in for the Seismic Slam, it is going to be the Mega Charge that's going down. Another 2 KO here inside Full Sense. That is going to be the only one left. That is the Miraidon. And well, this is what I was talking about. Controlling the team fight means controlling the map, means controlling the game. And that's what's happening with T1 right now.
Yeah, and they completely deny the fact that there's a Mega Charizard available at the side of Full Sense. They're denying the idea. They're just completely wiping them out, surround with the Ice Fang. Beautiful timing as always for them to delay things down, because once you get caught up by the Ice Fang, the amount of time you get frozen will be usually, I don't know, like 2 seconds at least, because when you got lifted up, you can't do anything, and then you get an additional stun. So it would really, bought a lot of time for Team 1 to do the hits already up against you before you make it even, out alive or even budge your muscle.
Yes, sir. And Marco S, despite having a lot of muscles, it's still not enough muscles to push down T1, because T1 right now, look at this right now, Trick Room's gonna be popped up as well, gonna be able to take down that Slowbro, and look at this Buzzwole, Ultra Soul Swarm gonna be able to take down finally Pisterio. But to what extent? There's so much resource that has been expended just to be able to get T1. And look at this right now. They would just need to buy enough time before the Groudon so that Pisterio can be back. But even then, they don't really need Pisterio because the Charizard is now down, the Buzzwole is now down, the Miraidon is now down, the Slowbro is now down as well. It's only the Eldegoss that's up, and from there now they can just take this Groudon, even without everyone else from Full Sense securing this Groudon for themselves, and then widen the gap that they already have against that of Full Sense. They're not going to be able to secure this away from them because nobody else is there.
Yeah, absolutely true, because there wasn't even a challenge that Full Sense did. All they want is to defend, but the question is, with this amount of firepower, can they prevent the scores from falling down? I am sure they cannot already, because T1 has done it, and that is almost a guaranteed win for them. That's a 570-point lead. It would take a full white team fight for Full Sense to come this back up. But the question is, can they do with Saram being available as the front line?
That's true. And here you have it, 680 to 110 with 50-minute mark as well. Kami going to be able to take down the Mega Charizard again. That's going to be 4 down to the side of Full Sense. 777, 780. to 110. That is 670 points upwards. Well, 672 now. There you go. Quick maths. 25 seconds left, and T1 is just dominating once again, intimidating Full Sense. They can't go out even right now.
What a display for T1, making a statement. They could be the best in this tournament. A clean run for them, 2-2-0s for today, taking out Full Sense, bringing them to the third place matchup.
And there you have it. T1 is going to be the first contender of this tournament for day number 1 to proceed to the grand finals. And now we just need to wait for the next match to find out who they're going to be facing off against. So for now though, congratulations once again to T1 for winning their their match number 2 for the day against that of Full Sense. And let's take a look at our stats again. Look at Kami at 11 KO, Pisterio at 14. Everyone else is at 2-digit assists.
102k.
Kami at 102. Mule at 97, dude. 97. Pisterio at 83 as well. Everyone was playing phenomenal, but then we have to give props to Sunsage as well at 83k for Full Sense.
Yeah, I mean, this Full Sense overall did a pretty great job into this series. Like, they were going up against head-to-head to T1 during game number 1. Not quite the same story in game number 2, but you really do see the fight that they put in, right? They were trying to, bounce back as quick as possible, but T1 managed to get a great head start after that draft. So there's just no breathing room for them, especially when the Mammoth is already available. It would be difficult for a team who's very reliant into all-rounders, because once you get caught up by the Ice Fang, if you don't have full heal, then you're gonna KO with Zasha and Mimikyu available.
No, yeah, that is the biggest problem right there for Full Sense. Again, even if they do mark down the Zacian, you cannot dismiss the fact that there's still the Alolan Raichu, and the Alolan Raichu and the Mimikyu, and of course we have the setter here, that is the Mamoswine, which, by the way, low-key one of the best characters, one of the best Pokemon in the match right now, because especially with the eject button, they made sure that they can make some dispositions into the side of into the side of Full Sense, and make sure that they can pick them off one by one.
And man, this is just a display. I'm out of words for T1. Despite being the newcomers in the tournament, they made sure that they are one of the toughest team to beat here.
Yeah, we might just need to
waiting the finals.
Yeah, they're now waiting in the finals, and we might just, with this display, we might just have to say that we might be able to, we might just need to crown a new royalty in Southeast Asia. But at the same time, this is just day 1. Day 2 is tomorrow, and unfortunately for everyone, day 3 takes place next year. So there's still like a whole month and a half for updates and everything else that could change going into day number 3. But let's focus back here at day number 1. T1 is now waiting at the grand finals, and the next one we'll find out who's gonna be going up against who for T1.
Yes, next matchup in round number 2, it's going to be Made in Thailand going up against Onyx Rice. So pretty quite curious what's gonna happen, because Made in Thailand got slipped through it, and Onyx Rice had a landslide victory. We'll find that one out after this very short break, so don't go away. Pokemon Unite Asia Champions League will be right back.
Ladies and gentlemen, and all traders alike, we are still here. We are back with the Pokemon Unite Asia Champions League 2026 Asia. Sorry, C League. There we go.
Yeah.
My name is JJ, and with me is PKU. Still, we are your casters, and we will be your casters until the grand finals. Yeah, actually. So
Yeah.
we're still one more match away before the grand finals, and as we've seen from the last game, T1 is the first one to have reached that grand final stage, so they're just gonna be waiting for this match. They can watch, they can view it, practice, and maybe make some notes as well while waiting for their opponent going to the grand finals. And whoever loses here will be going to the battle for third place, which unfortunately we'll not be seeing, as we are going to be proceeding immediately to the grand finals after this one.
Yep, and of course we do have Made in Thailand as our first team and Onakra as our second team, who would be competing for the final slot for day number 1. Whoever wins would go up against T1, and whoever loses will settle for the battle for third up against Full Sense. But nonetheless, they would get a huge amount of points already, so that's a guaranteed how many points already for T1. That's guaranteed 15 points. And for Full Sense, that's a guaranteed 10 points already for their team. So that's a huge amount of points in order to boost up their ranking on the first day of ACL C League.
Again, whoever's going to be winning the day-to-day tournament will be getting 20 points. So that is such a huge lead immediately if you're going to be getting it day number 1.
Yeah. We'll see what happens here. I'm quite excited for this game. Myth or Made in Thailand barely manages to slip up a victory up against rival esports. But the question is, would that happen again up against Onyx Rise? Knowing that Onyx Rise really had a great run during their round number 1 up against Team Nemesis. So the momentum, the composure, and the teamwork is pretty much available compared to a jump scare that happened in Made in Thailand.
No, for sure. Now, Onyx Rise going up against Made in Thailand is well, it's quite a what do you call this? It's quite a bit of a same match as the last match that we've seen. But at the very least, at least Mega Lucario is not going to be here, which we've seen used by Made in Thailand quite a lot on their matches from round number 1, and now Onyx Rise is choosing. Again, at this point on, it doesn't really matter if they get the Mega Charizard or not, because Onyx Rise is still ready to face up Pokemon like that.
Yeah, and we did saw that during their first matchup with Team Nemesis. So once they get the key Pokemons, they're ready to go and up and going. And I do believe that they use as well Mimikyu, which is being piloted by Cell, together with the Eldegoss. So I don't see any problems with that, trying to deal with that. But on the other hand, Myth is having a different kind of lineup as well. They're not relying on the Mega Pokemons.
No, yeah, that is true. So, I mean, again, at least they are ready to go up against meta Pokemon that they don't really need to use some of them, and is still able to, answer back against them. And here you go, Myth. I don't Okay, look, I don't think we're gonna be seeing the mega. Are are we gonna be seeing all rounder
All-rounders?
composition?
I'm not quite sure, but it's a possibility since Suicune is
Okay.
somewhat of a pseudo supporter.
Okay, okay, there you go. We have one supporter at the very least. It's
Mhm.
four all rounders, and the last one, since it's not taken in by Myth, is gonna be taken in by Rice. That is the Mega Charizard X. At least they're hovering on it, and this composition is quite akin to the. Oh, never mind. It's not the Mega Charizard. There we go. This composition is quite akin to that of T1's composition in the earlier game, mainly because of the fact that they have complete. What do you call this? They have complete. They covered all bases really with this kind of composition. They have the frontliner, we have the crowd control, we have the backlane damage, and we also have the quick and mobile damage dealer. That is, of course, the Leafeon. And into the side of Myth, though, they do have most of it really are bruisers, and then there's the Suicune, and of course we have the All Creamy, which, by the way, has been providing a lot of support, a lot of HPs as well to their teammates.
Yeah, but I think this lineup or this draft from Myth might actually work.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I think it might work actually, since they have SP attack bases, even though they lack somewhat of range. If you're going to take a look at the lineup of Onyx, yes, they do have a Leafeon that deals a lot of damage, but up against a Blaziken, up against a Serena, and a Buzzwole,
Mm-hmm.
I'm not quite sure. Maybe the Raichu would be the biggest factor here for Onyx, and that plays a huge amount of role. Mamoswine, yes, it could get a single all-rounder, but we're talking about... Okay, let's lessen them. We're talking about 3 all-rounders, setting Suicune aside. It might actually work. It depends on their execution or what's going to happen in this game.
Cool. And here we have it. Let's try to take a deep breath rather, and see how Myth is going to be faring off against Onyx Rice, because again, Rice has shown us their capabilities at round number 1, which is, well, there's a lot.
Yeah, and a lot of possibilities as well that could happen, not just by the draft, but also the execution and the timing as well from these teams. So let's just wait and see it all out in this game, as Onyx is starting pretty much strong here. Eager does know that they have the advantage in general in early game, because Leafeon does evolve at level 4, which is pretty quick, and already have an evolved moveset.
For sure. And man, here we go. Onyx Rise, they are in control of most right now, trying to get in as much of the AS points, AS energy rather, away from that of Myth, and be able to get in some bit of XP as well. And as we can see as well, the Leafeon is now a Leafeon, the Mimikyu is now at level 5. They're still going to be able to do a lot here in terms of team fights, but at the very least, they are now able to get in, get in their initial spikes going up against Myth here. Especially that this Buzzwole here just needs only, level 7 as well to go in. Unfortunately, for the rest of the teammate, it's not the same case.
Yeah, not the same case indeed, but Onyx
There you go.
starting very strong. Axeq is still the major threat of their team ever since their game up against Nemesis, and it's not just a threat of a major. Everyone is a threat on Onyx because of how synchronized their team is.
No, for sure. And as we can see here as well, Eeyore right now is still at level 6. Then despite only being at level 6, is now being a menace. Ice Fan can be pop up. Zeke almost getting KO'd as well. Alcream's going to be going down, and they're still trying to go in for Zeke. Unfortunately, Zeke was able to go inside of the score goal, and now is time to disengage. But look at that. Overheat is going to be popped up. Unfortunately, going to be hitting anyone at all. But look at that. Rainy, the damage into the Blaziken is so much. And look at that. Ice Fang. Zeke, are you going to be able to survive? Yes, they would. Yes, they would. And there you have it. The disengage from Eeyore.
I mean, it's pretty much expected. If Ear does overextend and the moves are on cooldown, definitely he is going to be the one who's going to get punished. Especially that is the premise of already of Myth. So good call on trying to disengage. Iluna trying to get a beautiful angle here to do the Ice Fang, but spacing not quite enough here still. They have to bait down Myth as much as possible. They do get the objective, which is Regice, but it is just an incomplete set for Onyx Rise to do a full team fight at this point.
Oh, for sure. And here you go as well. Onyx Rise is putting down Myth down the drain as they take the lead in terms of team fights. And look at that. Mega TV trying to get in some posts here, but Cell has a trick room as well into the Reggie Draco. And everyone else is now coming in. Rise, though, unfortunately, does have the positional advantage, and they're going to be able to take down 3 into the side of Myth for the price of 1, which is a very good trade here for Onyx Rise. No, make that 4 as well. The Blaziken is now down low, going to be able to put down 40, but unfortunately for them, there is the Paloswine waiting for them, and Eeyore down bottom as they are now going to be welcomed here by the Leafeon and, of course, the Mimikyu.
Wow. That is just too big. Onyx Rise. They're looking pretty formidable here up until this point. Mamoswine already available. So probably this would be much more difficult for Myth to counter those Ice Fangs later on. But Regieleki is the good part here. It puts a bit of a pressure all the way at top path. But the pressure still boils down at bottom. Can very sad defend this one. Ear cancels out the score, but Cell is there to put up the distance with the Emerald 2-step. Would get 2 KOs for their team. Myth being overwhelmed by Onyx Rise. What a synergized movement by Onyx.
Yeah, I mean, you know, this... Oh, what a kickoff. It's... Onyx Rise right now is still getting... still ahead, you know, aside from that of... against that of Myth. And Myth is just... Well, they're still... trying to find their footing, you know, they're still having some difficulties trying to find a footing against that of Onyx Rise, because Onyx Rise is just, oh, there we go, another Ice Fang once again. Emerald 2-step. Okay, there we go.
Ultrasonic Swarm.
And Ultrasonic Swarm once again going to be picking out. It's going to be 4 down into the side of Myth, and the Serena, unfortunately, Twin Ascendants, but you're outnumbered. That is, I mean, I wouldn't say quite a waste of a Unite move, but at the same time, you are outnumbered at that zone, so it's you're not going to be able to survive nonetheless.
All right, Eeyore marching forward takes down Suicune, and Myth being overwhelmed after the good start that they have. It's just a blowout performance once again by Onyx, because they already got their scaling. XQ already, I do believe he's on full potential. XP
There we go, Ice Fang again!
Right. This just, you know, once someone gets caught up by the Ice Fang, it's game over for a single member of Myth. And right now, they're blowing a lot of damage. Yes, somewhat they got Eeyore out of the picture. That's a good reward in XP, but Onyx Rise could just disengage and find an opening once again.
Oh yeah, and man, 120 to 307. Onyx Rise not only is in the lead in terms of points, but also in the lead in terms of XP. Not a lot of not really a huge lead in terms of points though, because Smith can easily, you know, go up and against that score, especially later on down the game. Especially now that they have the Regieleki, they're just going to be using this to buy themselves some breathing room so that they can position themselves better into that of the Groudon pit, which I think is the best option that they have right now to shut down Onyx Rise from taking this Groudon by positioning themselves quite well, beautifully, but as of the moment, it seems as if they are scattered around, and Onyx Rise is just pulling themselves together as a team as they go up against Myth. And now Myth getting a little bit scared here, and remove themselves from the Groudon pit. Unfortunately for them, they were already there inside the pit.
Yeah, very unfortunate. 2 minutes. This is what Myth needs. Mega TB goes in, but goes back immediately. And look at that high horsepower. Ice Fang won't connect immediately, but the Mammal Smash has been used already. And that's just phenomenal. Go in by Illuna. Waiting on the other hand, at the other side. But there's just too tanky. Myth is too tanky.
Oh, that's one.
But the back line, too powerful for XQ.
That's
Emerald
two.
Two-Step is there, gets one already.
That's three.
Just 2 members left here, JJ.
That's what I'm saying. That's what it do. And look at that right now. Rise is getting, taking advantage of the situation, trying to take down the Groudon for themselves. As Very Sad tries to seal this one away. Unfortunately, going to be, not going to be able to do it. And as I mentioned earlier, they already had the great positioning into that of the Ray Pit, but unfortunately, the moment that they were able to see Onyx Rise going in as well, they got a little bit scared and went out, which essentially just gave Rise the positional advantage into the Groudon in exchange for nothing.
And that's gonna hurt his Myth, right? Because Onyx
It's free real estate.
Yeah, and wide open. It was a giveaway for Onyx for them to get the not Rayquaza, but Groudon. It was a total giveaway because they had the perfect spacing for them to knock things down.
Oh man, that is quite unfortunate for Myth. But just like what happened in their previous match, we might be able to see some a glimmer of hope here for Myth. They might be able to adjust going to game number 2. They were able to get into one as well, so earlier. So that is still something to look forward to for them.
That's just one game for Onyx Rise. Myth might have a chance to bounce back at game 2, but the consistency and performance of Onyx in terms of draft, execution, and synergy, you cannot doubt them to win the whole thing up against Myth.
Oh yeah, for sure. They have complete control of the game, and Myth was, well, they almost. Oh man, what's the right word here? They couldn't do anything against that of Onyx Rise, unfortunately for them. But again, that's why this is good. That's why there's a best of 3. That means you can still change things up. You can still adjust going to game number 2, and hopefully, at the very least, they don't allow Onyx Rise to get the early game, because that really is the biggest problem for Myth right there. They were able to allow Onyx Rise, right? They allowed Onyx Rise to get into the early game, get the Leafeon, get the Alolan Raichu right from the get-go, and from there on out, it dealt them a lot of damage, honestly. Especially with how nimble and how mobile Leafeon is.
Yeah.
You'd think like you'll get the notification that your teammate from the bottom pad was just taken out by the Leafeon, but so suddenly after 2-3 seconds, Eeyore is already up in your face up top.
Yeah, I was actually afraid at first as well that Mega Charizard X might be a better pick, simply because Myth does have a Serena with the Queen's Ascendant, but I haven't seen it that much take into effect. Especially Eeyore can just really move around and do what he wants to. So I feel like the execution was somehow off for Myth. Maybe the timing is a little bit off, or maybe it was just Eeyore trying to manipulate the movement of Myth.
No, yeah, that's what I said, That's why I said earlier, they don't really need the Mega Lucario or the Mega Charizard. They can still make it work, and they are ready to fight up against even both of them, as we've seen earlier, going up against we call this Team Nemesis, right? So they are ready and prepared, and they don't need to go to that route just to be able to win. And they showed us that not once but twice, but also thrice this time around. So they are now ready, I'd say. So that is what do you call this? That is Rise showing us their prowess, and just one more game and they'll be facing off against T1. The biggest difference though is that T1 is, I'm pretty sure, watching this game right now and preparing for Onyx Rise.
Yeah, I mean, they're taking down notes. They're making sure what are the possible steps or strategies that they could do up against whoever wins this series, right? For now, I think they're focused on Onyx simply because they got the first game. But, somewhat it would make their minds a little bit shaky once Myth takes game number 2, if they can, right? Since they were focusing on Onyx for sure. But what if Myth takes game number 2? So that's another shift of attention. And it's going to be very difficult for them to digest everything in just a couple of minutes in order for them to go up against a team that they would be competing later on.
But even then, right? Like Myth is going up against if Onyx Rise wins this, right? Myth still okay. To be fair though, at least Myth is gonna be able to guarantee a handful enough points compared to those who already lost on round number 1. They immediately already get more points than them by playing only at the battle for third, or actually even here. They win, they lose, they would still have more points than those who lost in round number 1, and that's still an advantage going to the rest of the days of the tournament.
We'll see what happens. Game number 2, make or break here for Myth. Blastoise being the first Pokemon on their hands. I feel like they would shift once again. I wouldn't say into their comfort zone, but more of the traditional draft that we were used to doing. Since I think it's more of a pilot test run on what they did a while ago by having 4 all-rounders and 1 supporter. Yes, we saw the role distribution, just like Blaziken being the defender and Suicune being the supporter at some point in time. But it's really hard for you to pull off, as it is not really designed that way.
Well, we'll see going into this game, and this time around, it seems as if Myth is now going to be dropping the Mega Lucario. Well, obviously, aside from the fact that it just got banned as well by Onyx Rise, but now going up for the Mega Charizard, which, again, Onyx Rise is prepared to go up against. So...
Mew might actually work, but I think there are other attackers who does provide more firepower than Mew. Maybe an Espeon, but I might take this into consideration. They have 3 defenders, right? So probably someone could peel around the Mew, and Charizard is there as a bruiser.
Yeah, I mean, again, this is what do you call this? The Mew is their what do you call this? The backlane attacker. It's not really. Espeon is more of a mid range, and at the very least, Mew would be able to support the team, not only as an attacker but also with coaching and the solar beam and all that. So. There's a lot of things that Mew can do here, especially with the help of the team. But what they need to be wary of is, I'd say, they are very tanky, that's for sure. But where's the damage coming from? Where's the damage going to be coming from? It's only the Mew and, of course, the Charizard. Whereas on the side of Onyx Rise, they might not have that much of a firepower compared to Myth, but they do have the crowd control, which I'd have to say is the stronger thing in this game.
Yeah, I mean, they have formidable draft, right? So the question is right now, what Onyx has something in mind in order to, let's say, come out victorious in this series? Because it's a tougher version of Myth. Aside from the sustain or the tankiness that they do have, I don't see anyone who can shred down those HP at the side of Onyx. Yes, they have Serena and Buzzwole. Yes, they have sustain, but they need someone to shred down those huge chunk of HPs later on.
No, for sure. I totally agree with you. And, well, we'll see how they're going to be faring off. I mean, it's a triple defender, which, it's something that we've seen before as well. Well, mostly double defenders, but triple defender is not uncommon either in a competitive setting. So, again, I'm sure they know what they're doing, and they're going to be showing us what they're made of in this game. Again, game number 2 of Myth versus Onyx Rise here, ladies and gentlemen, and all trainers alike. Let's see how they're going to be able to, win up against Onyx Rise, at least for a game.
Yeah, I mean, it's not yet over. They could still do a reverse sweep out of this. So, quite curious what Myth has to offer in game number 2 to bounce back even stronger. Because they should be aggressive, or they must be aggressive from now on, because they have a better lineup, at least with the Snorlax and Mew at bottom path.
Here you go. That is the again the Mew now at level 3, Mega Charizard now at level 5, and the Umbreon unfortunately still at level 3. Still not an Umbreon, still not gonna be able to do a lot here. But there goes Swift, gonna be able to take down the Charmeleon as well. Eeyore right now just pushing Zeke away. Zeke gonna be able to get the Citrus Berry, but then he's a little bit too deep into the speed reflux zone of Onyx Rise.
Very tough here. Eeyore putting up the pressure here. Still an Eevee, not an Umbreon. This is going to be very tough for a Myth if they don't get the power spikes at 8-minute mark, because all objectives will boil down at the hands of Onyx if that's the case.
That is true. That's what I'm saying. And now, Mega TB trying to go away at the wrong direction. Rather, Illuna going to be able to use the eject button to get that, the Ice Fang and take down the KO. Take the KO for themselves, take the win.
Yeah, Reggie Draco being focused now by Cell. But Vision is quite available here for Myth. They know what's starting in mid. But the response is not yet visible as of now. Illuna has to back away immediately because of that HP. And right now they're gambling it all over. Myth gets the last hit. Beautiful heavy slam. And Cell is trying to chase everyone down.
And there you have it. Meatloaf going into the side of the Buzzwole. Unfortunately, not going to finish them off. But here goes this arena. Cell gonna be able to take down the Umbreon. No more Meatloaf up into the game. Gladia gonna be able to run away. Heavy slam as well into the stomp, into the smackdown as well. Coming from that of Eeyore. Unfortunately, they were left alive and going to go back to the base to get in some recoveries, and now ready to take in the fight once again. Cell now putting down 10 points over cap, but enough to take down the first score goal up top.
I thought that Onyx wasn't really going to destroy Tier 1. It's because I thought they want to delay things down the side of the Myth, because Bottle Bees on the side lanes would not spawn unless you destroy a Tier 1, right? So I thought that was the game plan for Onyx, but I think they want more breathing room at least in order for them to dominate this match even more.
Speaking of breathing room, though, at least Myth was able to take in that Regieleki down bottom, going to be able to destroy the first squirrel down bottom as well. This is the breathing room that they so far needed since game number 1. And at the very least, Onyx isn't really getting in control of the game fully in comparison to game number 1, but still in control nonetheless. But Myth, we are definitely seeing their adjustments against that of Onyx Rise. But then, as it happens, Onyx Rise is adjusting to their adjustments. So, especially with Illuna being, I'd say, thus far, the MVP of Onyx Rise here, allowing everyone else to just pick off Myth one by one. Especially with the eject button into the Ice Fang.
Yeah, and it's just beautiful setup that he's been providing all over again, making sure that Onyx gets an easy KO out of the setups that he's trying to provide for the team.
I mean, for sure, right? Like, Rise would still be able to get some KOs, get some pick-offs, but it was made easier by Illuna with the check button and the Ice Fang. And now we're gonna be seeing Myth here trying to push in, but unfortunately they're gonna be met here. There you go. That is gonna be the Mega Charizard up right there. The Mamoswine is gonna be taken out as well. It's gonna be 1-0 in favor of Myth, and now they're gonna be able to put in some scores. Unfortunately, it's not gonna be enough to. Oh, never mind. It is enough to destroy the first year scroll goal up top for Onyx Rise. Now, despite the fact they're still not in the lead, it's 191 to 221, and the XP right now is on the side of Onyx Rise, with the exception, of course, of the Charizard. And now Rainy gonna be taken down here by Eeyore. That is it. And oh my goodness, the Mamoswine gonna be taking out the Umbreon as well.
Yeah, and there's an objective down bottom as well. Regieleki. For sure, Myth does want that to apply more pressure, but I do not see the movement yet. Maybe they're trying to challenge top pass, but with this kind of movement, it's just Onyx Rise getting both of them. I think the rotation is a little bit too delayed unless Onyx Rise would somewhat not prioritize this Regieleki down bottom.
Which I think they are going to. I mean, look at the ear right now. You know, they are now down bottom, getting it, getting the Reggie button, and there you go. Regieleki gonna be taken here by Onyx Rise, and now they are now ready to sandwich a Myth right now. And there you go. Ooh.
Execution by Myth. They are more focused on, you know,
right
team
now,
fights and getting the goals that they need, but quick response as well for Onyx Rise. Pivot of attention to Regidrago. That is what Myth does need. If they can't get the Rayquaza, boost their scoring potential as much as possible. That's why they set up already the Hydro Typhoon, despite the critical timer already, as they haven't been taking any KOs yet. But Mew was taken down at the side of Myth. Make that one two. Make that one four. Immediately in exchange for one. And they're looking for the last one. This could be a wipe out. But Myth does have an ample time to back away.
Well, that's fine. You know, they wanted to get in some breathing room, a bit of a leeway here. Unfortunately for Rise, at least for Myth, it's fortunate that the Snorlax Gladia was able to buy a lot of time, so that Onyx Rise attention wasn't focused enough to get in some scores. And just like that, you know, they were able to prevent the scoring of Rise from happening. Still, 191 to 241 is the score of the game here. Onyx Rise still the lead, not only in points, but also in XP. But fortunately for Myth, though, this score lead is not really that big for them not to be able to catch up. That's only like a 50 point lead.
Oh, yeah. So a lot of potential for a comeback here for Myth. Even though they don't get Rayquaza, even though they just, you know, ignored away, they could still win this. And but oh my goodness, Rainy on the back line. That's a beautiful setup coming in from them, chasing down Illuna, and there's not going to be someone who's going to do the setup for Onyx Rise, and Myth is marching forward all the way up against them. Heavy Slam will knock out 3 members of Onyx Rise, and this is just way too difficult for them to do the counter. But oh my god, Rainy falls down. The damage dealer has been knocked out. Power Nap was deployed, but that's just
that's 3 down
for Myth. No one is doing the damage right after Rainy was taken down, right after Mega Charizard is offline.
Oh my goodness, Gladia right now almost down HP. That's going to be 4 down to the side of Myth, and only Gladia is going to be the only one left from the initial bash of Myth into that of the Groudon. Gets the Heavy Slam, but unfortunately going to be able to steal away the Groudon. Now, despite what happened just now, I have to give props to Myth. Knowing their objectives, knowing who to target, targeting Illuna, essentially slowed down the
tempo.
Yeah, the tempo of Onyx Rise. That's actually beautiful. Great adjustment coming from Myth.
Yeah, it's a great adjustment, but at the same time, it does take a lot of time for them to execute that, making Onyx Rise still the inferior team because they do have a secondary or a backup defender in which those are their own rounders, but at the same time, it goes hand in hand with their Eldegoss, which is quite phenomenal for them because they have secondary options. They do have tons of what-ifs in their lineup, making sure that everything goes well for them.
But again, you still cannot dismiss the fact that that was a great
Absolutely.
adjustment coming in from Myth, knowing their objective, knowing their target, and if they were able to what do you say? If they were able to move forward as well, get some what do you call this? Response to that, follow-ups. I think they might have been able to take in that team fight, but unfortunately, Onyx Rise was ready for them as well. Despite not having Illuna, it only delayed the inevitable by a few seconds, and still they were able to win the team fight, and of course, eventually taking in the Groudon for themselves, taking a 2-0 against that of Myth, and now proceeding to the grand finals as well, where T1 is waiting for them.
Yeah. And Myth is going to be a big struggle of the team once they get their, what do I call this? Once they get used to it, right? Because yes, there might be a slow starter from now on. Yes, they might have slipped through pass up against rival esports a while ago, but there's no denying that this team is full of potential. They just need the consistency moving forward into ACL.
That's true. No, I totally agree with you. And again, this is just day number 1, and the good thing here in this tournament is that there's only 8 teams, right? Yeah, there's only 8 teams, and regardless of your position or of your performance in the the first 5 single eliminations, you are still going to be able to play on the playoffs. So that's the good thing about the new format here. The only unfortunate thing for that is that the lower your placing is, the lower your seeding is, the more games you have to play. Because again, the last day number 6, is a King of the Hill format. So whoever places first for all of the single elimination matches based on points, based on your possessions per the 5 single LMs, whoever places first only needs to play 1 game for that last game, and whoever wins that, man, immediately goes. Because the thing is, right, we're gonna be getting three teams from this playoff. So the moment you place first,
you're guaranteed.
even if you don't play for whatever reason the grand finals of the King of the Hill, even though you're only gonna be playing 1 game of best of 5, you're still guaranteed to go to the finals. PUACL finals, right? Yokohama.
Yeah, and I mean, that's the purpose of taking every game seriously at the group stage. It's not like round robin wherein it's important for you to get into the playoffs, but this one, every win counts, every goal counts, and that is what makes this tournament really difficult for every team's competing here. Just imagine, if you lose 1 game, definitely you have to settle for maybe around 10 points or less in a day, and you have to catch up. What if this team keeps on getting 20? That's 100 points in 5 days, and you have to catch up immediately.
That is true. And hey, man, at least we now know for a fact that only either of the 2 teams we have, T1 and Onyx Rise, is going to get the first highest points of the tournament in for today, and at the same time, it's again a huge advantage to have, especially that the placing matters for the King of the Hill. But speaking of placing matters, please place your food, place your dinners and waters right now, as we're going to be taking a short break. Eat it down, chow down to some of your foods, maybe some citrus berries as well. We'll be right back, and when we come back, we will have the grand finals ready for you, up and running, so don't go anywhere. We'll see you in a bit.
trainers, and welcome back to Pokemon Unite Asia Champions League Day 1 for Southeast Asia League. My name is Mickey Mills with JJ Kun, and we are headed towards the finals of our Day 1 matchup. It's between T1 up against Onyx Rise.
You know, with the teams, with the performances that they've shown us earlier, you know, like I have to say this is I have to change my most exciting most anticipated match of the day. It's no longer T1 versus Evo's FXL, but rather it's T1 versus Evo's Rise, because with how they performed on their previous matches, the first two matches they've had, it's just, you know, reasonable to look forward to how these players are going to be playing against each other, especially when they have dominated their respective matches prior to this.
Yeah, I mean, they're coming in very smoothly. You know, both of them doing 2-0s on their respective series that they had a while ago. So definitely the strongest among themselves on who they competed up against a while ago. So Onyx Rise versus T1. Forgive us in the graphical error that you have been seeing in the 1 point for T1, but this is just game number 1, ladies and gentlemen.
Here we go. First ban is going to be the Leafeon, coming from Onyx Rise, which is quite surprising because they are usually the one that uses the Leafeon. Yeah. But there goes the Zacian, gonna be banned out as well. And the next one is they're looking to ban the Hoopa. There we go. The Hoopa is gonna be banned for the second one for T1, and the last one is none other than I don't think the Megas are going to be banned here. I think the Megas are going to be used this game.
Oh, Megas are banned here by Onyx Rise.
Oh, never mind
instead.
then.
Yeah. So Mega Lucario wide open. I don't think so. It would be used by Onyx unless they have more, you know, they have more Pokemon on their hands or in their bag. But for the record, we haven't seen them use it quite yet, at least for today. So for sure, they're not bringing out every single cards that they do have, right? So this is the card they have for Day 1. This is the card that they have for Day 2. So probably just stick to their own game plan because they have been winning it over and over again a while ago.
Yeah, I mean, now, as we have mentioned, that it is going to be the Mega Lucario going to be used up here by Pistachio. You know, we've seen Pistachio being the, we call this the all-rounder. The all-rounder here with T1 has been doing a lot of stuff as well. And despite not being able to use a Zacian in comparison to like previous games, I think they would still be able to handle Mega Lucario quite beautifully as well going into this game. And as you have mentioned, Psyduck, they have been ordering up them this Pokemon earlier, is still one of the Pokemon that can and still is in the meta, especially with how much crowd control it can provide a team. But with that being said, they're not going to be committing into that of the they're not going to be committing into that of the Psyduck, but instead goes in for the Clefable and the Miraidon, which we've seen earlier, quite a threat if put into the hands of Komi.
Absolutely, and you know, Miraidon doing a lot of damage, and together with EPE with Delarius providing the space that Komi needs, there's no doubt that they would do this phenomenally. But I think I'd have to say that maybe a Mamoswine is the perfect defender for T1, but Onyx Rise managed to took that away from their draft, and in replace, they got Urshifu as their last pick. So probably a Water Bear is what we're going to see, and this would be a front line as well coming up. And there's no doubt that, you know, it would be sustained with EPE, with the Clefable. So I do not doubt the lineup of T1, but it makes me wonder how could they handle the Ice Fangs of Illuna later on.
No, yeah, I mean, Illuna showed us how great they control, or rather they maneuver this, well, Mamoswine, and that's going to be one of the threats here for T1, especially that Onyx Rise knows when and where to pick their opponents up one by one. So that's going to be the win con here for Onyx Rise, to take them on one by one, get Illuna in. But the thing is, especially with the Miraidon into the hands of T1, that's going to be quite a problem to do. This is going to be quite difficult to do, but then, hey, it's Rise that we're talking about here. They can and will look for another opening the more that they see fit. But T1 is known, as we can see from the we've observed from the previous matches, the ones that keeps on closing doors for their opponents.
Yeah, and it's not just on closing the doors, right? They were able to dominate those matchups compared to Onyx Rise. I mean, they did as well, but the last game between them and Myth was actually a jump scare to the point that maybe we thought Myth would actually get that game. But there is not much of an instances that it happened to T1. So maybe this is the time for them to prove themselves, which does have the luckier bracket, which does have the easier way out, because this is a complete, total different story if you're in the finals.
No, for sure. I mean, what do you call this? It's different in terms of the pressure, especially that this is a grand finals match as well. Albeit it's still not the grand finals, but it's still a grand finals nonetheless for both of these teams. But you know, being these teams, well, having a lot of experience in this stage, I don't think the pressure is going to be affecting them a lot. As to in contrast to how we're looking at it but at the same time, you know, I think at the very least they would be on equal footing for this match. Again, this is just day number 1, grand finals, so we are still playing at the best of 3, not the best of 5.
I mean, yeah, absolutely, for sure. I do feel like this would be a head-to-head toe, you know, and the pressure is set aside because both of them had a great run a while ago. So completely denied that. They're just focused on getting the most point, at least for today, and move forward to day number 2 with confidence.
And here you go. Let's take a look at how it's going to be dealt here, you know?
And this is a slower facing compared to the ones we saw before with T1. Very careful indeed, because they know that they can't make a mistake, especially with the caliber of Onyx. But right now, Saram is here for the respond. Not gonna be over-aggressing this for T1 because they know that Cell could dish up a lot of damage, while APE might be the priority target for them.
Well, let's find out together as they are now trying to get in, and this has been thus far the most equal footing early game that we've seen, but Ear tries to get away. Focus Band is going to allow it to survive another day, but look at that right now. Pisterio at low HP. Onyx Rise was able to shut down Pisterio's, you know, rage. And from there on out, going to be able to put down some score. 30 right now coming in from Cell as well, with the help of Ear, with that of the rapid spin and the hydro the hydro pump rather. There you have it. Ear now putting down 30, overcapping 6 points, securing the first tier score goal of the game.
And I do believe that this is the first time we've seen T1 for today having difficulties with their execution, because Onyx Rise is able to put a huge amount of pressure up against them.
No, yeah, for sure. And here we go. No overcaps here for the side of T1, but still, the same score right now, 90-90. We can still consider this at 0-0 because, well, hey, it's the same score anyway. But look at this right now. Onyx Rise, it was T1 that has always been aggressive and putting their toes, dipping it down to the base of the opponents. But this time it is Rise the one doing it against T1, saying that, hey, maybe you should take a taste of your own medicine, and that's what they're doing, and they are winning up against T1, at least right now with the mid game.
A little pokes here.
There you go.
Excuse me
now,
for
Hydro
that
Typhoon
one.
into the eject button, gonna be able to take down the ledge as well, and that's the game plan here by Onyx Rise. You know, as I mentioned earlier, all they need to do is pick them off one by one. They don't need to overcommit at all. They just need to pick them up one by one and then disengage and then do it all over again. But look at this right now, Illuna, unfortunately only one left here, as the Urshifu and of course the Mega Lucario is gonna be able to take them all up. It's gonna be 2 down into the side of Onyx Rise, but still, to nobody's favor, the scales are still equal.
Scaling very much equal. This is literally anyone's game at the first half of game number 1. Really tough to tell who has the upper hand. But, when it comes to draft, I feel like once that Play With Me is online with the Hydro Typhoon by Onyx Rise, they have more kit to suppress the capabilities of T1 in terms of fights.
No, yeah, I totally agree with you. It's still, I'm still not used to the size of Latias, though. Just an off-topic, though.
Oh, yeah.
I don't, it feels like Latias has been made too small in this game. You know what I mean?
Oh, really?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. It's so weird to see Lucario bigger than Latias. You know what I mean?
Now I understand. I understand because of other games you get to see that perspective,
yeah.
right?
Yeah, it's weird. Latias feels so small. Anyway, going back to the game.
I mean, I want to see a Mega Latias in the future, right? You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Yeah, you know what I'm saying?
There's a lot of mega potentials in this game. I mean, they're gonna be putting up megas anyway, so might as well put all the megas. As Mega Zero Aura is gonna be getting a mega as well.
Oh yeah, right.
In Legends ZA, so we might be able to see it, as part of the promotion of the Legends ZA DLC. Maybe able to see the Mega Zero Aura in this game as well. So.
Not yet out, but already bought it, so we're just waiting for it.
Yeah, I mean, anyway, go into the game though.
Yes, go back to the game. We're playing Pokemon
T1. Yeah, T1 right now. This is the T1 that we've seen on the first 2 games that they were playing. They're always the one dipping their toes in the opponent's base. And right now, oh my goodness, Hydro Typhoon is getting popped up as well, but unfortunately not a lot of response into the side of Onyx Rise. But at the very least, they were able to minimize the casualties that they have. But unfortunately, Kami is going to be able to get a bit more into the side of Onyx Rise, and unfortunately for them, that is a win trade into the side of T1.
Yeah, that was actually a good one as well for the side of Mega Lucario, which is Mysterio. Being able to position the close combat at a very great range, deals a lot of damage, but at the same time does not get inflicted by Onyx Rise. So pretty much maximizing the potential of the Pokemon really does work for this team, making T1 such of a good competitor already.
And look at this though. Look at Latias' size in comparison to Clefable, dude. It's so weird.
We're in fact, like Latias is a lot more bigger than Clefable, right?
Right? Anyway. Hey, look. You know what? We're not going to talk about it in this stream, but like,
yeah,
you know what I mean.
Maybe
you know what I mean?
Right after the finals, right? We get to debate on it. But
even Mimikyu's bigger than Alola Raichu. But anyway, Grounded is
set
up.
that one aside. It's final stretch, my boy.
Yeah, Grounded is up right now. Onyx Rise has a position advantage into that of Onyx Rise, but the thing is, T1 here is going to be forcing themselves up into the Groudon pit. Here we go. Hydro Spin? No, Rapid Spin into the Hydro Pump is going to be popped here, but unfortunately, it's just being used to bait them up. Here we go. Hydro Typhoon is going to be popped up, but unfortunately, not a lot is getting popped up as well. There you go. Rhino is going to be able to take down Eeyore from a mile away. Look at that. 27 hits, 28, 29 hits coming in from Yule.
Water Bear, such a tank out there, getting all of the damages, while the Mamoswine from Onyx, which is Illuna, is busy doing the business up against T1. They got narrow vision because both has the same role. I mean, basically, both teams has the same goal. Urshifu, Water Bear takes care of the business. Illuna takes care of the business, but eventually T1 had the upper hand in terms of objective. But the question is, can they score the points down? Yes, they do some, but it's not yet quite done. 40 seconds still left. Onyx can still flip the tides if they get a knockout.
Oh, yeah, and here we go. 30 seconds is still a lot for them. But here you go. At the same time, you're trying to, we're seeing some sneaky beaky down bottom as well, but it's only going to be possible if they can take out Onyx Rise right now. But as we can see, Illuna is now taking down Hydro Typhoon is going to pop up. What's the follow-up? The Mysterio unfortunately not going to be able to finish the job, but at least there is the Water Bear going to be able to take down the Elegance as well. And there it goes, Eeyore down, and the Mimikyu. Only Alola Ninetales is down up as well, but it is not enough, unfortunately. T1, we have seen this game. They might not have the control of the early game and the mid game, but they are always
absolutely true. And you gotta respect Mule and Iluna. Both teams have the same job. They did the same thing. But at the end of the day, it was Mule who actually did the better job by getting those combo hits against Onixrise, being up much more longer compared to Iluna, and everything boiled down in the favor of T1 right after that.
Oh man, it's one more game, one more game for T1, and they will be crowned the winners of today's tournament. But Onixrise here, I'd have to say that it was a pretty close match as well. It wasn't really just, it was just at the final stretch when things went way here, so I think they can make some adjustments here, and I truly believe that they can make adjustments and finally control the match, not only in the early game, but also in the mid game and the late game as well, going into that of the instead of the final stretch. And if there's anyone who could go toe-to-toe against C1, at least in day number 1, I think it's Onixrise.
Oh yeah. And overall, right, it was a great execution for both teams, just like what I've been telling over and over again. It's just a matter of fact that, Onyx gave it their all. The Cotton Cloud Crash was available to prolong the fight, but at the same time, the Water Bear was prolonging it on their favor, and, the Mamoswine and Iluna just kept being shredded down by other members of T1. That's a problem. Yes, the team fight is taking a while, but once you lose someone, it's a different story, and that is what totally happened here in game number 1. But of course, before moving forward to game number 2, we received a correction regarding on our announcements a while ago. So basically, 4 teams would qualify to ACL finals in Yokohama, Japan. The one we're talking about, top 1 to 3, is the guaranteed ones, and from 4th to 8th seeded team, they would have to compete for the 4th place spot in the playoffs in order to get the last slot for ACL finals. JJ's taking a look at it.
Yeah, I'm currently
taking a look at it, right?
I am taking a look at it. I'm trying to all teams will qualify to playoffs.
Yeah,
so
for C-League, right?
It doesn't matter. Yeah. It doesn't matter for C-League, they will be playing up the King of the Hill for the playoffs, and then the top 1 to 4 will call for the grand finals in Yokohama. Okay, yeah. So as you have mentioned, the top 3 at least is automatically qualify to the grand finals.
Yeah.
This is the same, it's it aligns with what we said earlier.
Yeah.
But
+1.
The 4th one, it's going to be on the rank 1. Yeah, it's going to be +1. It's the top 3 plus a +1, plus the top 4 is going to be proceeding to the grand final. So there you have it, ladies and gents. It's out of the 8 teams that we have in this tournament, 4 of them are going to be proceeding to Yokohama, which, by the way, we're 2023 World Championships was held.
Yeah,
right?
that was it. Yeah, that was Yokohama. Way back, who was the champion? Was it Luminosity Gaming? Yeah, it was Luminosity Gaming who was the champion during that time.
Yeah, 2023. There we go.
Yeah,
I'm correct.
Yeah, Yokohama, right? Luminosity Gaming followed by Elevate.
Yes.
They were the kings or the finalists during that time.
That was the time they, I think, to me as well, that was the time I think they made a controversial pick of Talonflame.
Yeah.
At the time. So Anyway, that's 2 years ago. We are now into 2025. Going back into the game, we're gonna be seeing a ban on the Mega Lucario. We're not gonna be seeing any Mega Lucarios this time around, but we might be able to see some Mega Charizard. No, we don't know just yet. Maybe that's the game here, no?
Yeah, I mean, yeah, it's quite possible, knowing that the potential of Mega Charizard is really big. You know what I'm saying? When it comes to damage department, sustainability, definitely would work. But Mimikyu is wide open here for Cell.
Oh, wow.
And definitely would go for the comfort pick.
Viscerio, sure, take away my Zacian. Sure, take away my Mega Lucario. But I still have my Mega Charizard. Ladies and gentlemen, all trainers alike, we're just going to be seeing still a Mega Pokemon in this game. Onyx Rise versus T1, potentially the final game of the day. Now, the first set of Pokemon that's been picked is Mimikyu, Miraidon now, not into the side of T1, but rather into the side of Onyx Rise, and of course the Hoopa to get some refreshes and to survive longer in team fights. But this time though, T1 now holding the Mega Charizard, the Latias, the Buzzwole, and of course the Mew. Potentially, we might be able to see maybe a Alolan Raichu for Kami. What do you think?
Yeah, I mean, it's pretty possible because I do believe that this Mew might not be an attacker at some point. It could be a supporter as well with coaching.
Wow.
Okay.
Okay, so here's the biggest difference, right? Earlier we said that there's virtually almost no reason to play the vanilla versions of these Mega Pokemon, right? But the thing is, if and when Lucario becomes Mega Evolution, it loses Steadfast, and Steadfast being a passive for Lucario, the vanilla Lucario, means that it can last longer on team fights than that of the Mega. Although granted, the Mega Lucario does have better attack power. So I guess it's a pick and choose type of thing, where you choose whether you want more damage or you want more survivability.
Quite curious if this would work at the favor of Onyx, or this is a double-edged sword. If we're gonna describe it, it's a double-edged sword. If it works, totally great. But if not, you could have picked another all-rounder for your team, which is like it's going to be the what if you lose the game. But we're just starting things off here at game 2. There's a lot of things that could happen, and know that it has the same toolkit but different ability. There's not much of a change. It's still the same thing.
I mean, again, the debate here is, the vanilla Lucario can survive longer.
Yeah.
Compared to Mega Lucario, but then Mega Lucario can deal much more damage. So again, that might change things up here for Onyx Rise. Maybe that's one of their key games here. Their key strategies here to still have a Lucario nonetheless, even if Mega Lucario is out.
We'll see. Double-edged sword indeed. And by the way, as this match progresses, we would like to announce that Full Sense won the third place matchup up against Made in Thailand. So as we concluded already off stream 2-0. So everything is said and done except for this matchup between T1 and Onyx.
Yeah, Full Sense winning 2-0 against Made in Thailand, putting Full Sense into third place. There you go.
Yeah, that's a huge chunk of points already for their team. I do believe that's 12, but let's deal with that later. We'll show you the leaderboards in just a bit. But 850 mark has already elapsed here, and definitely T1 wants to go aggressive. But I'm loving the coordination here so far by Onyx, but it feels like their damage is not enough, but great reinforcement overall by Cell to fill that in.
There you go. 26-27 is the score of the game here. Rise though, and the vanilla Lucario, we're seeing a bit of as I mentioned, it can survive more, especially
Mhm.
after its HP gets lowered down half. It's going to be able to have more movement speed as well in comparison to the Mega Evolution, which has Justified and then Attack ability. So, with that being said, though, Koopa is going to be taken out here by T1. Not going to be a lot of well, doesn't it's not going to be affecting Onyx Rise a lot just yet, though, comparison to later than the grade. But look at this, so T1 is moving up top, making sure that they can overwhelm them with numbers. As one of our friends said, strength and numbers is going to be the play of the game here. And look at that right there. You're going to be able to take down the Buzzwole. And here you have it. Serom going to be taken out as well. The very little Latias is going to be out back to the Pokemon Center. And there you have it, ladies and gentlemen. All trainers alike. Eeyore with the vanilla... what it calls... With the vanilla Lucario still doing a lot of damage against T1.
Yeah, this is just a phenomenal execution as well with Cell. He knows when to get aggressive. He knows when they have the advantage, simply because that it takes a lot of time for you to deal damage, right? And it takes a lot of moveset bending in order for you to maximize it out, compared to a much more consistent attacker like Raichu or Miraidon. This one is a whole
beautiful
different
solar beam.
level. The solar beam connects. It was beautiful. But I love the Ice Fang as well from Iluna, which happened to be a quick trade for their team.
I mean, to be fair though, like Iluna with the Ice Fang, I mean, I guess. I mean, it's always been beautiful, but like, it's the only job of the Mew there was just to steal that Regieleki from Rise, and it already did its job. It can get taken out, and from there out, it can refresh immediately and go to the other objectives. As you can see here right now, T1 is trying to get in this Regirock to get some defense and special defense, which they did, and now they are ready to rotate once again, regrouping with their team.
Yeah, they need more wild Pokemons and XPs for them to catch up against Onyx, because they're a little bit behind here. And that Regidrago is looking good for them, and Onyx Rise is somehow gathered up here atop path, not prioritizing the Regidrago.
Oh yeah, I mean, still they don't really need to prioritize Regidrago just yet. All they need to do is, just do the other objectives, make sure that they have their XPs, and get ready for the team fights. And especially that they are the ones that forces the issue.
Yeah, but here's the thing, like, you could have at least watched out for the position of T1. And I feel like that's what they've been doing right now. They're trying to set the tempo and create a lot of pressure towards them, because they're just following the Buzzwole at top half. They want to make sure that they could respond to it immediately.
Well, that is definitely a good point as well. But speaking of which, though, Ear now putting down 1 point out of spite, dude. Out of spite, just 1 point. And allowing them to overcap. Look at that, Zoe is going to get taken out as well. That is quite the pick off coming into the side of T1. No more refreshes, not just yet, but here you go. T1 tries to overwhelm Onyx Rise here again up top, and I think they're going to be able to put in some scores without, after this, after the Bright Future Meteor Storm.
All right, now
Everyone, follow me.
Eeyore trying to chase someone down. Look at the Ultra Swarm Slam has been there, but the Rings Unbound will somewhat be a great advantage for them to refresh their HP. And one by one, they're trying to take down T1. And at this moment, that's 2 KOs for Onyx Rise. And the Mega Charizard has to back away.
That's 3. That's 3. Mega Charizard now at 40. And again, this is what we're talking about. Want more survivability? Go for Vanilla Lucario. Want more damage? Go for Mega Lucario. And it has been working thus far into Onyx Rise. I mean, as you can see, it's 208 to 73.
Yeah, and here's the thing. It's not just the Lucario. It's about the Hoopa as well, on how to utilize Hyperspace Hold to get the refreshes. Pokemon Center go back on track. That's just phenomenal timing overall in that last team fight with the rings and bound, because they could just go back with the rings and bound or the hyperspace hole. Anything works for them, and that Hoopa scales up a ton of HP.
Oh yes, and here you go. Mule here with a fire punch here. Okay, Charizard with EP and Kami right now trying to sandwich Onyx Rise right now, but they're gonna be able to get away. Eeyore, are they gonna be? Oh, never mind. The fire punch got them, and the close combat actually whiffs as well. And look at this 4v1. They're not gonna be able to survive. That is it. Fire punch to the face, bringing the Lucario down the Pokemon Center.
Yes, and Miss Ball by Saram creating distance here, creating some space for the team to score. That's a huge 50 point. That's a 31 over cap points here. And they can focus down into the Regieleki. No one is going for it. No one is trying to contest it at the hands of Onyx because they know they have a big lead. So they would just have to focus at the Groudon. Try to zone away T1.
Oh yeah, I mean, that's the biggest thing that they need to do now. You know, make sure that they have the position advantage into that of the Groudon pit here, the Groud pit. But then T1, this is what's happened since earlier. They've always won into the. My tongue wants to say Ray Pit. Groudon. It's already a Groudon.
Come on.
Here we go. The team fight, the final team fight of the day. Potentially. Oh wow! Hyperspace hole.
Great refresh. Mule still hasn't used the seismic slam. Still has the chance to go for Mega Evolution.
I mean, that's why they didn't pop it yet. But you know, Mamoswine no longer has its Unite move. Illuna, there you go. Ultra Swarm get popped up. There goes. It's gonna be 2 down. Lucario ear is now down. It's gonna be 2 down into the side of Onyx Rise. Maybe 1 more. Yes, it would be. That is going to be the Mimikyu going down, and Rings and Bound effect is now gonna be out. Zoe here is the only one left, along with the Miraidon, which is low. By the way, Groudon now gonna be taken down here by.
Oh my goodness! Oh my god!
Oh my goodness! But the thing is, there's only 3 of them. There's only 3 of them that was able to get in the buff.
And they still have T1 still has time.
They still have some time though. 40 seconds. They can still score this up, you know, if they want to. And I think they will. And there we go. 268. But Sneaky Beaky down bottom.
Uh-oh, not looking good here for T1. They might have
They need to be able to score this. At least Kami was able to get the Groudon buff too.
Overcap. They're gonna be overcapping 100. Not quite enough yet.
Oh,
they need more. They need more.
But 47.
He
up
might
top,
be
94. Oh my goodness. We might be going to game number 3 this time though.
We will. 10 seconds left. There's not much enough time. No one can take a team wipe here. No one has the points to do it. Everyone's still up for Onyx.
Oh, they got a hundo, but
Not enough.
Is it gonna be enough? It's not enough. It's not enough. No.
Not enough, man. They were leading by more of a hundo. Not gonna be quite enough, but almost.
Oh, they were short by 64. I don't know.
60. No, not 60. 59.
59. There you go. Yeah, 59 points. And that was so close too. Look at EP's recovery at 96k.
Man,
beautiful stuff. And for us, quite fortunately, we're gonna be able to see another Pokemon Unite game, and this is the second. Unfortunate for us, the second one, the second game number 3 of the day. I mean, we all want to see game number 3s all day long, but we are only going to be able to see this at the grand finals, the biggest stage of the tournament of the day. Now, this is quite appropriate, as I mentioned. You know, Onyx Rise T1, they can always adjust their team, and as I mentioned, if there's anyone who can go toe-to-toe against that of T1, it is going to be Onyx Rise.
Yeah, and that was a phenomenal last hit from the Hoopa, right? Just imagine, I'm pretty sure that T1 was somehow confident that they would get the last hit because it's just a Hoopa. How could that last hit? Perfectly timed out there. There's nothing much of a burst damage, at least, that T1 could have done. I think that's the reason why there was an opportunity for Zoe to get a last hit up against him in the Groudon.
Yeah, it's man, I'm not. It's quite fascinating to see, you know, the upset here coming from T1. I mean, I'm pretty sure they're already thinking that, hey, you know what, we can have this in the bag. We have the position advantage, but unfortunately for them, it was quite the risk. You know, it was quite the risk that Zoe had to take. It was either they take it or they don't.
Yeah.
And they did it. There we go. Gets the the berry. Oh, they didn't go in, but instead, it was the proc of the hyperspace hole that actually got the Groudon.
Yeah. Which is interesting, right? It's very unexpected.
It's an AoE still, you know. AoE, it deals a bit of a damage, but you know, for it to be the one that actually takes a Groudon is quite an almost second to impossible
right?
to do. You know, I mean, it's still possible. We saw that happen, but the chances are for you to be able to do that is quite small.
Yeah, or like, what are the odds of getting, let's say, 1 out of 50, 1 out of 100? That's how small it is for you to get the last hit, or even think about it when you're playing at the field.
Yeah.
So, what a great decision making here by Zoe, and you know, just a beautiful call overall for the team of Onyx Rise to force things down in game number 3.
Oh yeah, I mean, it seems as if we are not eating just yet. That means we're gonna be eating more Pokemon Unite actions for tonight. So man, I'm just excited once again to see how this match is gonna go. You know, again, this is the second game number 3 of the day, and I'm just excited. And to me, as a spectator, I'm already okay with whatever result's going to, well, come up. But still,
no,
we just want some good Pokemon Unite action.
Yeah, and of course, I do believe that the fans out there watching the live stream does have their own votes on who they want to win in the first finals of our day number 1. So this is going to be the last game, at least for today. We have some more in the coming days, but last game, it is game number 3. Onyx Rise did the unexpected, got the Lucario, not the Mega one, and did get the win out here. The question is, will they be able to finish the job? Can they finish things down up until this point?
That is for sure. And now Onyx Rise here is going to be banning into Mega Lucario still. They don't want T1 to have it. I'm not sure how they're going to be able to shut down Pisterio. Now, they've already banned down 2 Pokemon of Pisterio. Are they also going to be banning the Mega Charizard this time? There we go. Never mind. It is C1. It's C1 that banned the Mega Charizard instead. It's not Onyx Rise. So it's going to be quite interesting what Pisterio is going to be using. We might be able to see the Water Bear instead into the hand of Pisterio. Or if not, the H-Slash, you know?
Yeah, but here's the thing.
Never mind.
Mimikyu is banned by Onyx themselves. So maybe a Serena would be the pick here for Cell. I'm not quite sure. Yeah, possibly could be a Suicune, but Suicune has a lot of possibilities on how do you want to use it. You can use it as an all-rounder, special attacker, or even a supporter. A lot of possibilities here.
Oh yeah, for sure. And let's see how this is going to work on for them. I mean, there's no doubt that they can work this out. You know, T1. Onyx Rise though, they are banning Pokemon that it's one of those Pokemon that is a comfort pick for them.
I think that's what's better, right? You have to consider the mastery as well before hopping into the meta Pokemons, right? It's better that you have that mastery instead of going into the flow with what's buff or not. So No, it's a great practice that you go into what you have practiced before or what you know what's best for yourself and for your team.
But maybe, just maybe, this is the this is the way to go here for Onyx Rise to be able to go up against C1. But here's a Pokemon that we haven't seen in quite a while.
Sableye?
Sableye. Sableye is one of those Pokemon that we haven't seen in quite a while. Now, Kami being able to see, Eeyore with the Vanilla Lucario, and at least, all of the Megas are getting banned. We're going to be able to see the Vanilla Lucario once again. Now, Onyx Rise, with this kind of composition, I think they would want to get in some points. More points rather than team fights, I'd say. But at the very least, if it goes down to that, at least they do have Illuna with the Suicune. They do have Eeyore with, the Buzzwole, and of course the Serena, and of course their backup, that is Zoe.
I think Onyx does have the same idea here because they want to score more as well with the Doge Trio, which is being piloted by Cell right now. But Sableye, you've mentioned that this is very rare for you to see. I think I've seen this being used a lot in the Philippine region by Omento. For sure, that's probably their signature picks, but it's a different team using it now and a more capable of, which is Team 1. So Sableye, I think it hinders the Do Trio for scoring points and the resets that Hoopa can offer. Maybe it could provide a reset in the good or bad way, but you know what I'm saying? Because in crucial fights like a Rayquaza, you could just send back everyone into their base and have a guaranteed ground on and enjoy yourselves.
No, I totally agree. And now we're heading into the not potentially, but is the last game of the day. That is C1 versus Onyx Rise.
Here we go. I love what's happening. EP just roam around and just disrupt the facing of Onyx Rise. That's the play of a Sableye, and just spook you in, spook you out. If it works, it works, and definitely I think it is working so far. At the first 30 seconds, applying a lot of pressure towards bottom path.
And Onyx Rise wants to control this match. And at the same time, if they cannot control this game, just like they did last game, T1 can easily overwhelm them, which is something that they do not want to happen.
Yeah. Going back, Hyperspace Hole gets the Natus indeed here. Quick cleanup by Cell, which makes him up ahead than Mule. But Mule, overall, in damage department, I feel like he's going to need to be much more confident on this one. Axew has to back away. Hyperspace Hole, not the way they wanted it to, but the response is actually available right after that. I thought it was a bit too late, but still, Onyx Rise making this one work in their favor.
And here you go.
Refresh.
Hyperspace Hole. Yes, sir. Hyperspace Hole just to get a little bit of refresh.
Uh-oh. Not looking good quite yet. Whirlpool is there to create a distance. Luna really doing a great job in order to zone out the members of Team 1 with Whirlpool.
You go. There's still not a lot to it's happening, but still.
So
both of them is trying to take control of the game.
It's going flip back and forth, right? Because say if someone gets a KO for the next fight, the other team gets it. So very much of an equal footing here for both teams because both has a speedster superstar, which is Leafeon and Dodrio respectively. When it comes to defense, both have them, their supporters, Sableye, Hoopa, quick response that they provide to the team. So everything has an answer in general here. But one big team fight is what the teams need in order for them to get the lead.
Oh yeah, and let's see together, what they are going to be able to do here. Both of them still at the still nothing much, nothing major is happening as of the moment. So still, even though we are already at the almost at the mid game,
It's really quiet.
it is
Very
been, it has been-
very disciplined indeed, because both of them has to win this in a clean one. There
There you go.
taken in by T1. That's a chance for them to create some pressure up against Onyx Rise, but Cell being able to pick off a knockout up against them.
There you have it. Sableye gonna be able to take down one. That's gonna be 1 for 2 straight here in favor of Onyx Rise, but it is going to be added with one more as the Slowbro gets taken out as well. Regieleki almost taking. Oh, very good, beautiful refreshments. Coming in from that Onyx Rise with that of the hyperspace hole, gonna be able to repel away the Regieleki as well. Now here you go, goes back Koopa with hyperspace hole.
Let's go back immediately doing the resets. But T1 is buying a lot of time defending this tier 1 gold zone. They don't want to give easy points up against Onyx Rise, because if they do, this bird Cell is just going in and out and just doing the works of wonders out there later on. Which is, they want to prevent that. They don't want the scores to come in, because that's the key factor in order to win a game. You need to score more, and if you want to defend it, you have to defend it as quick as possible, knowing that the scoring capabilities of Onyx is much more faster compared to them.
Oh yeah, and here you go. That's going to be another KO here into the side of T1, and as I mentioned earlier, this is the adjustment that T1 is going to be doing. They've already observed Onyx Rise for 2 games, and now they're ready to do in some damage. And look at that, 211 to 62 is going to be the name of the game here, but we do get to see another pause here. We don't know what's happening as of the moment, but we'll keep you guys posted.
Yeah, and we've seen, going back into the topic of the game, we've seen that the moveset of Sableye was actually Confusory, which is actually great, since that's the purpose of the Sableye. You need to just you just need to sneak in and out in the fight and confuse your opponent. Just, I hate to say this, but you have to annoy them. You have to be you have to be the annoying Pokemon who goes back and forth, nothing less, nothing more. That's the job of the Sableye, aside from using the Unite move Chaos Glower when things get tight.
That's literally the reason why you would want to use the Sableye, right? even before the previous seasons, Sableye was one of those Pokemon that has been used a lot in competitive, in competitive level, mainly because of how it was then broken, the Confuse Ray, but now it's not as broken, but it still plays around your opponents.
Yeah. And we're seeing the results as of today, as of tonight, which is really magnificent for them to handle these kind of plays.
There you go. Let's see. 211 75 is going to be the name of the game here. Gets another Confuse Ray here into rings unbound, but unfortunately, Zoe has been taken down. Well, not quite yet, but still frozen in time. And there you have it. Zoe going to be taken down. That's going to be the Serena as well for the price of 1. No, make that 2. They're going to be able to take down the Sableye as well, along with the Leafeon. But is that going to be enough, though? Not quite yet. And look at that, Pistario going to be able to take down a lot again in the set of Onyx Rise. And now they are now pushing the Regieleki to the first 2 score goal. Are they going to be able to put it down? Venusette is going to be popped up as well. Never mind. Because of the hyperspace hole, they allowed the Regieleki to go in. And here you go. The battle is still not over. Gets a Unite move as well. Going to be able to take down 2, not 1.
Yes, and that Aura Cannon provided a lot of space as well for Team 1, but I have to give the props into that Confuse Ray right after the Rings Unbound was popped. There was no opportunity for the Hoopa to use its move because of the Confuse Ray, and right after the Confuse runs out, it's just a total free KO for the side of T1.
Oh yeah, and here you go as well. Regirock right now is up for anybody to get, but at the same time, it's still it's in nobody's favor. Still there.
Regirock looking quite good. Additional defense for T1, I guess. Getobi steal it away once again. I'm not quite sure. That's a very tight spot for him to handle, but we saw the attempt. It didn't work for now. T1 is quite aware that it might happen again. So they managed to, have a workaround, secure it the best of their ability.
And here you go. 338 to 108. Still not a lot to in retrospect, right? It's still not a lot of points here. It's only like 230, which can easily be overcome here by Onyx Rise if they can get in the Groudon, which T1 is working hard right now to not let happen.
Yes, they won't let that happen. But position, it's looking great for Onyx for some point and reason. T1 needs to get ahead of this. APE trying its best. Oh, there goes the bird trying to go for the Unite move whatsoever, but Reason Battles pop up as well. The refresh is already available here for Onyx Rise. They might have a chance to steal this game, but two Pokemons are already knocked out on their favor despite the refresh that happened.
No.
And Saram keeps zoning them out. Komi as well. That's 4 members down and Groudon secured by T1. 1 minute and 20 left. They're going to be scoring those points, but Onyx, can they still defend?
Man, 438 to 108. There's still a lot of trainers rather into the side of T1 that has 50 points and does have access to the Groudon buff, so they can still put it in at the very last moment, if they want to, or they can defend. But here's the thing though, 4 of them does have 50 points right now.
They might actually can. Onyx forced to defend. 40 seconds left. They need the wipe out as early as possible in order for them to go back into the goal zone of T1. But that's not gonna quite happen already. 3 members down. 30 seconds left, and that's a huge amount of lead. There's no way Onyx could rise up into this.
946 is going to be the score here. 972. Are they going to be able to reach the 1,000 again? Oh my goodness. They were able to shut down Onyx Rise at the last moment too. At the last game.
3, 2.
What a performance. What a display. T1 making sure to finish what's not finished during game 1.
Oh, that is amazing display performance once again. Again, they have been phenomenal. It's 1,042 points. They've done it once, and the thing is, they've done it again. It's something that we don't see quite a lot in high-level Pokemon, especially not against Onyx Rise.
I am speechless. This team, T1, from unknown to being the champion in day number 1, and we still have games tomorrow. They are going to be a scary team. Other teams needs to bring out their cards if they don't want to be behind as much as possible in this tournament, because every point counts, every win counts in this tournament.
And again, it's not just, this is just the day 1. What more would we be able to see from them on days number 2, 3, 4, and 5, and eventually going? And if this goes on until day number 5, which is like next year, they can essentially just secure themselves the grand finals immediately.
Right. If that would be a consistent basis of performance and consistent numbers, they could just sit back, relax. For sure, you want to be the champion of the region, right? But the fact that you secure the slot means that you could somewhat lay down your backs already, chill a little bit for now, and just try to study the teams.
Oh yeah, for sure. And again, you don't. I mean, obviously, there's still going to be a quite huge difference between
Yeah.
prize pool, but that's just a bonus. I'd say. I mean, it's still a lot, but it's just a bonus because then the biggest prize that you can get is securing the
final slot.
the final slot without even battling. You know what I mean?
Absolutely, I know what you feel. I know what you mean. But hey, JJ, this has been the result of day number 1 in our pocket tournament format. Again, T1 was able to dominate this tournament day 1 by getting 2-0 against by getting 2-0 up against Evil's FXL, 2-0 up against Full Sense, and 2-1 versus Onyx Rise. But not forget, Full Sense did a great job as well, finishing 2-0 against FN Esports, falling down T1 and getting the win up against Myth during their 3rd place matchup. On the other hand, Rival Esports and of course the other teams, let's not forget, they did very well. And for our leaderboard, T1 on top, followed by Onyx Rise, Full Sense, Myth, Rival Esports, FN Esports, Team Nemesis, and Evo's FXL.
Oh wow! Here are the points as well. Nemesis and Evil's FXL. This is quite an upset. They are the teams that we are actually looking forward to.
Absolutely.
To get a lot of points, but this only means that they have a lot to catch up. T1 currently leading with 20 points, and Evil's FXL Nemesis is 3 and 4. Hey, they still have 4 more days to catch up.
Yeah, absolutely. And that one of the 4 days would be tomorrow. So same time, that's going to be how do we say this? 2 p.m. in Singapore
SGT?
and Philippines. Yeah, SGT. 1 p.m. in GMT 7. So just gotta catch up and watch the live broadcast here.
Oh yeah, I mean, hey, look, man, I thoroughly enjoyed today's matches. We haven't been in the caster desk for quite a while, and to see a lot of Pokemon Unite action once again I'd say I would be playing again with you. I mean, we were playing before the broadcast. We were playing before this started, and I think we're gonna be playing once again after this, and again before the start of the live stream tomorrow. So I mean, hey, look, man, hey, whatever happens though, we're always gonna be here for Pokemon Unite action. My name is JJ, and with me is PKOs. Do you have anything to say before we leave?
I know, I'm just really honored and of course thankful for having an opportunity like this to share the desk with you, JJ.
And I am honored to share the desk with you as well. Well, with that being said, ladies and gentlemen, all trainers alike, this has been Pokemon Unite Asia Champions League 2026 C-League, day number 1, and we'll see you guys again on the next one. Peace.